and gentlemen, we are live from TwitchCon for the Fall Skirmish Series Grand Finals. What a weekend we have ahead. Fortnite, you see it there. It's one of the biggest things here this weekend at TwitchCon. I'm live for my first ever TwitchCon event. Ben, you said this is your second?
My second time around, yeah, Jack. And so far, it is already. I mean, look, you can see on your screen how ridiculous the Fortnite setup is here at TwitchCon in San Jose. And this is the first, I believe, for a lot of the players too.
Absolutely.
And we've got a ton of them here today, man.
The talent here, obviously incredible. A look at the massive, massive Fortnite booth. But folks, welcome to the show. A great weekend we have ahead. Action today, tomorrow, and Sunday. $1 million+ on the line. You've got the Streamitational as well. Myself, Courage, joined by Dr. Lupo. Ben, it's good to be back again together, and we're going to have some fun this weekend.
It feels right. Well, it feels right, Jack. Especially here, we have, like you said, $1 million+ on the line.
Yeah.
We have the previous 5 weeks of the Fall Skirmish were played from the comfort of these players' own homes, but now we're here in San Jose.
Yep.
We have talent like you would not believe, and the excitement is, I can feel it, dude. I just want to see gameplay already. I'm ready to go, man.
For sure. So much money on the line throughout the Fall Skirmish Series, pushing towards $10 million across these weeks. And now to finally be here, it is absolutely great. We've got a packed schedule for everyone at home. Let's catch you up to speed on how it'll all break on down. Remember, you see it on your screen there. Heat 1 about to begin. Players all set, ready to go. 4 games. The point system, the breakdown, we'll get into all of it, but the action's kicking off here real soon, and you can tell behind us, this place is still opening on up. We're getting started early here today, Ben.
Oh, yeah. Like Jack was saying, we have multiple heats each day. You can see on the screen on your left side. The Stream Invitational, which Jack and I, we're both playing in that as well, which it's, sitting side by side with a friend and rival at the same time. I'm very internally conflicted, is what I'm trying to say.
No, it's going to be a lot of fun. So we've obviously got 2 heats today, 2 heats tomorrow, and then based off the points that players earn, everything with that, we wind up popping into the grand finals on Sunday, which you'll want to stay tuned for as well. Another look at the exact schedule for today. Another interesting thing to bring up is the featured streamers section. That's back
there,
right there. I'm sure we get a shot of it, but we'll have some very prominent streamers from online that you guys love to watch. Live streaming here in the venue. You'll be able to watch them from the crowd during the downtime between the heats. Action throughout the weekend here at the Fortnite booth. This is absolutely the place to be.
Oh, absolutely. And if you enjoy watching Fortnite and you're here at TwitchCon, make sure you say hi to people. I mean, this is the opportunity to do it. That's the whole point of the convention, is to bring all these people together in one spot. We've been watching all these players on their streams for weeks. Yeah. Weeks getting ready for this. People have been practicing in scrimmage games, and we've had all sorts of ridiculous plays over the course of the last 5 weeks of Fall Skirmish. I've played in it, and you were in a number of weeks too, and we have a lot of club representation here. Yep. There's so much happening with Fall Skirmish. I don't even know where to begin. To be quite honest.
I think one big thing that we'll wind up taking a look at right now is the participants who will be here, starting with heat number 1. You mentioned the stack talent. I can't stress it enough, folks. These lobbies are just straight up scary. There has never been more on the line for these players. Obviously, the prize pool is absurd this weekend, but, I mean, Ben, who are some of the names that stick out for you on this list right away?
We've seen Ghost Gaming put up some impressive plays in the past, Kayun and Sean. You see there down at the bottom left. We've got multiple teams from EU. TB is here, Trouble Boys. The list is kind of scary, like you said. I would be intimidated to be in this first heat. I know that Cloak and Tfue from FaZe are playing here, one of the most iconic duos we've seen in Fortnite thus far.
Yeah, I would say probably the most iconic. Out there, you see on the top left of your screen, that's where they stand. There's a lot of good stuff going on here. I think we're getting brought some slurp juice right now. This is fantastic. Wow. I want to drink this, but then I know my whole mouth is going to be blue. There's the players right now. This is fantastic. There's churros that I saw from Noms. It's going to be good. They can't bring all these things here and not expect me to eat half the time on camera, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, Jack, I think you should just give in and do it, to be quite honest with you.
Mid-big casting moment.
It's what the people want to see,
House and a churro. Look, a little slurp juice action. Ooh.
You can see,
oh, wow.
The doors have been open. People are starting to filter in. Can we get away from
look, everybody. Hi. Welcome, everyone.
What's going on?
There we go. Good. People are going to start filtering on in. TwitchCon, I'm blown away by how packed it is. Let's keep going, though, filling you guys in on all the necessary info you need. Just roll it. Just start rolling it. Let's take a look at what's next. The format. some changes and some awesome news. A lot of focus on the eliminations.
Oh yeah, we've seen formats similar to this in the past, but on your screen right now, stage 1 of the heats, the 12 duo teams with the most points at the end of 4 matches, they advance to stage 2, the grand finals on Sunday. Now 7+ eliminations will get you 3 points. 5 to 6 eliminations is 2 points, 3 to 4 is 1 point, but if you fall short of that, too bad, no points for you. But there is a big bonus you saw there at the bottom.
The big bonus is everything. 7+
elimination.
Every elimination over 7, another point, another point. You can rack stuff up if you have a great game. Here again, the second page of the format here. You mentioned at the bottom, the wild card. 2 wild card duos will advance to the grand finals. Absolutely nuts. Hey, you're in 13th, you fall just short, you still have a chance. If you play one of these heats, you might get chosen as that wild card duo.
That's absolutely terrifying, which for some of these players, because that means you don't even think about that as a possibility to advance. You just want to push for placement, push for eliminations.
And you see here the prize breakdown this weekend: $400,000 for first place and 640 points towards the clubs, right? The clubs keep on going. Awesome, awesome to see. 400 grand, life-changing amount of money.
Plus, all the way down to 50th place is still $10,000 and 20 points for the club.
You make it on in. You make it to Sunday's grand finals, you're automatically $5,000 richer.
Which is nuts. It's absolutely, it's incredible. Now, on top of, there might be a lot of excitement here for the people that are actually playing, but you see here, the people that are attending, if you're here at TwitchCon and you're not over in the South Hall, the convention center here in San Jose, the Tomato Man out there trying to show that he's got the moves in the putt-putt course. There's so much to do here. Yeah. You got to stop by. You got to stop by.
There's obviously the merch booth. A full-size battle bus is back there somewhere. Lazy Links, 3 of the holes here to play. Photo booths. Again, the food, everything we mentioned. We are just behind the South Hall. Come tune in if you're live. I think TwitchCon tickets are actually sold out.
Which is crazy.
But it's nuts to say, but either way, fun weekend ahead. One big thing we keep mentioning are these clubs. Well, you've probably seen the official images, the logos of the teams in game, but look, here it is. Every club now represented with banners in game. So sick. I'm Lucky Llamas. You're a disgusting Bush Bandit.
Bush Bandits, please, dude. There's Bush Bandits, and then there's 4 worse clubs, Jack.
I didn't know where you were going with that. I love it. Okay. Bush Bandits and then 4 worse clubs. I like that. That's not only the other new things in game. We obviously have the banners that you just saw of the clubs. Rep your favorite one, Lucky Llamas again, but also the Fortnitemares event going on right now. I believe we have a video to take a look at. Fortnitemares. What an experience it's been so far. Some of the most fun I've had in Fortnite, like fighting off actual enemies and then the horde of zombies as well.
It's been pretty crazy. I saw, I think it was Myth posted on Twitter about how he wanted to see players start to build an army of those cube monsters and use it against their opponents. Super cool idea.
No, so obviously so much excitement around the Fortnitemare stuff, but we want to go ahead and bring a quick message from Epic on the competitive patch details we'll be playing on today. So before we jump into all the action, we wanted to give an update on what patch the players are on today. It is the version 6.20 update, as we normally mirror what you at home are playing, but in this case, we've made a few adjustments. For this weekend's event, we've disabled both cube monsters and spawners. We believe this will give our players the best potential experience during such an important competition. So it's all about player experience here. Want these guys to be comfortable, ready to go with what they're on, and I think by the smiles you're seeing, the excitement, these guys are ready to go.
Oh yeah. The player area is here included in the South Hall as well.
Oh.
The setup is incredible that they're sitting at. It's similar to the previous ones too, so it doesn't, you know, the feeling doesn't change from competition to competition.
Yep.
Which I think gives competitive players an opportunity to really dig in. But Jack,
it's time for game one.
It's time for game one, brother.
Let's get into it, baby. These stacked lobbies, they're all good to go. We are live from TwitchCon. Game one, heat one. Who will rise to the occasion and potentially have their lives changed this weekend with an incredible placing? Again, life-changing amount of money on the line with the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of viewers online that'll tune in throughout the weekend. The recognition you can get. We talked about Morgoss from back at PAX. Comes in a no-name now. Obviously, widely respected, one of the winningest players in Fortnite history in regards to prize money, but here we go. I'll look at everyone dropping on in. And again, this weekend, players playing on both mouse and keyboards. Some elected to go with, you know, controllers, which we'll talk about. Some big names out there, both, you know, Xbox and PS4 represented.
Now, we've seen in the past, regardless of what play setup they're utilizing, it has not really diminished the performance. Nick Merckx and Aiden at PAX West put on an excellent show, both controller players.
Yep.
Now, out here, this little set of buildings, this is a pretty common drop for Tfue and Cloak.
Oh, yeah.
A ton of loot concentrated in one area, not often contested. I think most likely because players understand Tfue is going to be here every single time. This is his go-to spot, and I wouldn't want to contest it either.
And what's funny is, you know, Tfue is going to be rocking that no skin setup. That's just how he is. So you almost are certain if you land at this area on the map and you see a no skin setup, it's going to wind up being Tfue. I'll look there.
Looks like Cass probably took about 50% of his health off.
And he's only got, you know, the basic burst assault rifle there, and that's rough. Looks like his teammate's going to be pushing on forward. They want to make some sort of play, maybe get into an advantageous position. You saw both these players, no shields, not the case for Tfue and Cloaksy, as they should have a health advantage.
You notice too at the bottom of your screen. Cass down to 10 HP, backing out. Opportunity gets the knock on Cass, the AR shots. Excellent.
Just
there.
like that.
Capitalizing, I mean, this is their drop zone.
And immediately gets the heavy shotgun as well. My favorite weapon, you know, to have to swap on over to for that close range engagement. Tfue and Cloaksy, the exact start you expect from two of the best players in the world. You can make an argument for them potentially being the best duo. And that's what the point is of this weekend. We've seen solo competitions up to this point. What differences do you think players can expect or viewers can expect watching duos versus the solos play we've seen maybe from back during the summer skirmish finals?
Well, you have an opportunity in duos or when you have a teammate like that to maybe risk a trade a little more often than you would. Obviously in solos, the second you get it, that's it, you're done, right? But if Cloak or Tfue or any of these duo players, they push in and try and take advantage of maybe height, or they know that the target doesn't have any shield, that kind of thing, and they can force a trade. If their teammate is positioned well, you can finish that elimination. You can pick your teammate up. A more aggressive gameplay, it'll happen just naturally.
Sure. And you got to remember too, the huge difference between solos and duos. And here's the new 6-shooter weapon, currently in the hands of Vicious. One thing to point out is there is the communication factor that you have to wind up, you know, communicating, speaking with your teammate. You can have some of the biggest blunders by not being on the same page. One player gets aggressive, one stays back. That can wind up costing the duo the game.
You see right here, the team that Cookie Monster and Big Vicious are up against, they're actually split, which is why Cookie, I think, is taking the opportunity to push over a little bit to the left. They're focusing on just one player because Novi is up there now pushing in towards the tennis courts, but they're so distant from each other that if one knockdown happens, you can almost guarantee that's going to be elimination. And
again, you can see how scrappy the loot is at the start of these games. Still 92 players remaining as well. Noobtra, the big 60 tag, and that should be the note to just go for Novi as they're going to begin to push on forward. You see immediately the opposing player, that's Cookie Monster, has to fall back and try to protect Vic Vicious, and she's just stuck down in the box. Cookie Monster now surrounded. Vic Vicious, one shot as well. Doesn't look like a good ending here. And
tough spot to be there. The kind of the split turned into an opportunity to take advantage of you know, that low HP situation. Like you said, as soon as the 60 tag came out, teammate called it out. Now it's the time to push because you know that is almost a guaranteed knockdown.
100%. And now with the first zone beginning to close, you see Novi just healing on up, staying hidden. has a mini as well. It looks like they've claimed Lazy Links. Now over to Tilted Towers, a place where you expect to see a lot of action this weekend. Tinny and IFA, you've talked about this. Tinny, someone we've seen participate in online, you know, especially in Europe before.
And he's an excellent player. I played against him when he was partnered with Big Star many moons ago. Very, very cognizant of what's going on around him. It's very difficult to get a pinch on players like this.
For sure.
Now, stuck here until the Towers. We don't have the common roster of player names we've seen here before.
Yep.
But I would expect, typically in a drop like this, there's a lot of loot to gather. There's a lot of materials. You see they're just taking out every single wall they can. Competitive Fortnite is very build focused. You can, as we've seen in the past, a lot of players will build up their bases and push in the zone almost in tunnels. But in a place like Tilted, players are going to stay away from each other because there's just so much there to harvest, so much loot to get, and they don't want to risk an early elim because that's low rank. You know, your placement, you get hurt big time.
Absolutely.
The aggressive gameplay.
It's all the way on the outskirts of the map. You can see Kayun.
Sean already eliminated here.
He's got one player just above him. That's why he's panicked. Down in this lower area, only 75 HP, only 150 wood to his name, so he can build 15 walls. That's about it. Look at this. Yeah, just staring straight down.
It's actually a 1v1. I would expect then that Flame was eliminated from either Kayun or Sean.
Yeah.
And the other way around. So you have the problem now is they're just outside the zone. Somebody's going to have to move, and they know that.
For sure. And here's the big thing to take note of as well. Still 87 players left in the game. Remember, it is 3 eliminations to earn a first point. We know Cloaksy had 2 earlier. I don't believe anyone's on the board quite yet, but again, we'll keep you up to date. It looks like the FPS wants to begin to make something happen as he's closing on in. He hears the edits. He hears the player below him.
53 seconds on the zone before it closes, which means he's probably got about 30 before it starts to get to him. They're both going to have to make a move relatively soon. The shots coming out from underneath, though, trying to knock him down. Get a little drop down. Remember, too, since they're playing the 6.20 patch, the FPS could build up and just glide away if needed.
Oh, yeah. As right now, Kayun just still playing this low ground. The zone is now here. Wondering if he's going to go ahead and use this launch pad or not to just try to disengage, reset up for a new fight. Look at the ammo situation, the materials. It's all so low. The FPS is left. So now Kayun might be able to just run out unscathed. It looks like he has actually no idea.
To gatekeep right now.
Oh, this is brilliant. This is brilliant. Hello, Fred. There's the shots. Only connects twice. There's still a chance here for Kayun. That's a huge tag for 46 damage. The zone now there as well. It's only ticking for 1. Look at the material count, though, Lupo. Down to just 27 metal, 14 brick, a well-placed floor, 12 HP, the elimination. The FPS will live to see another day.
Smart play there. You see a move he pulled in the middle of that was literally like jumping over the top of his target, taking a shotgun blast, and placing the floor immediately afterwards to catch himself. You can get top-down shots on opponents without falling to the same elevation as them, just with the speed of being able to build.
See Rift to go used as players are going to begin this rotation. Now, when you get to the second zone, right, the map obviously begins to close on in, but when you get towards it, it's almost like you're going, hey, where do we want to set on up? How do we want to prepare this early on in the game? You see, with the Rift to go, it looks like they're going to try to get far, far in towards this zone, set up early on, build up some of those one-by-one structures, some protection to be able to just, as you mentioned, gatekeep players moving on in.
See a decent amount of materials on the right side of your screen there, 141. Typically, these competitive players call out just the 100 spot, maybe a 151. You said 492 brick.
Yep.
But that's enough this early in the game that you can build yourself into a box, but they might not realize. First of all, it looks like doubled back there, potentially seeing that there was a team directly in front of them as they were rotating south. They have a chance now to kind of turtle up inside here. Little shield sharing happening.
This is big. One thing we've actually seen more and more now beginning to be used are those boogie bombs that were never really picked up, but now they've been adjusted to, you know, be picked up in 2 stacks. You can also hit, you see he's hitting that corner edge. Not only can you break the base, but you see how they're hitting those corner edges? This is like 300 plus stone off of this one hut that a lot of people don't actually know just how valuable it is. Heads up play from Frizzable and Dordan to take advantage of that. Just prior to them doing that, we saw Nice and Nice's teammate, full shields right in front of them, ready to go. Seems like they've at least moved closer towards retail row for now, and here's our scoreboard.
So Nubtra and Nova, the only team thus far with 3 eliminations between the two of them, which is 1 point. So they're in an excellent position right now. Both carrying at least a bit of shield. Maybe not at the state where they feel comfortable taking an engagement. Not looking like Cloak and Tfue. 2 eliminations there, full health, full shield. Same with Frankie and Johan. Excellent positions for a lot of these players, but a number of them, even with elimination or 2 for the team, are missing a teammate. You saw, I think, 4 or 5 of the top rank thus far are already out.
Now, one big thing that winds up happening too is players that get in super early engagements. For example, Tfue and Cloaksy, they got those 2 elims very early. They were then able to shield on up, get to 200 health. They now farmed their entire area of materials. And I'm sure they're sitting pretty, look, they are early in position in retail row. They're set up and ready to go. You see here, almost max wood now for Bartonologist as well, someone who we've seen play in a lot of the online skirmish events. And he's a fantastic solo player, looking to see how he performs here in duos.
We don't often see players bunkering up inside the buildings of retail row. Well, you do have underneath Bartonologist and Bravo. You have a team directly underneath them. Tfue, Cloak, like you said. Looks like Hero and Bosswuji are moving into the residential side. You have a number of teams now. Just you'll see what they're doing there. And Frosty and Vertnex are an excellent example. They've destroyed the walls of the house and immediately replaced them with their own structure that they can edit. It's taking control of the surfaces of a building that's already established. You can move in and at least initially feel safe, but they'll knock them out, immediately replace, because you have a structure built there without having to do anything. It's already built for you.
So now something interesting is about to begin to kind of move into play in the next few moments here. There's something in the rules this weekend called Make It Rain. And there it is, the air horns go off. Right now what winds up happening is during these next 2 zones, the duo with the most eliminations, there's a Make It Rain bonus. You see there on the side of your screen, $10,000.
Just on the spot.
Each game, it winds up $10,000 on the line between these zones. You also wind up having a situation where if it's tied with eliminations or if nobody gets an elim, then the money carries on to the next game and then doubles.
So the next game it could be 20,000.
Exactly, and it could keep going.
If it happens again, then 30,000.
Yes.
Each game that the Make It Rain bonus is not obtained, it rolls over to the next game.
And it looks like we've already had an elimination come on in here as Megan and Mitro just gonna try to heal on up. They're staying alive inside, inside containers. Players now built up all around them. You see here, players now beginning to build on top of each other, and this is a part where in the late game these huts get built. They start getting the high ground versus the low ground. It's all about quick edits, being able to claim what's yours. You knock out the walls of a building, you replace it with your walls. You want as much edit control as possible around you to ensure that no matter what, you can react to any scenario that comes up.
And you do have a team underneath these 2 players sitting up top. Norse and Mr. Mowgli. They're just kind of waiting at this point. This is a pretty, actually taking shots to their southeast there. Looks like a ramp was built up. Because of that glider mechanic change, you'll see that quite a bit, where there will just be single platform ramps built up into the sky. Because these players, the risk of taking fall damage, it's kind of gone unless you're just not paying attention to what's going on. You can, as long as it's 3 stories or more underneath you when you jump, you can redeploy your glider at literally any height.
Again, we're going ahead and getting the elimination feed here for you guys here soon, getting that all worked on out. But back over towards retail row, everyone who moved on in early looking to gatekeep players who have the zone at their back. The Make It Rain bonus still active for another 3.5 minutes. You see there, Giganza and Vilex now. This is what I'm talking about with these quick edits. See how they just keep claiming areas? You don't want to just have one little 1x1, and look at the shields in the inventory. 2 big shields, 2 mini shields. He's already popped a slurp, and he has a chug jug as well. All sorts of healing as the game goes on.
It's an interesting thing too. While he's trying to recover there is a team immediately adjacent to them, just taking shots, trying to knock these walls out and take possession. They're doing a really good job. One of the techniques they use is editing a window into one of the sides, then immediately resetting it so that they can see through as the wood, or whatever structure type it is, whatever material it is, as it rebuilds. Because being able to edit peak was removed quite a while ago. You see there the gray squares taking up all the vision that you would normally have. Instead, they can kind of just do a quick reset. The shots trading back and forth there. Giganza looks like he's knocked down, which means Villix has to take an opportunity here. Sneak some shots. He's trying to edit his way out, but couldn't quite get it. Kevlar and Bluehawk.
Jeez.
Securing.
Look at it's just apparently it's like chug jugs just everywhere that are on the ground.
I got minis on me.
You hear that? Minis on me. Chug jug. I'm popping all these. Chug jugs they're a double-edged sword because late game it's really tough to be able to take those 15 seconds to pop that chug jug.
It's a big risk. Plus, these players, they can hear the use time. So as soon as they know someone around them is popping, if they're maybe through a layer or two and you're close enough to hear just the sound of drinking the chug jug, they'll get aggressive and push. They'll cancel it. They might not even push all the way into the box that their opponent's in using the chug jug, but just enough to get them to stop. Like we were talking about before, guy like Super Evan taking an opportunity to just fly away. That movement mechanic, since the removal of bouncers, has kind of changed things up. Just another way that players are going to traverse the map in the middle of these big pushes.
No, this changed everything. Look, these guys from TK, they can just build on up and not have a care in the world and then begin to jump on off and glide towards the zone. They could not be further away, though, folks, as this rotation is going to be rough already. Frankie getting tagged up, Johan just behind. Here comes the zone. The storm now closing. This is tough. Only 170 brick left for God. And there you go. The glide comes on in.
1 minute left on the Mega Raid bonus. Looks like he's going to swoop directly in on a team that almost had no idea that he was there, but gets caught off guard by a quick 180 shotgun.
Quick couple limbs in. You see the fist bump coming on out. Icy and Okrit are there as well. The storm closing. Still, we had 66 players, now down to 59 with this one zone, and this is where the game begins to collapse quite quickly. Icy trying to move on through. You see Okrit getting tagged from up top. He's trying to build himself roofs. I believe this is still Tfue and Cloaksy. The stinks, absolutely great to force your opponent out of position. As again, they're inching on in. Now they're going to begin to build their one-by-ones, claim their territory. That's a great use of the pyramid to block the opposing player's build that was just below. He doesn't want the player to be able to edit out that floor, so they pyramid above it to give that extra bit of protection. They've got to claim that floor. Yep, beautifully done.
Replacement, like you said, just puts it immediately on top. Any of those non-possessed floors, like that natural roof right there, they're gonna destroy it and replace it immediately. Because, like you said, ownership of these surfaces is huge.
Yep.
When you're starting to build up around other teams, you see multiple teams, like you said, Tfue and Cloak still on the top.
He's got the heavy sniper as well. My gosh, we've seen what Tfue can do with this weapon.
Ooh,
just barely missed that shot.
The team rotating.
Now the Make It Rain bonus area did just end. We'll have updates for you guys at the end of the game of who winds up taking that home, or if someone winds up taking it home. Yes, that is very key.
If two teams tied on elimination down there, it's going to roll over to the next game. Tfue gets a shot there on Flowers, gets the elimination.
Absolutely 3 for this squad. That should be a point now for Tfue and Cloaksy. They are on the board. Remember, Cloak got those first 2 eliminations. So now, I believe it's almost time for them to go.
Now that heavy sniper is more than just the utility for getting eliminations at range. You'll see if we get to the late game and Tfue is built up directly next to someone, they'll use it as a breaching tool too, because it will one-shot any surface that a player builds up. Now, there's that Cloak, the Tfue and Cloak are gonna go for the deploy on the glider there, try and get immediate height advantage in the team underneath. These guys are, they always, I feel like, have a top-down view of everybody.
Oh, but
big
this time,
shots on Tfue.
He just got rocked right there. Gonna go ahead and pop these minis and the slurp. We'll put him at around 145 total HP in there. Great use of bandages. The slurp will, if he can get these bandages up to 75, the slurp will fully get him back at 200 HP. Cloak's just protecting him right now.
Do everything he can while Tfue's trying to heal back up. And it looks like there is a team pushing up immediately to the northwest. They're going to build up. Now, because of the glider change, these fights can play out a little differently than we've seen in the past.
A lot different.
Tfue and Cloak, if they feel like they're going to get shot down, maybe somebody's going to get the height advantage on them, they could just jump off and glide away.
Yep. No, that's completely changed how the game is played now. This would be almost certain death being this high up with so many players around. There's a look at the match stats right now. Almost 20 minutes into this game, still 49 players left, which is just absolutely nuts.
We've seen pretty stacked lobbies like this in the past. We're getting ready for that storm to move here in 12 seconds. Guarantee you Tfue and Cloak are going to take that glider.
This is that high ground.
Actually, Tfue and Cloak are split. They have Okrit is stacked between them in the tower that they're in. I'm assuming Crit's teammate is down below at the very bottom.
But see, Cloak still has a rift to go, so I'm wondering if they use the rift to go right now to get you know, easy rotations. It looks like they're going to try to farm a limbs right here. Some great tags, players beginning to glide. Everyone now soaring through the air as it's an all-out race for this next zone. Waiting, dropping down right at the perfect time. Now Cloaksy on the ground, looks to try to claim one area as his own. This is where the lobbies begin to drop quick. Take a look at that player number on the right side of your screen. Still 30 seconds on this rotation. Nice now down, Ashton now down. You see Bartonologist has been eliminated. The lobby beginning to drop like flies as everyone has begun an all-out assault, Lupo, and this is honestly how you expect it to go.
Now the zone, the travel distance in the zone was so far that no one had an opportunity to drop straight into the next safe zone and build up. Everyone was forced into a fight there. The player count still going down. Everyone is still moving. You can see in the top left of the screen for a moment there, people still stuck outside the zone. Tfue and Cloak trying to make their way inside, building up just each layer one at a time, and even a window there in case they need to cover each other through the layers. Just trying to take as many shots as they can.
This 8 damage zone. This 8 damage zone.
Multiple players going down to the zone. You see in your feed there. Mr. Gubber gets a double there. General Vicaros goes down.
And look, only 20 players left now. Tfue gets the knock onto Mars. A great shot from Mitro, who had one of the best plays. You see 5 eliminations, and now everyone gets brought up by the Rift to go, and this will completely change it. They're going to try to just slowly float on down, ride this zone on over. You see Mitro, he's scanning the ground right now. Where's my best place? Where can I land and begin to secure some sort of area and solid footing? 5 elims from Mitro himself.
The only risk right now with a slow drop is if players down there secure a little box for themselves and look up, they can take shots on a lot of these players that are just floating in. Cloak and Tfue landing on top of each other. And
that's that beautiful communication. Think of that call out, right? Like, look at all the little builds there are. They know exactly which box they want to land on in. 16 players left. We're now moving towards when the bonus points come in for those top placings. Remember, 4th and 5th place, you get a point. 2nd or 3rd, you get 2 points. First, the Victory Royale, 3 points. Everyone has that on their mind. 12 players remaining. Cloaksy now knocked. Tfue with a quick shot of a heavy will look for the elimination himself. Will he be able to save Cloak? I just don't believe so with this zone moving on in. It's all down to Tfue. He's building on up. 7 players left. I believe he has the high ground for the moment. And it just seems like, Lupo, he is always in these positions.
This is a position we've seen him in so many times in the past through
4 left.
Fall Skirmish, Summer Skirmish. This is, and there you go, using that heavy snipe as a way to breach through surfaces.
It's a 1v1v1. It's a 1v1v1, and Tfue still has the high ground. You cannot make this up. This has all the signs of a Tfue and Cloaksy Game 1 victory here. Oh, I thought he was about to fall on down, but no, doesn't seem the case. Remember, all these players still left have each earned 2 points automatically for their top 3 placing. But who will get the extra point for the Victory Royale? The zone moving on in. Only 29 health for Mitro. This zone will chunk him on down. There's the quick shot from Hero. The double barrel's so good.
1v1.
Tfue looks like he's ready for the heal. It's not going to come on in. Tfue blocked by the tree. But Hero gets dropped by the storm. And just like that, Tfue and Cloaksy set the tone and prove why they are 2 of the favorites here this weekend.
Not even a little surprised, to be quite honest with you. We've seen Tfue, even while he had the flu multiple weeks in the past. T-flu, like just dominating, still dominating.
Absolutely wild. As this man is able to clutch it on up. You see the fist bumps and the pop-off there from Cloaksy, the excitement coming on in. What a great start here to the weekend. So many players stacked that up, but look, 20 minutes in, there was 49 players left. 5 minutes later, we have a winner. That's how crazy the ending zones are. Here it is again. Hero was so low. You saw Tfue popping those bandages. He got absolutely rocked by that double barrel, but he got the bandage off in time, didn't get ticked by the storm, and there's the celebration from Tfue. And now, you've got to think, how many points did they just earn? Did they wind up getting a full 6 from that? For getting, how many limbs did they wind up finishing with? Brilliant start from them.
We'll have to check the elimination count at the end. Hopefully we can get those stats back as fast as possible. But that's got to be, that's a handful of points early. First
100%,
game.
100%.
In the first heat, and they're already showing why a lot of players count on them to guarantee these victories.
Oh, yeah.
Like you said, literally in the middle of the game. Tfue and Cloak almost always, I feel like, have that height advantage. They always have a top-down view on whoever they're engaging.
Yep.
The heavy snipe as a way just to take shots from a distance, a little bit of third party. Every once in a while when the opportunity is just right, they'll sit at the edge of the zone and watch people rotate it in. They'll build the, see people building the ramps up and take the shots.
Yeah.
Every chance they get. And just at the right moment, the communication, we're going to land, targeting exactly where they're going to land. Exactly.
So
they landed right on top of each other and built up immediately safe.
Yeah. And just like that, they secure the Game 1 victory. Now remember, in these heats, the top 12 teams from each heat will move on to Sunday. So already setting the tone for themselves. Just with that, you've got to think of it. They play, what, 4 games here? A victory royale and 1 plus some eliminations. That many points in 1 game.
I feel like it's got to be a guarantee.
They're almost already guaranteed
exactly.
a top 12, right? So brilliant stuff for them. The competition so intense now towards the end. That's one of the first times I've obviously seen the new glider redeploy coming into play and how much it changes those late games. But we've got all replays from Tfue and Cloaksy we can take a look at. But, oh, sorry, go ahead. I cut you off.
That glider redeploy mechanic has changed the way the game is played in a competitive setting big time. And thus far, it looks like a lot of these players are adjusting extremely well. Those early shots there, taking control of a very common landing zone for them. Tfue is there. I feel like he's there every single time we see a skirmish game.
And these were the final moments again. On the high ground, gives him the ability to decide to drop on down when the time comes. I think he follows up this launch pad with one of his own. So well done. The timing of that, he knows now, hey, I automatically have the high ground if I wait. Floats on it. He's like, yes, please. Go ahead, fight, fight, fight. You guys go. When one of them happens, pops the bandage. It's just not enough damage from that double barrel, and the victory comes on in. The victory royale. So he had 3. We know Cloaksy had at least 2. So minimum 5 eliminations, plus the victory royale. That's a 5-point game at least.
At least.
For that duo.
Just remember, too, if they had gotten to 7 eliminations, every elimination past that is an additional point. So aggressive gameplay, it's not a bad idea if you have a chance. And that's why they go for the third-party elims. You don't want to put yourself in a risky spot where you're going to get tagged. If people are going to have their eyes on you. You want to have your eyes on everybody else. They sit up top and they wait, scope their ARs. Basically anything you could tap fire with from a distance and do a ton of damage with, it's going to be the perfect opportunity to secure all those points. Because you can't, while you can't guarantee a victory royale, if you have the right position, you can guarantee elimination points.
Oh, for sure. And even down to when you saw the zone beginning to move to that very far zone when they glided above everybody, they were just taking free shots at everyone. Your goal in those situations is to basically make yourself invisible to everyone else. Be like a ghost of the map and pop out and just take those free shots when you can. As you mentioned, dealing that damage from up top. But again, folks, that was just game 1 of 4 here in heat number 1. The first game of the weekend live from TwitchCon, the wonderful Fortnite booth. This isn't even a booth. This is like its own hall with the amount of stuff that's in here. When I heard it was of like the size of what this event was, I was like, people are exaggerating. And then I got here and it's literally that. Ooh, the pennants for the different clubs. I got the first Lucky Llamas one in the world.
It is too bad you picked up the first pennant for the losing team currently, Jack. But it's okay. We all make mistakes.
That's just not right.
You see here the crowd starting to build up to the first day of TwitchCon. If you're here at TwitchCon, do yourself a favor. Come down to the South Hall here in San Jose.
Yeah.
It is absolutely wonderful.
You got to remember, too, there's the halls are just opening. Everyone's still taking in all of TwitchCon. This place is going to be packed this weekend. Still very, very early on in the day. Notes for you from game number 1. Your biggest takeaways. What really stood out for you there with some of the new updates or just from what we saw from the players?
The ability for a lot of these players to see positions that they're going to rotate to and utilize new mechanics that were literally just introduced to the main game. We saw in the Soaring 50s before this that glider redeploy mechanic, and now it's everywhere. And these players are already taking advantage of that. The way that they move around the map, they reposition themselves, has already changed. They're already adapting to new gameplay mechanics. And that is impressive to me to see. And that's a big takeaway for anybody at home that's trying to get into competitive Fortnite. Being able to adjust your own gameplay style to the new things that are introduced with each update. And we've seen this in the past. Fortnite is always evolving. It's always changing. You have to be able to dig into that. You have to be able to incorporate it into your gameplay. And these guys are doing it every single time.
Just looking back at some of the replays as we get ready for game number 2. As these games go on, it begins to force certain players to adjust how they play. Remember, there's, 50 duo teams participating right now? Only the top 12 wind up making it into that Sunday heat. There's no redos. They don't get to get back in line. This is their one shot. So, they travel out here to TwitchCon. They've got to show up big time. as this goes on, when a team maybe has 0 points, when they're just on the outside looking on in, potentially trying to secure a spot, their hand gets forced. They have to land at maybe a more populated area, play for more limbs earlier on, to try to play more of a turtle stop for the late game. That was just game number 1. Expect to see a lot of these teams change up how they approach these games moving forward.
A big takeaway, too, is that because of the design of the point system in here and that big bonus, you go for 7+ eliminations. Once you start breaking that, you just stack points up every single time. These players maybe only need 1 game to push themselves into the grand finals on Sunday. So it's not a bad game. That's not it. It's not like your story is done.
Yep.
You can come back. These duo teams, they know that. They know that.
A beautiful look at the setups there. What an experience it is. I'm sure many people watching at home would love to be able to play in one of these environments. Everyone here at TwitchCon, obviously, an awesome, awesome setup. You've got the crowd chilling out, players who are participating in the other heats, Heat 2, Heat 3, Heat 4, you know, bouncing on through the venue, watching live. You know, oh, wow.
Yeah, that guy checking his eyebrows, making sure they're...
That was really impressive.
Yeah, that was...
Saw, you know, a lot of great people here in the crowd, but we do have our Make It Rain winners again. Make It Rain. I wound up, you know, getting the notes on it again, just to stress it again. Super Evan and Godnick, I believe. There you go. Total limbs during that window, during the Make It Rain. Prizing won $10,000.
8 eliminations in that window too that's
wild.
That's insane.
Wild. So there you at least know that they have what, 4 points?
Yeah.
Just based off that. Not a bad spot to be in again for that team as well. The Make It Rain awards $10,000 to the duo with the most eliminations during the 3rd and 4th circle. If no eliminations occur during that time, the prize rolls over into the next match. Obviously, we're going to go back and reset with the $10,000. Any unclaimed prizing rolls over to the grand finals. So it's one of those things where, let's say no one winds up earning any of this money in these heats.
You could see
stack it up in the grand finals.
A massive Make It Rain bonus in the grand finals, which
I wouldn't be against it.
I feel like at that point, when the players know that that bonus is that strong, it's that big, you're going to see people go out of their way to secure that. You'll see people change their play style entirely, especially in a competitive setting where people are often building up and securing their little bases. You'll see people push out and maybe get a little aggressive.
Oh, for sure.
Maybe start shooting at other teams a little more often than they would.
I love seeing more of the elimination bonuses coming on into play because it just forces players to get a little bit more aggressive, forces players to seek this action. Anytime I've ever played in the skirmish, I've got to do it with one mindset. We are going for limbs. I'm not really focusing too much on actual placing.
I'm going to be honest, Jack, if that Make It Rain bonus hits 100,000, let's say,
I'm going to participate.
I would throw myself at teams for that.
I would. Yeah. It changes, you know, how you look at it, where it's like, hey, the total prize money for this weekend is, you know, first place is $400,000. But if we get the most limbs in this game right now between the zones 3 and 4, and we win 50K, 100K, I'm risking it, baby.
Yeah,
I'm going for it.
Absolutely.
Any movement I see on the map, any 1x1, I'm just sprinting into it. That's all I'm doing. As again, we appreciate your patience as we get ready for game number 2. Want to make sure all players are sorted on out. Other big names here this weekend. We're obviously looking out for the Liquid Boys. You know who's coming out from there. Ghost, one of the great Fortnite organizations involved. We've seen a lot of top players from them. Some heavy hitter names in play, and then obviously the Stream Invitational on Sunday. You and I will be participating. A lot of fantastic streamers and content creators will be involved as well. There's a Bush walking around in the crowd.
I don't see anything, Jet.
My bad. Yeah.
It's a potted plant, I think.
Yeah. Look at the mobility on that thing. It's brilliantly done.
One of the stories I look forward to seeing over the course of the heats and hopefully the grand finals, assuming that they play well enough, is we saw at PAX, Aiden and Nick Merckx were fierce opponents, and I heard rumor that they're teaming.
Yeah, no, it's not rumor, it's true.
That
you can't beat them, join them.
The coming together of two absolute, they're slayers. We've seen what they've done even against each other in Tilted Towers. Both controller players, arguably some of the best, if not the best in the world, and they're expect some ridiculousness.
And there's been a lot of
anybody
updates.
else lands in Tilted, good luck.
There's been a lot of updates too to controller play since that event in regards to the custom mines you can wind up now setting. You can have different sensitivities for when you're having your weapons out versus when you're having your build out. It's nuts to see. You know, the edit speed is quicker now.
Oh yeah, instant edit has changed things substantially.
Don't count them out, man. I'm excited. Yeah, we have a sheet here with all like the players and everyone involved who you should look out for. And notable duos. When you just go to page 1, notable duos, Aiden and Nick Merckx, the biggest billing, I think, for anyone this weekend. The story that we saw back at PAX, the meme of Aiden's Towers, Nick's Towers. You know, Nick's Towers. Aiden kind of claimed it. Nick said, let's team together.
For Nick's pride, let's not bring up what the result of those engagements was.
Yeah, we can move on from that. We don't have to keep harping on it. People remember as again getting ready now for game number 2 to get underway. You know, I see it looks like the battle bus is about to launch on here momentarily. One thing to keep in mind, the prize money on the line. If we have a moment, maybe bring this back up, remind people at home just how much this weekend can mean.
A substantial
It's a culmination of 5 weeks of competition to this point, a live, you know, LAN environment, everyone participating here. Here it is again, $400,000 for first. This is the prizing for Sunday. So these teams that are participating now have to place in the top 12 to make it. But if they do, they automatically, you see 11 through 50th, automatically win $10,000, so $5K per player.
The top 3 is still 6 figures apiece, and on top of that, the club points go towards earning their club prize winnings at the end of the fall skirmish. So the 640 points, that could be a massive swing for any of these teams.
Yep.
The Bush Bandits, arguably the best team, Courage, the best club in the lead right now by I think about 700 points. Which club is last place right now?
It's the one I'm in, the Lucky Llamas.
That is cool. Too bad.
Yep. Sorry, man. Keep rubbing it in, but you know, I'm confident in every Lucky Llamas player to just win. We'll get far as the club if we just don't lose this weekend. That's everyone at the top is Lucky Llamas. Those two right there want to spoil it. Wait, aren't they Bush Bandits?
I don't believe so.
Oh.
I think they're Rift Raiders.
Oh, Rift Raiders. Oh,
which is terrifying because that's an absolute ridiculous duo.
Here we go.
To have to play against.
The battle bus is launched, folks. We're getting into game number 2. Here it is, a live look at everyone dropping on down. What adjustments will we see? Who will catch the team at the top of the leaderboards? Again, we'll have scoreboards and standings for you guys here soon. There's a look at the top right of where everyone's fanning on out. This is a direct middle bus. Everywhere on the map going to be in play.
Now the cube there, I'm interested to see if somebody drops in over the cube. There's quite a bit of loot up top, but the island that was originally in the middle of Loot Lake, now Leaky Lake, as we saw a little relabeling on the map earlier, I think it was last week or the week before. Actually, it looks like 2 teams, Nice, Nanolite. We have a couple players dropping in up top. You see on the mini-map at the top right, there's actually a llama down in the water underneath. You can see the little icon there.
Yep. So 1 llama up by Lazy. You've got 1 llama down there in the lake, and then 1 by Dusty Divot. So it's absolutely awesome.
Up here at the creepy castle up top, Maddie and Tina. And out one of the top of the pillars. Trying to make a little bit of coverage here. This early, probably not a ton of materials. You see 4 builds available for Devious from Sora Frosty. Trying to shoot into the top of the window there with the grappler.
The grappler is my favorite item in Fortnite. The mobility it gives you. The key things in these competitive maps, right, are that you need to not hesitate at all when you make plays. And the grappler lets you just immediately close the gap, get aggressive when you have the slightest advantage on an opponent. See Maddie right now with some quick edits.
Cover herself a little bit as she's trying to push up, get as much material as possible. She ran out there just building that last ramp, but she's gonna have to defend herself shortly here. Hopefully she has a top down. Maddie engaging. Devious gets a shotgun shot off. A little bit of damage, but they still have shield. Frosty, Devious. Little resource sharing there inside the bottom of that pillar. Not a lot of aggressive play here, only because I'm assuming the material count is so low this early. These 2 teams landed directly on top of each other. Got to build up that little 1-by-1 on top of what's already built, the natural cover there. Frosty getting, looks like 18 damage off of that mini he just got done popping.
You mentioned low materials. Frosty literally had 6 brick when we swapped to this perspective.
2 builds available now. Only 7 shotgun shells, 5 bandages. Resources this early are so low. It's going to be a very chess-like gameplay between these 2 teams.
And
who can get that one shot? Who's going to make a mistake first? The 20 damage, long-range shotty shot there.
The loot at the castle is already pretty, scarce. And now to have to share it with people and not even have the chance to really actually loot it yet. It looks like they're going. They know they're split. They know they're split. They're diving right onto Tina. This is a brilliant play. What did I mention about the grappler? It lets you immediately decide I'm going. And right there, they recognized that one player, I believe that was Maddie, got too far low. Tina was exposed, grappled right on. Tina had no chance to reply because I think she wound up getting cracked for like 112 by the shotgun close range.
Even if Tina had gotten a solid shot off on either of those sword players, the chances of a trade were so low because it was a 2v1 situation.
Yep.
They throw themselves at it, they're going to win it.
Yep.
They're going to win every single time.
That was actually beautifully done. That's the communication again. You see, I'm grappling, I'm going, and flying on in. Look at this. Good luck reacting to that. Absolutely gone.
And green tag 112.
I think they're now looking to eliminate the other teammate, and there's no build left, it appears.
Down the bottom, just trying to cover herself up. Every chance she gets, drops in with. A trap play potentially there would have saved Maddie if she had one. Not sure if she did or not, but that's tough. A 2v1 where both players are getting aggressive from different angles too. You had one from above and the adjacent side, same elevation, just both of them trying to push in simultaneously. There's kind of no way out of that.
Now, over towards Risky Reels, we saw Vic Vicious, Cookie Monster last game at Lazy Links. No team yet with 3 eliminations in this one. We just watched Devious and Frosty secure their 2 at the castle. Novi and Noobtra, they were the first to get, I believe, 3 elims last game.
Indeed.
And now they're right back up to 2 again. Again, in these duos, you need 3 elims to wind up getting your first point. If you win your opening fight, it's obviously risky, but you get 2 elims right away. Now you just need to basically third party one more. Puts you in a great spot to basically secure 1 point.
So here in the Wailing Woods, a lot of resource here, especially in competitive games. Vic Vicious and Cookie Monster already sitting on a decent amount for basically the starter kit of building your base, but they're going to have to harvest everything that they can, every material possible. That's why we saw earlier teams literally knocking out the edge of walls that are embedded in the ground. Ifa and Tinny going to try and push in through the rift to go. A top-down view there. I'm curious if that team on top of, I believe that's MacGuffins, is going to see this dive. Here we go, pushing in. Ifa and Tinny going to try and get as aggressive as possible here. A little build fight, but that opponent can jump out and pop the glider anytime they need to if they have an opportunity.
The dual pistols shred through these wooden walls. Iva trying to stay up top. Remember, they can glide away whenever they need to. It looks like the player nearby has started to fall on down, and it's so key to try to keep, track of where they are.
No, Rue is actually still inside.
And they were able to get a full med kit off, too. They're just going to glide away.
Ifa and Tinny must have lost tracking on the opponent there as they built into the middle, basically the meat of that tower.
Yep.
A med kit in the middle of a 2v2 like that is extremely key.
Look at the materials, though. That's why
598.
they just had to wind up falling away.
Build.
Not a single build possible. And that is, there's no worse feeling in Fortnite than that. Because 90% of Fortnite skill comes in the building, in my opinion. When you can't build, in this lobby,
good luck.
Good luck. So I'll say, this area completely untouched with the loot. 1 chest opened. A second one there as well.
Tinny's going to grab the second. Some minis popping out. Still a couple bandages. Not sure. Tinny doesn't look like he's at 75 HP just yet, so some bandage here there might be a good move. Enough building, though. Now Ifa, is 100-100. These guys trying to move up top. This is down in Lucky Landing, the very south edge of the map.
We got multiple players just below.
3 teams.
Yeah.
Mitch going down to the bottom of that tower there.
Sick. Just bouncing around.
That heavy snipe.
Heavy sniper. So that immediately one-shots any wall that comes on in. And when that happens, it lets you just drop on and catch your opponent off guard. Maybe they don't get a wall place in time. It's something that, hey, I've got this wall's protection. If someone starts spraying it, they can build in time, right? You see right there, they just did it. Shoots the heavy sniper at the wall and then immediately gets shield tags. I think we're gonna see it again. Here it is.
Have to go for the replace there, maybe an edit soon. Gonna knock that floor out, there it is.
Oh, that quick build just barely blocked one, but it wasn't enough to stop the other. The edits, the battle now as players are spraying from either side, looking from the high ground, trying to break on in.
Get a flank from above right there.
Yep.
Kind of leaving his teammate down in the bottom, gets the knock at T'Challa, so having to double back to try and save his opponent. He's got to take the same angle. The shotgun shot through, sick, no shield, and goes down. The attempt at the aggressive push with that heavy snipe, knocking the walls out, literally dropped his teammate into the same elevation as his opponents.
Look at the chug jug. Great value. And this is exactly when you want to use it. as they'll pop this. Rewarded. They've got the heavy sniper now as well. Over to Winter and Crashy. 77 players still left.
Seen a feed. Came from Ghost. Gets a knock on Cookie Monster. Teammate Big Facious might still be up. Didn't see if it was actually an elimination or just a knockdown. Prequel and Rampie built on the bottom of an adjacent tower there. A lot of teams taking an opportunity to heal before they have a minute and 10 before the storm moves. Now's the time, especially if you're not getting third-party pushed by anybody. Top off in any way that you can. Now, they know, like I said, there's a team in there. Crash is just going to try and bring down as much of it as possible while they're spraying in the nades. A little bit of a delayed explosion to drop the walls. Free fire as much as they can.
And with metal being used to build, it's almost like you think, is this opponent on low material? Whoa! Winter just got knocked by, I believe that was a hand cannon. Oh gosh, and now the drop on in. Look at how panic, look at the panic build.
He's got a spray.
Brilliantly done, Prequel. Yes, there it is. The legendary hand cannon hits the shot. And that was what, probably 150 plus damage from that range?
At that range, yeah.
My goodness.
That's going to turn the tide almost immediately. And like we've seen in the past, we've seen multiple times, as soon as a team knows that they have a competitive advantage, they're going to push. That headshot, that set the tone immediately.
And that was Prequel who was spamming those metal walls. And I mentioned the materials. Prior to picking up the about 400 wood, they had, I think, 1 wood and 5 bricks, so down to just the last 200 mats. That could have spelled disaster if there was more spray that could come on in. Here's the zone. About, what, maybe half the teams are in play right now and is safe in the next zone.
Quite a few are still having to rotate in there. You see the bottom left corner, a team in that little factory area the dance club is. I think DJ Yonder hits that up pretty often.
Oh, yeah.
They have a pretty safe rotation in. They're going to run into potentially 1 or 2 teams. But if you look at, once you start to look to the northwest side, 5, 6 teams have to push past Salty. You're going to see a lot of players run into each other on the rotation, and they're going to have to make the decision as to whether or not going for elimination and engaging a fight or just bypassing fighting and pushing into the zone is a smarter play.
And this is exactly what you're mentioning. Deciding which fights to pass, what's their best avenue to get into this next safe area. Look, they're saying, okay, let's go through retail. Look at how different retail looks with everything destroyed, like literally everything. One quick little hop right there, as they're going to break this truck for any metal they can get.
Even farming on the move is going to be important because we've seen so many times early game, even in a late game, players that run out of materials, it's a death sentence every single time. They're going to get eliminated. You have people that will be just stacked with materials. Here we go. You love the grappler play. Frosty pushing in up top.
And look, that immediately let Frosty grapple to the roof and have the natural high ground on that opponent. Just in one brief moment, no materials used, way quicker than actually running. Just hops right on up there and now looking down on their opponent. Yep, the save Case and company had to back on up. Still not safe, though. And again, 25 seconds away from Make It Rain. $10,000 more up for grabs for the team that gets the most eliminations in zones 3 and 4.
Now, last game, 8 eliminations was the count that determined who won that $10,000 Make It Rain bonus. But depending on the circle placement and how these players are playing over the course of their heat, things might change. 8 eliminations might not be what's required in this next one. It all depends on play styles. You're going to see some grenades coming in, and there it is. The very beginning, Flame actually getting the double elim on Vertex and Frosty. Frosty had the grappler, but it didn't pay off there.
I'm wondering, did those 2 elims that just happened, were they in Make It Rain or not?
Timing.
Were they in Make It Rain or not? We'll have to wait for the official word on that. But either way, Make It Rain bonus has begun. The team with the most eliminations during this time between the 3rd and 4th circle will wind up winning that $10,000 if there are 2 teams tied, or if no one gets an elim. Then that money carries on to the next game. It looks like this was from, okay. We just want to show you the glider.
Very beautiful glider. Case and Cowboy looking to their west right there, trying to see that edit and replace, immediately repairing it, makes it just so they can see through. The stink bomb coming, pushing Case back to the back of his little tunnel right there. Mitro.
What a fantastic inventory for Mitro. 2 elims so far. You got minis, bandages, grappler, everything you could ever want.
Ifa and Tinny here.
There's Cloaksy in the feed, knocking out Risker from 100 Thieves. Minis now will be popped.
Noobtra and Novi just went down on the feed to 2 players from Hero. Even our high elim players are getting knocked out relatively early. Some of these games, just because positioning can be tough, depending on the circle rotation. Now, fighting out in the storm here. Majin goes down. Tinny, the knock.
There's no way they're going to try to res. No way.
The storm. It's a very long distance rotation here.
Oh, but they're still down. And they quickly tapped escape there to bring up the scoreboard. 4 limbs in total. That was not enough to secure another point.
1 point, though, it might be all it takes, just depending on the placement relative to the other teams.
Well, they already had points from last game, too,
exactly.
if you remember. So they're still in a fantastic position, continuing to get points on the board. Here comes the rotations now as everyone beginning to soar on forward. You see that was Mountain quickly editing that pyramid. The pyramid is one of the it's one of the signs of a player that I feel like you see a pyramid begin getting built when you're facing them, and you're like, okay, this person, they're above bot level. Is that the nice way to say it?
I don't. You said it, not me.
Yeah.
Let the record show. But you're not wrong. Players that know how to layer the floors as they're building, whether they have a height advantage over somebody and they're trying to build it in the zone, they'll put a flat surface and then a pyramid, flat surface, pyramid, just to try and make progress forward. That doubling up kind of secures any shots from above or below. They don't have to worry about a push from any direction other than maybe potentially their sides.
Jammies.
Just trying to build his way into the safe zone there.
That's rough.
Godnick in the feed, taking Roto down. Shade taking Godnick out.
2 minutes and 22 seconds remaining on the Make It Rain bonus. Oh, that's you're not able to walk through that wall. There you go. Now they found their way out of their own build.
Tunneled themselves in.
Oh,
getting
gosh.
shot from above, it looks like from the, was that northeast? They're moving in, just trying to build a little bit of a tunnel, anything for cover from above, because you never know who might be watching. They're inside the safe zone now, so they're going to do, this is super common. Build up as many boxes, edit yourself in.
And they've got people
they
right on top. They've got people right on top. Quick edits coming in. You've got to be careful having that rocket launcher in these quick edits where we've seen it before. It's happened to, I'm going to be honest, Ninja countless times in the skirmishes. Him and his teammate, they like one goes to shoot a rocket out, the other goes to edit the window. They wind up just hitting themselves. I think that happened twice to Ninja with his partners in the Fall Skirmish. But hey, it's because how fast those edits are. If you are not on the exact same wavelength, it could come back to bite you.
Now, at this point, you have 56 players in this circle, Jack.
56.
And the area that they're in, minus what's left of Fatal Field and kind of the northwest edge of the map, once this starts to close, there's not a lot of natural cover.
It's basically like 56 players stacked into a Greasy Grove size map right now. As again,
FPS getting knocked by JDW in the feed. Eternal going down to the general. JDW finishing that. Elam gets himself another one there. Sager Studios gets a knock. Devious from Soar, who we watched earlier. That feed in the bottom left is going to be your best bet to know exactly how things are playing out right now, because as this circle closes, we got 38 seconds, 56 players left still alive, and the Make It Rain bonus has 30 seconds left for 10,000. The most eliminations, so long as there is a team that is clearly in the lead during this circle, comes away with 10,000. Now, if there's a tie, that 10K rolls over to the next round.
Check it on in now. Tifu and Cloaksy still in this game. Tifu with 2 eliminations, not sure where Cloaksy stands. It looks like they're continuing to fight close. So many materials still ready to go. And now with the spray coming from up top, they know let's full spray this wall. Tifu with the knock. This would put him at 3, which would automatically be a point. There it is. So no matter what Cloaksy has to his name, they've already earned another point for themselves. A trap! No! The trade there, as I can tell you, Kaysen is so frustrated at that.
Monster's got to be happy with himself. That quick heads-up play, potentially at that moment, knowing he's not going to win that. So placing the trap and saying, last second, you're coming with me. You don't get to survive this.
Cloaksy smelt it, or dealt it, and Blue Hawk smelt it. So that looks like a quick elimination there from the Stink Grenade. They are very far from this next zone.
You pointed out earlier, Tifu sitting on 3 of his own. Cloak has 2, which is 5. That's 2 eliminations for them already, and there's 41 left in this.
Wow. So they've earned themselves another 2 points in this game as they continue to, well, run away with the score at the moment.
Prequel, 4 eliminations of his own. Looks like the most in the game for a solo player so far. Mowgli
They had
and
another
Norse.
rift to go just like last game. So Cloaksy in both games has had a rift to go.
And Tfue has another heavy sniper rifle.
Do they just like, is there like something that they spawn these weapons in with?
How are they getting these setups every single game?
Look at this. They're just floating on in. They're more than happy.
Let everybody else fight it out.
Not to see up here, not to see up here.
At this point, too, I don't think any of these players are going to look up anyway because there's so much movement on the ground level. There's no reason to look up.
34 left, quick windows coming in. You're just looking for those fast shots out of the opposing players. Devious and Frosty way up top. We checked in with them all the way early on in the game. Think of where they've had to travel from. They went from the castle in the northwesternmost part of the map now to right around Fatal Fields. It looks like they'll go ahead and try to finish this elimination. There it is. It's at least 1 point on the board for Frosty and Devious.
We've seen these two players from Hero in the feed quite a bit. Icy taking 3 pull-out in the feed. FPS getting Emperor from Envy. 30 players left, 20 seconds until this next circle, and the circle is going to start to move.
Uh-oh, low on ammo for these players. If they're having to split like that, and already they only had around 100. The one player's name. Here we go, Mowgli and Sorn.
Wow.
Now inching forward, 5 seconds. This is where, to be honest, everything just goes insane.
Looks like maybe a 1v1 there against Sean, stuck up above Cloak. Tfue just trying to box himself in, put himself in a good position. He's got the grappler. One of the best parts about the change with the glider and the grappler together is you can grapple towards the surface, fly past it, and deploy that glider.
Yep.
You don't need a structure to jump off of necessarily. You can do it off of a tree, anything that's already freestanding. You have a lot of mobility options with that. So Tfue is in a great spot because of it. He just has to make sure that his position as he's flying in, he's got to watch for these rotations. We've seen players, they're not looking up necessarily, depending on what's going on around them. So he doesn't have to potentially worry about getting shot out of the sky. But you've got, this is the scene on the ground, and I don't blame Tfue and Cloak for avoiding it completely.
Yeah, no, everything just going crazy. 15 seconds till the zone closes, and look at how fast it's moving now on that mini-map. Everything closing on in. Tfue down to just 19 HP. They're on the low ground now. This is looking like a rough spot for this duo. No healing to Tfue's name. No idea if Cloaksy has it in. Let's see if there's a quick pass off here. Doesn't appear so. I think they're out of healing, out of builds now for Frosty. He's stuck. 1 more zone to go. 27 players left. Here we go.
Just waiting to see who rotates out here. The number of little boxes and bases being built up. A lot of really solid shots from Frosty there. Knows that player has no shield now as soon as he saw the yellow, that crit damage pop up. But look at the number of players still in the field here. Tfue and Cloak still trying to make their way through. You see Sean from Ghost, very low, actually gets eliminated right.
Tfue's on high ground.
Right as I say it.
I think they're all trying to fight Tfue for high ground. As there goes Cloaksy. He gets chunked.
Devious. Tfue all by himself, potentially the very top of the map right now. Hopefully
he's out
nobody
of
looks up. That's why he's not building the pyramids in that moment too. He's worried the most right now just about making it into the zone. He can't secure his own builds.
And there you go. This is the high. How does Tfue always get here? Look at this. How does he always get here? In his mind right now, he's just looking to trim the fat, get rid of as many players as possible. He's not going to win a heal off. He needs to basically handle the rest of the lobby by himself with the help of everyone else here.
Or let them handle each other. That's basically what's happening. He doesn't necessarily have to shoot down. If they're going for placement points too, there's 10 left, 9 left as I say it. Giganza goes down. JDW, the 2 players from Hero, 6 eliminations.
Wow.
Already to his name. 7 players left.
And moving on in, you see Left Eye and Geber playing at mid-ground level. They got players above, they've got players below. 7 in total. This is where your hand is basically forced if you're a player that can't win a heal off. Hero, they're playing low ground because guess what? They can't build a single wall. 40 seconds left on this zone. It's slowly closing on in. We know Tfue can't heal. We know he's got to make some sort of play to drop on down to potentially either stay alive and just hope people forget about him up top.
I don't know if you noticed, but Tfue's actually letting them build his floors out underneath him. He doesn't have anything left to build with. He has to let somebody else secure his own platforms, and they're doing that. Maybe they don't realize he's up there. 4 left. Tfue's still in it. Another Elim, 3 left.
He got bandages. No, there's no way. This can't happen again. It's gonna tick way too hard. There's no way he outlives the zone. He's trying to break on down. The zone is moving. Tfue spraying down on the Hero. He hasn't broken down yet. He's still looking for it. He's gonna try to pop this heal as he's moving with the zone. It's gonna do way too much damage. Yeah. There's no way. You see.
Can you believe how his ability to stay alive just wasn't enough?
Hey, he did that all with 19 HP. There was 30 players left when he had 19 health. And then he was, what, second there? You see him with the little flex. As, wow. They get that far, but I believe it was Stockholm that winds up taking the actual game itself, and there's a celebration there as players just laughing the victory royale on their screen. No better feeling in Fortnite.
A lot of these players, the timing is literally everything for the last second there. I apologize for not realizing the name of the team that won. It cut so quickly.
Yeah,
Hopefully we see that here in a second.
Yeah, there he is. So who got second and who got third? They like dropped at the same moment. I can't tell. But hey, it doesn't get much better than that. He's got healing outside the zone. He knew it. Look. The pop-off, we probably need a new headset there as that might be broken, but either way, the relief. Again, top 12 teams make it to Sunday and wind up playing for that huge amount of prize money on the line there. I believe we'll be having maybe an interview from these players here momentarily, but 2 games in, halfway through Heat 1 so far. It seems like Tfue and Cloaksy proving that they are the real deal.
A lot of heads-up play and literally using every resource they have, even if it's basically nothing.
Yeah.
Jack, why you got to hold up? You really got to do that?
Well,
you really want to?
They brought them up
really
here. I think these are available for people live in the venue to go and just get. Yeah. Oh! Everyone's holding them up. Yo, which club are you repping out there? That was. That was not even. That wasn't English.
You couldn't understand
that
a thing that they just.
But you look great. Everyone out there looks beautiful. You look great. Go to Noms, have a churro, drink some slurp juice, take some photos, enjoy yourselves. The lounge, the bean bags, it's awesome to see. Oh, is that a Lupo shirt?
Potentially,
is that a Lupo shirt?
I do indeed see.
Wow.
I think I know him. I think I know him.
Good. Well, hey, they got a great sense in fashion. I'll tell you that much.
I appreciate that, Jack.
Halfway through the games, great stuff so far. The glider redeploy, what a difference it's making for these high ground builds. Tfue, the fact that he did that with 19 health for me is the biggest story from that game. Was he basically went from there's no chance to get a point to gets the high ground, gets more eliminations, and lives to a top 3, maybe top 2 in that final ending.
On top of that, you have players like Devious and Frosty that traveled all the way from the northwest corner of the map
to the
basically the middle south. You're traversing the entire map in the middle of a game like this, which means and they had materials. So you have players that are paying attention to the resource utilization on the move. They're harvesting everything that they can, and they're making clean movements with the glider redeployed. Maybe a grappler, because they had one before the engagement on the team that they were against up top of that castle. It's impressive to me to see a team like that from SOAR, that they know how to take advantage of every opportunity that they have, and they don't lose any traction. They're still geared out of their minds as they move through too.
And remember, when the grappler was originally released, it had 15 charges, 15 uses. Now it's down to 10. You obviously have to make the most of every grappler you use, and when we saw them use their first one back in the castle, they still had that same grappler all the way at the end of the game. It's one of those things where it's like, this is the moment I need it. I need to use this right now. It's time for me to make a play, use this to get to safety. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, it's one of those things, if you're watching these games and you're at home and you're trying to pick up competitive Fortnite tips, those are the kind of plays you need to pay attention to. Burning through resources at the wrong time just to use them, that you're throwing opportunities away.
Oh, for sure. And, there's a lot of exciting stuff going on right now in the world of Fortnite. One of the big ones is the first progressive skin in-game was released. That you're seeing a lot of people rep it online right now. Here it is again, though. The Dead Fire skin. Fortnitemares introduced it. As I mentioned, the first progressive skin. Outfit transitions through 3 levels as you deal damage and try to outlast enemy players. I believe it was still available in the item shop last I checked. I already own it, so I bought it the second it came out. There's a look at it. The 3 phases, so sick. And that just, again, continue to build on the different things you can get in game. I love the idea behind the progressive skins. Awesome stuff.
On top of that, too, if you're hitting up the item shop and you didn't already know this, the supported creator feature is still out there. Make sure there's a ton of really good content creators Feel free to plug anybody's name in there that you enjoy watching.
There's a full list you can find online.
Exactly.
Go look.
Exactly.
Support your favorite creators. It's a great little program that they have there, changing so many lives again through Fortnite. I believe we have another replay package to take a look at from that final game, again from Tfue and Cloakzy, landing where you'd expect, down here towards the southeasternmost part of the map, as they picked up that quick elimination versus Acid, who they fought early on last game too.
They did. It is going to be interesting to see if you see players like that, because Acid, they know that Tfue and Cloak land in the same location pretty much every single time. Are they going to start avoiding that, knowing full well that that's going to be a tough engagement to take? Or are they going to go in for round 2, round 3, round 4 to try and establish dominance and take control of that zone? Because it's such a good landing spot. A lot of chests, a lot of loot, a lot of resources. But yeah, Tfue here, this top-down view of everybody using just enough to get in the zone.
He's not 1 or 2 layers above. He's
3, 4, 5, 6,
like 6 layers up. There's no way anyone's even noticing him. Because of the Glido redeploy, he's able to drop down without taking damage, even with 0 materials.
Catch his general rotating in, trying to jump down.
He saw he wanted that medkit, but he knew he didn't have enough time to use it. Shifting with that zone, popping them again down to the wire. Great game 2 in the books. As we move forward now, I believe we'll have a brief break here for just a couple minutes as we let players recover, use the restroom, get ready for games 3 and 4. But now, do you expect to see players begin to change how they play?
I think with the introduction, you have a giant bonus in the middle, the Make It Rain bonus in the middle of the game. Plus, players now know there's only 2 games left. If they're going to try and establish some points, try and get themselves in a good position for the grand finals, they have to play, maybe make adjustments to landing zones, loadouts. Their standard play might not work. If it hasn't been paying off thus far, changing it up is going to be probably the best play they can make.
Oh, for sure. And it can't be stressed enough that we've seen one game is all you need. One big game is all you need to get you in that top 12, to get you in a spot that gets you through this heat towards the matches, on Sunday. No matter who you're rooting for here, they are still in the running. Even if they have 0 damage done up to this point, they are still in the running to make it to Sunday's heat. They just need one good landing, one good start, one good game, and that can make all the difference.
If you are watching at home, make sure grab your best clips, your favorite stuff. Hashtag Fall Skirmish on Twitter. Tag Fortnite Game, tag Jack's account 50 times. Do what you need to do. Get this stuff out there because there's a lot of impressive play happening.
Why only my account 50 times?
I just want to see your phone explode.
Great, perfect.
You're welcome.
Thanks for that. Really a great casting duo right there. We are currently calculating the standings, so we'll provide you guys an update with that. I'd expect Tfue and Cloakzy to be up top at first, obviously.
You never know, though. We saw in the first game 8 eliminations during the Make It Rain bonus. That right there is 4 points for that team without even placement being calculated on top of that. So you could have people that maybe we haven't even had our eyes on too much. Hopefully we can get some attention to these players that are just putting up crazy elimination counts, because the big bonus can put people over the top.
No, it's actually great to see. I believe right now we have an interview with our winners from game number 2. Zeke should have them on the floor.
What's going on, Courage and Lupo? You guys are killing it on the cast. As always, I am joined by SNG D. Colcom and TJ. I actually spent quite a bit of time trying to pronounce DK's name correctly. In case you guys have been keeping up, I call him DK, just simple sake. Guys, how does it feel winning this game number 2?
I mean, it's fucking a dream for me, because I didn't really think we had that game because we were so pressured and we didn't have a lot of armor to shoot at people. So it was a big, it was nice winning the second game.
And then we saw the final moments of that circle. DK, you just kind of fell behind, and you just you guys move with the circle. I'm just going to heal back here. What was the thought process there?
Well, so we had 2 kills at that point, and TJ actually just told me, 1 more kill, and you get a point. And I was like, can I go for something crazy instead? And he's like, yeah, it's fine, do it. And I just went for 3 medkits in a row and just won the game off it. It's a great feeling.
That's awesome. What was your initial land looking like? Where did you guys start? What kind of troubles did you guys deal with moving through this game and eventually to the win?
Yeah, we ended up landing at Tomato. The first game we got our 2 kills, but we went out and died. When we met the next team, TJ got third party. But this game, we actually went away with just a shotgun and an SMG, and we rotated far around from Tomato to Kevin's Island there, and just fly to the zone. We just sat at the low ground and hoped for the best. Yeah.
So what is the, we've seen the glider redeploy kind of make its way into the game. How have you guys been utilizing that? How have you adapted that to your play style?
I mean, like, we have not really used the new thing so much, I think. So that's not really a big thing for us, I think. Yeah.
Cool. So what strategies are you guys going to employ going to the next 2 games? Is it just like rinse and repeat? Just lock it up, lock it down, take it to the Victory Royale? What's the plan?
I actually think we're going to go for a kill intensive instead and hope for getting 1 more point that way. But if we have like a perfect game for a heal off again, we might as well go for it.
Anything to say to your fans in case you cannot hear them roar behind us? They're not that far away. So what do you guys want to say to the fans?
I don't really know. Just, yeah, I don't know. Let's go, Denmark!
Let's go, like, Fortnite!
There you go, Fortnite. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I believe with that, we're going to a short break. So guys, stay tuned. We have more action heading your way. Actually, wait, Courage Lupo, do you guys want?
Hey.
Oh, there you are. Hey,
I want the
missed
spotlight
you.
again. That was
I
enough
forgot
on you.
about
That was
you.
enough
My
on
bad.
you. Bring it back.
How's you guys doing? Yep, you guys take it away. We're going to hang out
He
some
really
more.
thinks he's trying to take my job away
Can
from
you
me.
believe Zeke?
The nerve of that guy.
We'll have a conversation with that
We will,
afterwards.
we will.
There will be reprimanding.
Zeke's never seen it again on camera. No. Great stuff there. Great to hear from the players. It's interesting to hear them mention they haven't really felt too much change from the glider redeploy. From our perspective, it's changing
It looks absolutely
how
wild.
everything is.
You have players that, like we've said, you could be in a build fight and you have the opportunity to just disengage at will now if you're caught in a bad spot. Now, before this, we had things like the bouncer.
Yep.
And those kind of provided a similar movement mechanic, but the control wasn't there in the same way. With the glider redeploy, you build up and you can fly wherever you want to. So we've seen players literally elect exactly where they want to go, depending on the circumstances. They can plan even better than they could before. 100%. I think that's changed the way that people are taking engagements. Plus, on top of that, we've seen there's always been a big focus on the style of your ramp builds. Yep. Right? You have people build, ramp, floor, wall, just to try and put up multiple layers of defense, so you can't get knocked down in the air because you take fall damage. That's not the case now. You have people just spam ramp all the way up in the air.
Materials.
Exactly. Just jump off and you can fly wherever you need to. It's aggressive and defensive at the same time, and on top of that, there's no use count to it.
For sure.
It's an unlimited resource to just be able to traverse the map.
It's quite good. I'll look at the crowd again there, eagerly awaiting game number 3. As you guys know, we've been having these skirmishes. We have the summer skirmish, now the fall skirmish. For those who are maybe tuning into Fortnite, a Fortnite event for the first time, we want to give you guys a little rundown on what exactly the skirmishes are. Let's have a watch.
When I first heard about the Skirmish series, I thought, what an awesome way to celebrate our community and our player base. If I had to describe what a skirmish is, it's where we pull some of the best players from all over the world together and have them compete and prove who is better than everyone else. It's a weekly competition. The Summer Skirmish series ran for 10 weeks, and the Fall Skirmish series will run for 6. I think one of the things that's really special about the series is that we have these icons like Tifu that can show up and play, but then we also pull players from the Solo Showdown LTM. We put them all in one lobby and say, fight for our love, fight for our affection, and fight for glory. I mean, what's better than that? Definitely one of my favorite moments from the Summer Skirmish is the fact that Margossi won Grand Finals. I mean, he shows up to PAX with no badge, no real means to stay, qualifies, and then walks away with a $225,000 prize pool.
It's going to take him a bit to process exactly what he's seeing on the screen.
That is what we call shock,
Oh,
people.
yeah.
I mean, that's life-changing for him. That opens so many doors, and I honestly can't wait to see more from him. When I interviewed him afterward, he definitely lagged out.
I don't even know. Probably just...
Let's just say, I don't think he really could process what just happened.
I did it, you know?
Margossi getting the win? That's complete validation of what the Skirmish series is all about. Anyone can win. You just have to have the drive, the dedication, and the passion to push you above everyone else. So I know we're not through the Fall Skirmish just yet, but I think one of my favorite moments thus far has been Atlantis Mitro coming out in week number 2. He utilizes that new shockwave grenade to launch himself down in that final 1v1 moment, catching his enemies off guard. And I mean, us as the spectators, we completely lost it.
He can actually send him... Oh! No, wait. No way! What?
He made it look so easy. I think that's really what highlighted him as a player. And if there's anything I've learned from the summer and now the fall skirmish, it's that anything is possible. And that's what makes this game so special. As a commentator, to get to come back every week, it's been so incredible watching the players grow, the game evolve, and the community get stronger. If you're at home watching and you have the drive, the passion, the dedication, you should start practicing. Because who knows, it could be you on the stage of the World Cup.
The skirmishes, what a success they've been so far. So many incredible moments. My favorite play of any of the skirmishes is still that Mitro,
The shockwave grenade.
down to the... That for me was one of the most 7,000 IQ plays I've seen yet in Fortnite.
That's out of the box thinking that Fortnite kind of brings to the table.
Yep.
You have a number of utility pieces that not other games, other games don't necessarily have, and you have players utilizing them in ways that we haven't seen before. I mean, that kind of stuff. Those are things that we incorporated into our own gameplay after we see some of these players just deploy that, think like this.
Yep.
It blows my mind when you see people do stuff like that.
It's something that one of the best ways you can improve at Fortnite is watch the best play. Tune into the streams, watch their broadcasts. It's why players like Tfue have so many live viewers. Ninja have so many live viewers for their skill that they bring in, the out-of-the-box thinking they can have, the entertainment obviously that's there as well. Tune in to these top pro players, and I promise you will begin to use things that you've never thought of in your gameplay before. Oh, I watched Poach do this. Oh, I watched Myth do this. And now those little tips can immediately make you a better player just like that.
Even, any free time like that, practicing is a huge piece too. You have the playground mode. If you feel like your building is slacking, which I've worked on my building in playground quite a bit now because of the addition of all the things that they give you access
100%.
to and how fast you can get into it. There are utilities there. And players can take advantage of those things to do everything that they can. Because, like we were just talking about, anybody can win these.
Yep.
You can show up to one of these events and get registered and get in, depending on the format, how things are done, and make a name for yourself in a big way.
Yep. No,
in front of a lot of people.
A lot of these guys, you see some of these players who have now been signed to organizations literally have become players in the scene because of their building in playground. Like some of the clips that they have, right? Yeah, like how fast they can build, some of the 1v1 build battles they get into. It's one of the best ways to know, like, in a scenario where, hey, what happens when I lose the high ground? What happens when I have the high ground? What are the best edits I can, employ to get the advantage on my opponent? And that's a lot of where you learn is through playground. You set it on up. Every fight's a build battle. Then these guys hop into scrimmages. They hop into now, you think of the in-game events that have been going on, another great way to begin to build yourself up. Try practicing on a more competitive style. Those little online, in-game tournaments, those events, sure, they're not maybe the quality of skill that we see here this weekend, but it's a stepping stone, and that's how a lot of these guys have gotten to this point.
I feel like Fortnite does it in a different way, too, because they're always evolving the game, like I mentioned earlier. You have the addition and even removal of certain mechanics that have defined a play style for a while, and so they're putting competitive players in a position where they have to adjust on the fly to how the game is intended to be played. Whether you have a bounce pad or not available in the game, and they take a soaring 50s mechanic and bring it into the entire game, being able to redeploy your glider and fly through the air.
Yeah.
You've got, right now, shockwaves aren't available in competitive play for this event, and so players have to adjust every single time a change is made. They have to think on their feet, and I think that sets the top-tier competitive players apart from everybody else because they show that they can do it.
Yeah, no, 100%. There's so much that goes into these Battle Royale competitive games of thinking. It's not like, oh, it's me versus one team, like some other competitive games. I've got to think of me and then 49 other duo teams and where they can be. In those final zones, you not only need to be thinking of where you are, where the zone's going, what you're hearing around yourself, but you have to be wary of potentially 20 other teams at that time when the zone is that close who could all turn and snap onto you in a moment's notice.
Exactly.
You expose yourself a little bit too far for one step, and people realize that looks like a free elimination. You will get sprayed at by 10 players in one moment, and I can promise you it will not end well. We are currently just awaiting the updates for the standings at home for you guys. Obviously, we want to see them too, so we appreciate your patience as we'll have these in here momentarily. I know that the lobby seems to all be set up as we continue to move on forward. Either way, though, if you are live here this weekend at TwitchCon, remember this is the 4th ever TwitchCon, come on down, take a look at this. Not only is the competition obviously the huge kind of center of this, but there's a lot of stuff to look forward to. We are going to take a brief break here. When we come back, we'll have the updates for you guys in the standings. Games 3, don't go anywhere. DJ Yonder throwing down the tunes here. Nothing better as we come back from our break. I hope you guys are enjoying the coverage so far of the Fall Skirmish Finals here at TwitchCon live. We're halfway through heat number 1. So much competition and great moments up to this point. Again, Courage joined by Dr. Lupo. And again, this place, you see the crowd building behind us. TwitchCon fully sold out. Obviously one of the biggest draws here, the Fortnite booth.
If you're down here at the San Jose Convention Center, do yourself a favor. We're the South Hall. We took over the entire place. You need to come out here and hang out. The Fortnite is literally a movement at this point.
Yeah.
And you can see a ton of people here out here representing their favorite clubs. I saw a Bush Bandits one go up right there in the front. Pretty, I'm rather partial to them, Jack, to be honest with you.
Hey,
no,
it's fine.
No offense to the others, but you know, it's a Bush.
Yes, that is true. As I'm taking a look at my screen, I see players set up in the lobby, so we should be in there in just a few moments now. Got to go back and cover exactly how we made it to this point. I believe we'll have the standings here momentarily for you guys, so we'll take a look and see exactly where everyone racks up. We know we're gonna take a look at the top 12, which is really the players that are moving on into Sunday. So it kind of does make sense, as we'll be able to catch you guys up. But we saw last game, DK winds up winning that one. But wow.
There you go. Sitting at first place, Tfue and Cloaksy from FaZe with 12 eliminations, 10 points to their name. Ronan and JDW from Hero, 12 eliminations, but only 9 points. Mowgli, Norse, a lot of solid players sitting here in the top 12. Wow. And we're only halfway through this. So like you said, like we've said a bunch of times, to make sure that people truly understand that even just one game can shift the flow of gameplay for a team, can put them high enough to get into the finals, the grand finals. $400,000 for first place if they show up. Put up some big plays. It's going to be a good set of games. We got game 3 coming up just around the corner. And one of the things I think you're going to see from players, Jack, if they're not up here in the standings just yet, over time, competitive players, they're going to analyze the drops. That's a big piece. Your start can make or break an entire game, and one of the biggest pieces of analytical gameplay from a competitive player in Fortnite is saying, okay, I've watched where my competitors have dropped the previous matches.
Yep.
This spot's been empty, this spot's been empty, and they'll plan their drops accordingly based on trends from previous games. If they ran into a certain team that they know is extremely good, we've talked about them repeatedly because, man, the big focus of Heat 1 thus far is Tfue and Cloaksy. For good reason. I'm going to try and avoid the common drop zones for them because it would be just a bad play call to go to the same location.
First 2 games through, I believe Acid has tried to land at that lower desert area.
And they've paid the price.
Both times they've lost the fight. And you got to begin to think, is that a fight we want to keep taking? Granted, they might think they can beat them, but they haven't yet. Maybe they should change it up.
To be quite honest, fingers crossed that they make a different play call at this point. Maybe they practice that drop spot quite a bit in scrimmage games. The practice is everything, don't get me wrong. But they need to know setting a trend is going to be bad if people are watching for targets.
For sure.
You need to know when to shift your strategy, and I think now for those players is the time.
Well, we also have an update for you guys on our Make It Rain winners from game number 2. You saw them on the standings. They were in that second place spot. It's the 2 hero players who wind up winning that $10,000. And, hey, all they need to do, you get the most eliminations between zones 3 and 4. It's a pretty good spot to be in.
That's quite a bit of money. And we even made note midway through that game, seeing them in the feed repeatedly. Their names were showing up. JDW was putting up tons of really good shots, a lot of knocks that he didn't even necessarily have to finish himself. You let a third party come in and finish the elimination, you still get credit for it. And in a moment like that, if the Make It Rain bonus is active, might as well, right?
Oh, for sure.
Let everybody else do the work.
There's all our competitors right there, just chilling out, waiting for this game to get started.
A lot of strategic ADSing you saw on that screen there for a second. Now, I'd like to point out these are the similar, they're the same setups that these players have been playing on for previous events. Maybe, obviously, in a different location. We're here in San Jose today, but the setup should feel the same. So the environment, the trend of the environment, there's consistency, and for a competitive player that's practicing in an environment like that over and over again, that's going to help quite a bit. Plus, they knew well at a time that there were configurations that were established, so people knew how to practice. Put themselves in a better spot now. Here we go. Jack, game 3, heat 1.
Let's get
the finale of Fall Skirmish.
Yeah, again, we know our top 12. We saw the leaderboards. Who will hang on to those positions? Who will fall out of it? Who will move on in? Are the questions we begin to ask in games 3 and 4. Again, in total in the heats, 4 games played. Off the break of this one, everyone fanning out all over yet again. as we're waiting to see who gets in these early engagements to secure some early limbs.
Look at that southeast corner of the minimap on your screen. You see there's a number of teams. Drop it down, 2 teams. That same spot. I have a feeling that we're going to see another re-challenge against Tfue and Cloak at that little set of houses down there in the southeast corner. Looks like that potentially is acid dropping the gas station. But you do have a really solid spread of players across the entire map. A couple different llama markers out there so that those at home can see where those drops are. And in previous matches, we've seen those llamas, those little icons disappear, which means they got picked up. Those are getting spotted every time. That's a lot of resources on the spot to just have out of nowhere. 200, 200, 200 for all 3 materials goes a long way in initial fights. If you can get that very early and make a push against a team, you might already have established an advantage just based on materials alone.
Oh my goodness.
Look at this loot.
Look at the loot right now.
Gold compact SMG, gold AR, wow, a blue pump.
This is a
slurp, 3 minis, and just based on the shoot, he's at 75 already.
Yeah. This might be one of the best loots you could have off the break of a game. The legendary assault rifle, the legendary compact SMG, the rare pump shotgun. Will they try to push the agenda now and go for those early limbs? Over to Mitch now, up at Viking Village, and he gets clocked by Putrid with that shotgun. Grand Pooh Bear now pinched as well, and just like that, it's 2 quick limbs for the Envy duo.
An early established set of elims is going to go a long way. At this point, they need 1 more to pick up a point, and everything beyond that is it's just progress towards a better placement. Putting yourself in a position like that, getting an early lead on elims is going to be, it's big, because then third-partying later is even more valuable than it was if you didn't have any. If you're at 0 elims, maybe you pick off a team on rotation and put yourself at 2, but that's not a point yet. They won that landing, put themselves in a better spot. Reloads, Dusty here and Tilted.
Oh my goodness, that is horrifying. They're getting sprayed at from the island.
Directly above.
And they're just going to try to disengage. They're fighting that wind, as you saw right there. They've made it over to factories, and they'll look to reset now on this fight. But that is not a scenario they wanted to engage from.
They've got to be careful because that top down, actually, are
they chasing?
Getting ready to dive on in. That spot, though, is tough on top of the factory because the angle, I think, is still steep enough that they have a top-down view from above. Mitchell Amaj are going to have to build up and defend, or as they did, drop down and try and get inside the factory to not get third-party from above.
Over now to Rue and Kevlar, each with a knocked teammate. Oh, Rue just gets clocked right there. No shields left, and yeah, Kevlar, it's easy from there. He knew how much damage he had done. Quick little revive coming on in and flush factory, and you'd assume that they just won that area, so now they can go ahead and farm it up. Yeah, here's the view. No players nearby. Blue and Kevlar can now just go and begin to farm materials and get those mats to a great spot, but they are very far from that first zone.
I want to point out that it looks like potentially a misplay from Rue in the middle of that. I don't know if you noticed, but he repeaked the same side of that metal ramp twice in a row, and Kevlar was literally pre-firing with the gray burst at, at that edge. So as soon as he stepped out, damage happened immediately in the elimination. Repeaking a different side, always important.
Yeah, no, catching your opponent off guard is super, super key. 89 players left as the first zone begins to shrink. In the next 30 seconds, that rocket launcher, it just sounds scary every time it goes off. Flowers gets chunked by that double barrel.
Visible 1 HP. Get an edit down his teammate, taking shots from above. On his knockdown, here we go.
No!
Are you kidding me?
6 health. As MiG lives to see another day there.
SMG.
I think they had no shotgun. That was the thing.
The SMG spray with some aiming mistakes amidst that. There was a lot of heat on that.
What a high ground take. Brilliant edit out of that roof. Now Joshua, who had the high ground for the moment, tried to get aggressive. Instead, we'll have to seek refuge inside this house. Walls being spammed as grenades are thrown, but no damage landed.
See left eye, Geber both have quite a bit of resources. 3-1-1.
I think the biggest thing with the resources is their health right now. Look at the difference in health pool. Great grenades, continuing to knock down all this build. Geber with 1 knock. There's the second as well. And Rex and Joshua go down. And man, when you have that much of a health advantage with a double barrel this early on and you're fighting in a house, you should win that.
Well, it looks like
wow, three teams.
Grandpa on the outside just kind of watching and waiting. Anything you could do to chuck an explosive in, something to get any damage or maybe even a knock while these two teams are pushing in on each other. Big Vicious and Cookie Monster, we've seen a number of times. They're stuck in the, what is this, a garage, a storage room side of this house and try and knock the wall out. I wonder if they know if Grandpa's right in front of them in the southwest, unless he rotated away. Looks like he must have a
Ooh, that's a risky play right there. They tried to land the snipe, and then instead of being able to get any free damage with maybe an assault rifle, they whiffed the snipe, and now Big Vicious and Cookie Monster just turn around and they're ready for a fight. That's United's Jack running away. You've got Prequel and Brand Pie as well looking over. They've all got to begin to move to the zone, and that's why you're seeing him disengage from this angle. They're gonna get shot in the back, aren't they?
Most likely, if Big Vicious and Cookie Monster push out right now, you saw a shot for just a second, the build from Jack to defend any damage from the backside. He's rotating just as fast as he can away. Wouldn't surprise me if a Shadow Cube is picked up and they use the little launchers there, little craters. I guess they didn't at this point. You can get so much distance out of that just based on one quick cube usage.
Yep.
You jump it in and fly away.
Look at the materials. This is one of those games where if you're these United players, you're just thinking to yourself, man, we need some things to just get very lucky for us, right? Like we need some stuff on our end to save us in this scenario. As Eternal now forced to the low ground, and that's great help for the teammate. They don't pop the redeploy and the glider. Again, an example of some of these new things coming to play. That's 00 Flower who's knocked. Eternal gets traded. A one-on-one. They're trying to go for the limb. Can he save his teammate? No. Doesn't save the teammate in time. This Mountain
is still alive in there.
Yeah.
Travers Mountain. They're built up into a box. Could go for the replace that. Case it, a third party comes in. A little bit of tunnel vision there, not realizing he was getting pushed from a different angle. Flower's still up. Dre very low on HP.
Well, it was 190 meters, I think that shot was, or something like that. That was a far shot.
Distance.
But yeah, you saw there a very, very awkward fight.
Flower and Dre from Rogue just barely hanging on, built up in a little base. Hopefully they're sitting on a handful of bandages, a med kit, maybe some shield. Anything to build back up, because if K-Sid is still watching, they had to have seen in the feed that he was eliminated by another team. They know that there are eyes on them now. Yep. They can't just freely move out and reposition. They've got to be very cognizant of who else might be watching. You saw as Mitro and Majin are rotating in for the circle, another team was in the air. You're going to have multiple people come in simultaneously the same spot, potentially.
And even down there on the bottom side of the map, you've got the crate. It shows on your map where the crates are. You see just south of Risky Reels. One llama still in play as well in the zone, which 600 materials. That's beautiful.
Significant.
Yeah, and typically, you know, the shields and help that comes with it as well could make all the difference for whoever finds it. I wonder if it's like super hidden though.
Potentially, we've seen multiple players with basically no resources rotating in. United players, Ash and Jack, were sitting on very little just because of the situation they were in early game. Granted, they're the other side of the map, but you could have somebody up there run into that llama and totally change the way that they're going to play.
Yep.
Because they might be playing kind of a starvation style game, because they don't have a whole lot to their name, but you have multiple teams here. Mig, we saw clutch up big moments ago and get a double. Monster and Figures built into a base by themselves. Drama's Mars. Everybody's stacked up in a box together, just kind of just trying to stay established, trying to stay in the safe zone. Maybe not get tagged from outside of their fortresses. This coexistence is pretty common in competitive play too, especially during rotations, Jack. You see a lot of players build up inside the same base attached to one another and not necessarily risk an engagement because they don't want to throw away a solid placement. Granted, Monster and Figures, they're close enough to know that both teams are there, but they're not going to push out. There's no need to.
Yep. As looks like there was a little fight between Vilix, Giganza, and two enemies. I believe they came out on top. They've got at least one limb. There's the res, and now they'll heal off of it.
We saw Dre save Flower moments ago, but looks like Dre is going to tick out there.
Yep.
An elimination given away. Flower's still alive, though, against Bravo and Bartologist, who kind of have him vertically sandwiched, but just chilling up on the mountain. The top right of the screen.
Just chilling up there.
Just chilling, dude. There's no reason to push either. He can sit up top and just slowly tap fire.
Yep. And especially with
Studios rolled up his teammate.
Legendary assault rifle.
Oh, absolutely.
Not much better of a weapon to just tap fire with. Now the grenade coming in, and wow, one well-placed grenade just knocked that entire structure down. Keep in mind the glider redeployed, not going to really knock anybody out, but still, there goes 00 Flower losing that fight to Bartonologist.
As the structure was coming down, Bartonologist pulled out a grappler, one of a very common weapon, item we've seen a lot of people pick up in this, just because the utility of movement is so important. It looked like he flew away and immediately doubled back and took shots on Flowers. Flowers trying to rotate away from those grenades. Did not pay off, though. We got a lot of teams building up here around containers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, even potentially 6, as you see the team from Hero rotating in.
This was from earlier on in the game. Noobtra and Novi, we always mention how they seem to get these early elims. Each game in this heat so far, they've had they've been at 2 elims off the opening minute of the game. Nitro Megan, they're going for it now. Look at how low they are on AR ammo. Barely gets any damage from that shotgun tag, but a quick cleanup there will come on through. It's so key to have those good swap weapons from, I believe, 16 total rounds now to 128. And they've got eyes on the teammate. There goes Austin. This team from Atlantis, so darn good together.
I'd like to point out super quick, I was going to say, they are the last ones, it looks like, potentially rotating in a storm. There might be one other team. They were so far out. That glider redeploy coming in big there, but low HP, 9, 7. He's going to just barely make it in 5 HP.
Now 3 and 1 mini, so 28 total health for the Sex Flight, and they're getting sprayed at. Oh,
lucky med kit,
a med
right
kit
above. From
the teammate. The Make It Rain bonus has begun as well. $10,000 on the line for whoever gets the most eliminations in these next 2 zones.
You got to remember, too, if 2 teams tie or if no one gets any elimination during this time frame here, it carries over to the next game. So we'd see a $20,000 Make It Rain bonus, and that'll continue so long as nobody claims it. We see a knock from Bravo on Frosty in the feed there, 41-meter snipe. No elim yet, though, and we're going to keep our eyes down there just in case somebody picks up some numbers.
Still 60 players left, 59 now. Both F3 players just staying right on the edge of the zone, and Atlantis doing that strategy where when your opponents have that high ground, you build just basically roofs above you and just walk it on and move towards the zone. Right now, I think they're looking for their next area of entry, and that's a great double build. Placing the ramp above will take away the ability to get shot in the back, and a very, very quick build to stop any more shots from coming on in.
Crit in the feed takes out Sova from Trouble Boys. You've got a number of eliminations happening during this Make It Rain bonus, so it looks like this one might get claimed as well, unless there's a tie for number 1. We'll have to see here. Niche trying to rotate in. Team from Atlantis built just above the tunnel.
I can tell you right now, when they go back and watch this, they're going to wish they knew that player was near one shot just behind him, but...
Hydra gets the knock on Roto as they're rotating in. Those F3 players that hugged the edge of the zone, which was an intelligent play at the time, kind of put him in a bad spot. There we go.
And look at that. Those are the players that were shooting Atlantis in the back.
Yep.
From the edge of that zone, and because they made the rotation and moved in early, they're rewarded by being able to gatekeep. But now, the script has been flipped on them. They've got to now push on in. They've got opponents shooting the high ground, and here's the build battle about to commence. Nitro moving on up. You've got the grappler for Megan as well. Quick double ramps going on in. The 90 used to get the high ground, and just like that, the high ground has been earned by the Atlantis players. A brilliant rotation, a master class there. 4 limbs so far this game as well.
Carlos in general just hanging out in the bottom of the structure now. They don't necessarily have to move out. They're on the very edge of the zone, and they can coexist with the Atlantis team pretty easily. The problem at this point is if they were hoping for the opportunity to catch any other team rotating, because they don't have the height advantage on the Atlantis team, they're probably not going to secure those elims. But it looks like Atlantis, these guys, they want to take out the team that's sitting underneath. They're trying to build up, take ownership of all of the surfaces that they can. The compact SMG, the ammo share there, because they know that spray from that compact SMG is going to be key for just final moment rotations. If they're trying to push in on any structure that they have to compete against, knocking down walls as fast as possible is going to be very important. You see the team rotating underneath northeast, building up a little bit of a base, a couple brick and wood structures down, and this is a great spot. They have clear vision of a majority of the map from up there. Bartonologist and Bravo are potentially the highest team, but this grenade launcher, Tfue and Cloak, we haven't seen too much yet this game.
Yeah, this is definitely their quietest game so far. Banking these grenades, this is their whole focus. They're putting everything into going for these elims. They keep spraying it down, keep trying to drop them on down. It seems like Tfue is just one ramp away from having open dam on his opponent, but there's the third party now getting involved.
Very low medium ammo count. He's only got 26 shots, quite a bit of
that was
small
all of his
left.
rockets, too.
It was.
You could tell they wanted those limbs so badly. Cloakzy's got some great weapons, though. The silenced epic assault rifle. Another rift to go. Another rift to go. He's had one each game.
Every single game. Now might be the chance to use it. We'll see what they got 5 seconds on the rotation here. He's going to just quick edit to try and get to the resource, the ammo and the material hiding behind. There we go. Grab the minis, has a med kit, 15 bandages. They're set up excellently for an end game heal.
We've seen
There's
this
still
each game.
47 left, though.
We've seen this each game where they just get this extreme high ground. 56 seconds left now.
Here we go. Cloak dropping in. Somebody not paying attention, catches them off guard.
Tunnel visioning on the players down below, not listening for that glider sound coming on in, and now it looks like Tfue and crew, they want this elimination, and they'll get it and be rewarded with some great upgrades as well. The heavy shotgun, 2 charges on a grappler, great. Now Soren stuck in a box, and he's getting tagged by these stink grenades.
Down to 35. They're going to use that for 2.
Oh, gosh.
Shots to the wall just as Norse is trying to wall off. You can see Mowgli taking HP damage, most likely from the same stink grenade. Those can come in big. You don't have to worry about shields at all if you're using those against your opponents. Plus, it gives you a way to kind of see through the wall. If you can see where the damage tags are coming from, you can track an opponent without having to actually have line of sight on them.
Here's the eliminations counter again this game. You see 4 earned so far from Super Evan and Godnik. You see 4 earned so far from Atlantis Mitro and Atlantis Megan. So we continue to move on down. A few more teams with 3. So 5 teams in total this game with at least 1 point on the board.
Norse gets eliminated. A little bit of a loot share there. Mowgli picking up what he can. He has a chance to, but very low HP. And the knockdown there on the wall immediately had to cancel a heal he was going for. We cut to Tfue and Cloak. Yet again, the top-down view. As many players as possible. I mentioned Tfue's ammo situation earlier, but that handful of eliminations, specifically on Novia and Nubtra, gave him quite a surplus there, sitting over 200. It's like someone trying to land in near their little tower, but Tfue defending as much as he can. Any shot just to spray opponents away, trying to see if he can, if you can get tags on people rotating, even if you don't get the elimination, you're gonna make people play more defensively. There we go. And now that team is going to have to bunker up behind the tower right in front of Tfue Cloak. And they're sandwiched between another team. You see the players now just building up ramps into the sky to go for the glider redeploy to reposition. Cloak, a knock in the feed there on Barnologist.
Oh my
Tfue.
gosh. He just got hit in the face by a grenade.
Glider redeploy saved any previously fall damage might have eliminated him there just based on the height he was at. The glider redeploy, Cloak gets the finish there on Barnologist.
Oh! 16 and then an 88 tag, but it's not enough. Will still get that elimination. The Atlantis players now in play. Look at how much it takes to destroy one of those metal walls. Some brilliant tags with the compact SMG. And this is still the weapons from the very beginning of the game. That's how good the loot was for Mitro. Has not needed to change anything about the loadout.
The only problem at this point is long-range third-party might be tough. He's only got 7 medium ammo left.
Yep.
But everything up close.
He's handled.
If you're in smelling range, he's got enough shotgun shells and small rounds to take care of business.
That roof actually just blocked him right there. Some loot down to the right. Willie trying to go pick
an
it up,
angle.
and it's bait. It's bait, folks. He's down to 45 HP. Cloakzy now knocked. This could spell disaster for the duo at the top of our standings so far. 27 health. Gone. Tfue and Cloakzy with their earliest exit yet.
Making that much noise between the grappler push and everybody that started firing as soon as Tfue and Cloakzy got in there.
Now, here's the big thing, too. I love that we just swapped the hero. This is the team in second. So this is the team currently trailing Tfue and Cloakzy.
Styles out there, 83 gets the knock on stage 2. Is going for the elimination immediately, just trying to... at that point, an elim this late does 2 things for you. Puts you 1 point closer, or 1 elim closer to a point for eliminations alone. Plus, with only 25 now, 23 players remaining, that might, if it's late enough, put you higher in placement, which is even more points.
Yeah. Brilliant editing speed there to close that zone on in. They've made it.
Push across the top. frantic movement, and you see, look at all these POVs.
I'm going to pretend like I could even give you any bit of information from what's on my screen right now. But we're going to go back over to Just Chillin'. My goodness, that was a lot, but it showed just how crazy these moments are.
The frantic moments, man. 11, 6.
No way.
6 HP.
Oh, the zone.
Storm claims another one. You see the V. There it is. Just Chillin' going down the Storm.
Another one.
Kayun gets a pair down. Amidst all that, multiple players going down the Storm. This rotation, very tough, and it's still not done yet. Look at the distance they still have to travel. 16 players left, 33 seconds.
Oh,
left
he just gets clocked by a shotgun. That's Mitro and Megan still making plays. You see them all over the elimination feed right now. I mean, they've got to be pushing. They've got to be pushing towards the 7 elim bonus at this point. I think they might be in big bonus territory. Goes Kayun. He is 6 himself. 6 himself. If Sean has any, they're probably in big bonus as well.
We haven't seen any team activate big bonus just yet, but we might be looking at the first team right now. Kayun and Sean trying to position themselves for catching any rotation off guards.
No, they don't. They don't. Sean is 0.
Kayun.
That's huge. With 1 health, gets the 7th elim. That's another point. That's another point right there. You've got to love that. 1 health as well now for Jaganza. 3 left in this game. Trying to play the low ground. A great shot there. Will they have time to pop the medkit? I don't believe so. The grappler not going to happen. With only 1 health and the victory royale there from the high ground for Korea and Nibs. The first time we've seen a complete duo still alive. The high ground makes a difference. Jaganza tried with 1 HP.
1 HP and aggressive grappler push, just trying to secure every elim and potentially a higher placement, which would have been another point.
Yep.
You have to give him credit, but both players alive right there at the end for victory royale is big.
Kayun with 7 elims on his own. That's 3 points right there. You see the smiles from Nibs and Korea as they know how important that is. We mentioned, have we seen much of them so far today? No. I don't think we've mentioned their names once. They just got a victory royale right there. They are now probably right into our top 12.
Exactly.
Or very, very close.
Depending on elimination count, too. We're looking at 4, 5, 6 points for a single game from them. That's big. We have to express, people need to understand, it can take just 1 game to put yourself high enough in these heats to get into the grand finals on Sunday. And players are playing, first place is $400,000, Jack. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. And again, anyone that makes it there, automatically $5 grand each per player. Right? So they're playing for that money there, but then it goes to, okay, well, once you hit top 10, top 9, top 8, it begins to just jump significantly in that prize money. We are through 3 of our 4 games here in heat number 1. Don't worry, this isn't the last game of the day. Remember, we have 2 heats today, 2 heats tomorrow, and then the Stream Invitational on Sunday alongside the grand finals. Here's the winning moment again. This double barrel had 1 shot left, and with only 1 health, there it is. A quick little cleanup and the high five there from Nibs. The excitement coming on in Korea was way up on the high ground, too. There was really no way they lost that.
There was only 26 HP left, so Jaganza had an opportunity. If he had landed that shot, a 1v1, if he plays it just right,
the greatest 1v1
it would have
of
been
all time.
absolutely ridiculous. I would have jumped off the stage, Jack.
You would not have.
I absolutely would have done so.
You actually could land that. You're athletic.
Probably.
Yeah, you can do that. That's your build. But yeah, no, that's a great end to that game 3. The first time we've seen a duo fully alive themselves. So close for Kayun and crew. If Sean had any limbs, they would have activated that big bonus. Imagine if Sean had 2. That would have been 2 extra points. Just from those limbs. I mean, that could have been a 5, 6 point game from them, but didn't wind up working out that way. We have more replays to take a look from the Atlantis duo.
Atlantis team, they played out of their minds.
I want to see how many limbs they finished with, too.
Very quick shot there, gets the knockdown on Flower and goes for the elim immediately. His teammate Dre caught off in a 2v1, using kind of anything natural there he can, but those just sneaking the grenades in. And this is, by the way, over the course of the entire day. This isn't just this last game, because this team from Atlantis has been putting up quite a show. I feel like every single game we're able to see a 170 crit shot from the blue pump there on Tinny in the bottom of these containers. Taking shots at the team we saw earlier, Roto and Jammies from F3. Firing on them as they're rotating in. You see down below, right there out the window, the structure that they have built just to sneak away and then turn the tables almost immediately.
Brilliant, brilliant stuff again here. This is from earlier on. Remember, we talked about how low the ammo count was. for the assault rifle, gets that elim immediately rewarded with another 100+ rounds. And you see that keyboard layout from the player on your screen. It is like...
No one types like that, Jack.
You're used to having a keyboard that's just faced front, normal. Next thing you know, half these guys I'm watching, and I've seen it from other games as well, but they're playing and their keyboard, like, what is that angle? You need to go to a doctor if you play too much like that.
So the idea there, if you put your hand on the WASD, your forward, left, right, backwards, it makes it so that the keys line up top to bottom more naturally with your fingers, so you can utilize keys that you potentially wouldn't normally a little more efficiently.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
It's an intelligent move.
Then I'll gladly
Jack.
be stupid and just play like my normal self, because that is...
Home row, Jack.
Carpal
You're
tunnel.
home row the whole time.
Oh, you
Jack?
already know. You already know. That's exactly how I'm rocking, and it's never changing. I couldn't be more proud of it. But either way, these guys have all their tricks, their tips. I don't know. I can't keep up anymore. But we saw right there, they obviously know something that I don't with how well they're playing right now.
That's why you're here and they're there.
Oh yeah. At this point, you know what? I'm going to redefine the meta. I'm just going to flip my keyboard upside down. Bet no one's doing that. Bet nobody's doing that. Ben?
You're breaking the mold here, Jack.
You know, you look back in the world.
I guarantee you the next...
Einstein discovering electricity. Was he electricity?
Jax,
No.
you have no idea what you're talking
Ben
about.
Franklin?
And I appreciate you. All right, everybody at home appreciates
George Washington.
you. Just smile.
Just smile. That's. I think that's a saying here. Did I just make a fool of myself? Probably.
You did. I still love you.
I'm over it. It's fine. That's why I'm here casting. Don't need to know about history.
Exactly.
Talk about Fortnite. So that's a good thing. We are getting ready for game number 4 now. I see the players loading into the lobby on my screen. This is it. This is, for some of these guys who have 0 points, for some of these teams, they have to go all out. They have to make plays happen. We've seen like 60 players still left, moving into like our 4th zone. I'm wondering if teams worry so much that they're like, no, we just need to last to the top 5, or if they say, no, we're going for a big bonus. We're going all out for eliminations. And if we maybe have half that remaining in that zone, I don't know how it's going to play on out. Or does the team just say, you know what, we're going for the make it rain bonus. We just want that extra 10K. Or we want that 10K we could potentially win. And that's that.
Personally, I'd be perfectly happy bringing home that's a substantial amount of money.
Yes.
For just somebody, that's a 6-minute window of heads-up play. If you take advantage of your positioning, you put yourself in just the right spot, you can catch tons of people.
It's not even a whole Fortnite game. It's literally just 6 minutes. And you just pop off during that.
And we've seen we saw a team drop 8 eliminations in 6 minutes the first game.
Yep.
That's a ton.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to beat that this whole weekend.
Probably not.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it. Either way, though, one final game to decide who will be our top 12 moving on. Remember, top 12 from each heat make it to that final, but there is also the wild card team selected. If you're in that 13th spot, they'll randomly pick 2 from our heats to move on in. So, gosh, talk about a crazy...
You really just want... They want to stress somebody way out, don't they?
Oh, yeah, and I love it. It makes for good TV.
This is good content.
Good content. How beautiful those booths are. I can't wait to win the Streamer Invitational from that seat right there.
That one.
That one right there.
That exact one.
And it's going to be great.
Jack, I look forward to playing against you. I just want you to know that.
Look at that.
Little
This is how
off.
the best players in the world prepare in the pregame lobby. You think they're going to be building and doing all this stuff? No,
the
they're
best emotes. Whoever has the best emote wins.
They're just throwing some flair there.
We get the crowd here
Some
at TwitchCon
in the crowd there, you see. You love to see it.
If you're here at the San Jose Convention Center for TwitchCon, please get over here. Please.
We have churros.
We do. Just come eat them. Eat them before Jack eats them.
It's not the first time I've heard it. We have churros that someone's trying to get me to go someplace.
It worked probably last time, didn't it? It's what got you there.
Yeah, so let's move on to anything else. But no, we should be getting in here momentarily. For me, we knew Tfue and Cloaksy were going to be good.
Oh, yeah.
They've done better than I expected.
Really?
In regards to the points, yeah. With them sitting near first, that's pretty nuts. I knew they were going to be solid, but to have taken the lead from first game and haven't looked back since, they're setting themselves up for a great weekend. They can basically coast in this final one. They know they've already basically guaranteed to make it to Sunday.
Well, looks like we got the timer up on our screen, 8 seconds, and the battle bus is launching. If you're here at TwitchCon, can you make some noise, please?
Ooh, yeah,
That's
baby.
what's up.
Game number 4, 100 players. Only one team will make it on out. Who will achieve the epic victory royal? The victory royale that everyone goes for.
You're so cheesy, and I love it, Jack. The final game of Heat 1 will got a second heat today, but
Can I possibly get?
strap in, Jack. This is it.
I was going to ask for more water, and I pressed the wrong box. That's
You
what
were about to ask the internet for water.
There you go. Now I have more water on the way. Now we're going to go. Let's get into it. Game number 4. Jaganza and Villix. Oh, just so close they were in that last game to securing the victory royale. Another llama in the Loot Lake area. One right outside Fatal Fields as well.
The final one northeast of Retail Row. One team looks like they might be flying directly over it. I'm assuming the two teams at Fatal potentially saw, as they're harvesting through there, gathering up all their materials that they can.
Kevin staring at the llama.
There it is, just hanging out.
The llama's so panicked.
Llama, you're made of paper mache. What are you doing in the water?
Hey, come on, man. It's taking a swim. I love the sound it makes. Like, look at how glorious this being. It's like finding a unicorn. Oh, I just saw on my screen here, Exus from Trouble Boys broke into the first house on Risky and got a golden assault rifle. A legendary assault rifle. You really can't ask for much more.
Like I think I just saw a thermal pickup there too. Quite a kit already. Maddie and Tina we watched earlier.
And
dropping down below.
You know how we mentioned Nobi each game? Already the first knock. As they look, and Nobi and Noobtra, I'm telling you, every game, Nobi and Noobtra have had 2 elims in the opening minute of every game we've played in this heat.
Austin and Catnip securing a single elim of their own. They're still stuck, it looks like, in a 2v1. Flower, that feed is telling quite a story. It looks like 3 teams potentially in roughly the same area. There's Flower, we cut right over to them. Drops smack dab in the middle of the map. Dusty Divot, which is safe for the next zone. A trap deployed in there at Flower and Dre. Looks like picking up a pair there. Well done. Catnip and Austin knocked out in this game 4. That third team, though, we saw Lil 129 get eliminated in the feed. Pritz still alive.
How many elims does Flower have so far?
That team looks like picked up potentially a pair. I believe the team that they eliminated took 129 out.
Okay. So there's Flower taking the time to use a chug jug.
A perfect time for it, too, early.
Oh, Cowboy's so weak.
TJ's teammate secured the victory royale.
I just received some insane news.
Tell me.
There was no victor from last game. It was tied for the Make It Rain. This one's $20,000. Make It Rain will be for $20,000 this game. And again, if no one wins that, it just carries over to Sunday.
2 eliminations secured already at Tomato Temple here, knocking down as much as they can on the inside. Surprisingly, the Temple, quite a bit of resource there, but I mean, like, to a competitive player, any structure is ripe for the picking. Yes. They're going to pick up every single bit that they can.
Things you
Hero
would never,
looks like
never break.
1 HP there. Dusty and Reload's maybe not realizing that he's literally one shot. Now's the time to push.
Can they not see him in the corn?
They must not be able to. They must have lost him.
They need to harvest the crops, and they'll be able to find their eliminations. And there you go. Now they found him, and it goes on in. Remember, Hero, this duo, they were towards the top of our standings so far. The spray coming on in.
Blind firing, looking for hit markers, essentially, just to see if they can track an opponent through there. Dusty gets the knockdown on JDW, which means Ronan, full HP, almost 96. He's got minis, maybe a chance to pop them.
They're
firing. They find him. Reloads and Dusty securing a pair of elims there. You just have to blind fire into the corn until you get hits.
And they did it. They made it on through. It wasn't clean. It was not pretty. But you know what? All that matters is the eliminations and the rewards they now have. Minis, a med kit, everything you could want. We saw Ashton and Jack earlier on were in a position where they had no mats and were rotating out of their main area. And guess what? We come back again. No mats as they rotate out of where they landed.
It looked like Bravo and Bartonologist had built up relatively high in the middle of retail there, so I don't blame them for the rotation away. But it does make you wonder why so few materials so early. A build fight must have occurred because players like that, if they drop into a house, there's all the furniture, everything there is harvestable. So they have to have had something.
Or they use their mats to just disengage, as you mentioned.
The circumstances to get out must have, it had to be a situation where they had to burn everything to get away.
Kayun and Sean, sorry. Some of our top elims from last game when Kayun had 7 himself. Risker and Dummy just trying to play it smart. Only 2 weapons in the inventory.
Brand Pie in the feed taking Novi down. An elimination there.
Oh, but Novi did get one, so we know for a fact Novi and crew have 3, so they've already got a point this game.
There we go. That deploying the glider at any time they want to. You saw Sean building up and just jumping off the flyway. Brandpie still alive over here in a kind of a 1v2 situation against FPS, and Flame saved himself that glider redeploy just barely. That would have spelt fall damage previously before 6.2.
Nice shot.
66.
That
and
crit.
an elim secure. That's 2 for FPS. Curious how many Flame has. Could potentially be a point for this team, this duo already.
What I really like about this is they didn't tunnel vision on that loot. They know Noobtra was trying a third party and was looking in from Lazy Links. Instead of dropping it and sprinting to that loot like I would have, they immediately get back to the high ground. You see to FPS basically protecting Flame as Flame was popping the Chug Jug. There, forces the player to begin to build, uses that distraction to push Fawn forward, grab a shotgun, grab a submachine gun. Now they've at least got a swap weapon and a good little combination for a close range battle. Oh, that's the new 6-shooter that was added in this week.
Hip fire, rate of fire, and that thing is incredibly fast.
Crazy.
If you're up close, you can take an opponent down very, very quickly. Crit damage is 60 or more, depending on how close you are, if you're in effective range. A very, very good weapon. Now, that means that setup that he's sitting on right now is almost entirely a close-range setup. The 6-shooter, though, you can ADS and take really precise shots at range, but it's still not going to outclass something like even potentially a green AR. It'll do for the time being.
Risker. Dodging, ducking.
Purple double barrel and a green AR is all he's sitting on right now, plus some minis. Super Evan up there in the top left. Looks like Godneck, his teammate, might already be eliminated, and Evan is very low on HP. Frankie and Johan from DK trying to avoid these stink grenades, going to try and edit through any way he can to get out of the damage. And gets baited into Tinny's explosive.
And dude, that's just how good these utilities can be. You force your opponent out of their little protective cover, and look what winds up happening. Johan having to panic, use the rift to go, and I guess that's the play.
It might not be an abandonment yet. He's going to cut back and try and potentially save his teammate by getting a different angle in this engagement, pushing inside the building. Got to watch the windows, make sure they're not going to take a shot through there. But at this point, he's kind of got to bunker up, stay inside, and maybe hope for another team to show up. Team from Atlantis here. We've seen him put on an excellent show. Previous games, we'll see if they can do it again. Stink Bomb forcing. Have a retreat there. Stuck in a tough spot there. Going to have to push through his own structures with edits as his teammate Maestro has got a top down on his opponent stuck in the box underneath. Now's the time. You have a forced split. The window edit. More stink bombs.
They have to have health advantage here. And I love this. Attack from the 2 different angles.
Attack shotgun shots there.
Down onto the Reaper.
Will
Reaper go down? Nope.
Every surface. Reaper's just turbo build in this situation, going to come in big.
And this is a fantastic use of the clingers. Because they now drop down, that's Double O Flower who gets exploded there. Fantastic job. If they're in 1-1-by-1, you begin to clinger them from the top now, no longer from the sides. The clingers immediately fall when they don't have a wall to climb onto. And just like that, they drop right into the box. Double O Flower has no protection. Nicely, nicely done.
On the left side, just a moment ago, it looked like a rift to go is used for somebody to escape there. Maestro dropping healing for his teammate. A blue AR, green pump, blue 6-shooter there. The 6-shooter as a swap weapon is interesting to me up close.
It's for me, it's very hit or miss. The 6-shooter.
Literally.
Yeah, well, that's true. Everything in the game is hit or miss. But it's one of those things where it's like, at times I fry, other times I don't know.
Yeah. To see here if we get an opportunity for an example of a weapon swap with 6-shooter, this would be a prime time for it. Using that glider deploy, get down to his teammate, quick, gather up any of the loot, picks up the minis, 15 bandages, sitting on a campfire as well. If it turns into a late game situation and they're not forced into other engagements, they're in a good spot in terms of healing resources.
Oh, absolutely.
Immediately there, it looks like to the south, a team rotating towards Tilted. They're going to do the same. The zone starting to move. A minute 51.
So the rotations you can wind up playing from Kevin are nuts because you can actually go basically anywhere on the map the thought process behind it is you land on the islands above, you shoot down, and you make Kevin angry to where he begins to zap you, and you, when he's like on the verge of about to hitting you, you want to fly straight above him, pop that glider, and he'll just send you way up to the sky. And that lets you float anywhere on the map. Winter and Crashy, we saw them earlier on. 0 elims for Winter. Zone beginning to close. I don't think, have we seen anyone pick up a stone yet? Here we go. There we go. And watch how far they can hit off this crater.
I mentioned this technique earlier. They're gonna reposition in a big way. Try and get in as far as they can. Cloak and Tfue built up around this little sports complex here, just west of Tilted, but they're not alone. Mountain Eternal, also have Frosty and Vertnex. Multiple teams all around one soccer stadium, which means at some point a rotation is going to happen where players are most likely going to land here too, just based on the circle.
Yep.
It's smack dab in the middle of the next safe zone. You can see in the minimap, you can't even see an edge of the wide circle right now. It's because it's right in the middle. Teams are going to make moves here. A shot coming from above. Looks like Tfue might have gotten sniped from
I think he got hit by a bolt for 105. That's a tough hit right there.
See if he can spot the angle it came from. It looked like it came from directly like west, maybe a little bit southwest, in the top up on Viking Village.
Now remember, Make It Rain this game is worth $20,000 because we did not have a singular winner from last game. So in the next 10 seconds when Make It Rain begins, this is for double the prize money. Here it is. Who will wind up taking this home? Or will it move on again up into the finals on Sunday? Even more money on the line.
Go. 5 minutes, 20 seconds for $20,000. Glokes, he's spamming the grenades down below just to see if he can knock some structure out, expose his opponent underneath. They're going to just keep going for it.
10 nades, my goodness. They're not even there. That last one might hit.
Got shots from the side, gets a bunch of tanks, 35. There's no shield on the target, so the call out on Eternal is definitely a get aggressive right now. No shield on the target. The trade out there, Tfue. Getting Eternal, the elimination, which means a 2v1 situation now. Mountain still above them somewhere. Sounds like Tfue is in and catches him. You see in the feed there, Tfue shotgunning Mountain FPS, the second Elin, wiping that team.
And this was from very early on in the game. How Iptre got in this fight. Quick little cleanup on the little Fritz. And as you remember, in the cornfield, just how nuts it was. This is Novi and Noobtra in their original fights. Oh, did he get the res? I don't think he did.
Folks in Tfue both still alive. Looks like a second team has moved in. It's the
Kayun and
Ghost.
Sean. This is a huge battle right here between Ghost and FaZe, two of the most prominent organizations in Fortnite competition. So that's a typical way to retake the high ground. Opponent starts to break your front wall, you ramp, and then edit out the roof. But Sean spotted it right away and matched his opponent's builds. The spray with the legendary, or the epic compact SMG. It's going to rip all the shield and health down off the one player. I believe the advantage right now is to the duo from Ghost.
It looked like that player caught off guard inside the box that was dropped down was Tfue, just based on the skin. We'll have to see that though here in a second. Just trying to do any replace. Oh, it's Cloak over there on the side. Tfue is building away. And this has become just a maze of different material types. Players trying to figure out who owns what walls in here, because there's been so many replacements of surfaces and edits that have happened. You can't necessarily tell. So at times you're going to see people these players just replacing everything that they can with their own structures. But that's fine. Look at Tfue's resources. He had over 700 wood, max brick, 400 plus metal. That's insanity.
Yep.
That much material this late in the game. I say late in the game, 58 players remaining. But yeah, that's incredibly common at this point. But he can build multiple bases. Multiple rotations can happen here. Tunnels, just establish a relocation. Vic Vicious and Cookie Monster are also built up in there. I said earlier, this is going to be a target for rotation, because now on top of that, it was center of the last circle. It's the edge of this one. We have 2 minutes and 38 seconds left on the Make It Rain bonus. 6 seconds till the circle closes and we see the next location. Crashy in the feed taking out Dramas.
That edit of the ramp that lets you just kind of spot right through it is so key. Look at how much information they're getting right now, just peeking on through. Tfue and Cloaksy still just spraying. There's another elimination down on the Crashy. They're on the low ground this time around. Not used to seeing Tfue and Cloaksy in this position.
Right maybe going for a sneaks a
Did
grenade.
that sneak in there? Oh, just barely missed. Look at all that loot. You know how badly Tfue wants to try to make a move towards us, and here he goes. Yep, I knew it. It was only a matter of time. Does get tagged on up once they have another rift to go in their inventory. And you saw that? The heavy sniper on the ground as well. If Tfue can live through this moment,
you know he's going to go for it.
This might have all the signs of another great endgame.
It's such a big utility piece for this team, too. We've seen in the past, multiple teams will use it as a way to bash through and surprise opponents, just catch them off guard almost immediately. The spray from what looks like, is that the gas station
Look
building?
at his materials. 3,000
almost max.
mats.
Almost max.
He could build forever. They're in a brilliant position now. I don't know if they've grabbed the heavy sniper yet. I think they're waiting to potentially pop the rift to go. Heals coming on in. They're just chilling for the moment. Zone about to close. Is it rift time?
Might potentially
it
be.
absolutely
there it
is.
Coming out.
They'll grab the heavy sniper with it, and they are gone.
From the very edge of the zone. Don't blame them. A good rotation moment.
This is insane.
Potentially a couple teams up top. This is a massive hillside, though.
Oh, yeah.
Which means teams are going to be forced to engage if they're caught on the bottom side of this, because we're getting very close to the moment where the circle is going to start to rotate. It's going to relocate, and so players are going to get pushed off of the side of this hill. It's going to be bad luck if it goes west at all. Anybody that's caught on the bottom of that hill is going to be in a tough spot. We have 36 seconds. The $20,000 Make It Rain bonus for the most eliminations during this time period. And if it's a tie, which we've seen eliminations, obviously you see the feed right now. If it's a tie, this carries over to the next game, the first game of Heat 2.
Oh, is that how it is?
Oh, yeah. So 30,000, which means if it makes it all the way to the grand finals, Jack, it could be an insane amount of money.
Hey, I would not mind as Mowgli by himself just having to play the long game here. 49 players still remaining. Remember, it's that opening start, and then it all just really escalates quickly from here on out. The Make It Rain bonus is over, and now we've entered the late game, folks. Who will wind up reacting in these crazy scenarios best? It's a hillside zone. It's a mountainside zone, which these typically spell disaster for players, as the height difference is just so awkward in a lot of these battles.
If you're here at TwitchCon, if you're watching this at home, do me a favor. In 30 seconds, when this zone starts to move, there are 44 players left. You're going to want to pay the most attention to the feed because there's going to be so much happening. We won't be able to call all of it. You see in the bottom right, some third partying there as players are starting to rotate a little early. Part of the zone is still safe. Players can go for that inside the white circle, just on that northeast side, build up early. That's an opportunity to catch people rotating too. That would be a very traditional Tfue and Cloak play too, is to build up just in that spot. Literally as I'm saying it, look at their position, Jack.
Right there. Oh, they're getting launched on though, or people are gliding on them. Tfue is on the high ground of the new zone, at least for now. He's got to keep watch, though, of still that top Viking village, and the trap elimination comes on in, and he's rewarded with what he needs, some upgrades for his weaponry. You see the bandages there as well. We'll be able to get back up towards 75 HP.
Decides to not take them. There's an
can't
epic
do it yet.
Heavy shotgun in there.
Oh.
He chose that. He chose a green pump over the epic heavy shotgun.
This is a straight-up build battle right now for Tfue. Looks like he's got the high ground at the moment.
Look at the speed at which they're just layering and layering and layering. And every single one of those builds is reestablished, too, with multiple walls and floor surfaces. Just so you can't just shoot out one piece. You have to shoot out multiple pieces.
Basically just build battled two people right there by himself. And just like that, Tfue.
66 the crit, 33.
It's back where he always
shield
is.
left.
On the highest of high ground.
Campfire, 2 minis, a full grappler, and still, we saw Tfue earlier with almost 3,000 materials, and at that point, we just saw he had burnt about 2,000 of it in amidst those fights.
How crazy
200
is that,
plus
man?
builds in a 1v2 situation as he's building up the shots down from above, still just trying to spray out. Every time, if you have the ammunition to hold down left click and knock out all these structures that opponents are putting up, you're burning through their materials and putting them in a more exposed position because they can't reinforce.
You mentioned if you have the ammo to do it, Tfue doesn't. He's down to 45 AR shots right now. So he's wasting a lot of his resources. Cloaks, he's only got 80 as well. They've got to make the most of the end of this. Cloak seems like he's found his little pocket where he wants to begin to slay on out from. Falls back in for the launch pad to take it to the next zone. Frizzable stuck down low. Shots coming in from all different areas. Going to go for the high ground. The quick floor above, and the nice edit at least gets off that low ground for the moment as he'll look to reset.
Korea and Nibs, we watched win the last round. Good swap there on Frosty. The shots from Korea gets a double there on Frosty and Vertnex, putting him at 2 eliminations. If Nibs has even one, that's a single point.
Frizzle can't get out. He's took so much damage.
Fast enough, though, to still rotate in. 12 HP, 50 shield. Frizzle taking shots at players that are in the middle of engagements, hoping he can get anything off.
Go.
And he just waited.
Waited way too long. The zone takes him down. Now down to just 19 players left. Tfue and Cloakzy both still alive. Cloakzy only with 62 HP in total. Nice job blocking those shots at the moment. The next zone about to begin now, as it looks like Tfue's in another build battle. And you see, in this build battle, Cloakzy stops for a second to try to help knock down his opponent, to give Tfue any help he can get in that engagement. They're back on the high ground again, and Cloakzy's turn now to take this role and just shoot down on any unsuspecting enemy. Like this.
What a shot. X's from Trouble Boys goes down.
They're
to Tfue's
always
shotgun.
up top. It is nuts, man. They are always one layer above. Look at this.
There we go, the top down. The advantage there is so substantial because as players are building up to try and get a height advantage mid-fight, if Tfue and Cloak already have it, 5 players left. Bravo and Barnall just going down the zone there.
Villix and Jaganza, I believe, at the high ground now. That should be
Tfue.
Tfue.
And Tfue, which means it's up to Cloak.
6 grenades. Oh, good luck.
Good chance here. Only a little bit. 10 builds left for
Not
Villix.
a lot of mats.
Dropping grenades in, just anything. You notice he's dropping them ahead of a potential rotation in an effort to try and predict where his opponent's going to move to. Not throwing them directly at it. Villix,
Tfue and Cloakzy down.
Nanolite gets the Elam there. There we go. Villix, Jaganza. Redemption for the 1 HP. Redemption.
The game said,
feel good
you know what? 1 health last game, you nearly got it. This one, they get the victory royale, and just like that, they most likely stamp their ticket to Sunday as well. Brilliant stuff from them. That concludes the action here from Heat number 1. Down to the wire, some of those games. That one was really as clean as it gets. Once they got the high ground, it was 2 of them. You saw Tfue and Cloakzy were stuck on low ground with not much health. Nanolite all by himself, you really can't expect much.
We saw a number of times these players taking high ground from each other. The swaps back and forth. There's Jaganza, Villix. Just watch it from above.
Again, in the past, it's a strategy on the low ground. You just shoot that down, you knock them to their death.
Yep.
Now you don't even care how, as you mentioned, they don't have to try to, think of what we used to see, where they would mop the whole floor with floors and pyramids and
just
block out.
Completely cover it.
Not the case anymore, because now they don't. The reason they would do that was so that it's not easy to get shot down.
It doesn't matter now.
Now
you can
they'll just like, yeah, I'll
bonus.
put one little floor, shoot me down. I'll fall and be ready to fight.
Exactly. You can take a moment where you're trying to play defensively because of the glider redeploy mechanic. You can take someone being aggressive on you from underneath into an opportunity to push yourself and just land right on top of them. We've seen it a number of times. In that moment, Jaganza and Villix decided to split. One dropped and the other remained up top to take shots on Tfue and Cloak as they were eliminated, and then the final team. And that kind of switch of gameplay, making an adjustment on the fly, man, you don't see that you don't see that in public matches.
No, not at all.
That doesn't happen in
Not
public matches. These competitive games, though, you see it every single time there's an engagement.
100%, 100%, and that I think sets the tone for the weekend. I've now seen 4 games with the glider redeploy. You definitely see how it makes a major impact, especially on those late game rotating zones. Instead of certain people only having bouncers, that gives them the ability to make these certain plays. Everyone's got the ability now with the glider redeploy to make it happen. Man, I don't know, outside of a couple teams, who's even remotely in this top 10 or top 12.
It's gonna be a tight group. Plus, on top of that, whoever ends up in the 13th, you have an opportunity for a wild card movement into the finals, the grand finals on Sunday. So it's still anybody's game. The number of points that these players are securing too with very aggressive plays. We have the Make It Rain bonus as well, which was 20,000 this last game. It's insanity.
I think we have some quick little recap highlights to take a look at before we get our standings ready for you all. Here again, this is from the entire Heat 1, a look back at what we saw. It all began with Tfue and Cloakzy. They had the first couple of limbs of the day, and they set the tone for what they were going to bring to the table throughout the rest of the action.
Now you watch these clips and you watch the accuracy in some of these shots and just how efficient they are at catching players off guard right here. Even Tfue At some point, Acid.
They just put themselves in like the worst place ever. You're stuck in the back of a truck.
Shooting fish in a barrel, man.
Anytime I've been stuck there in life, it's never been good. So as Soren and Mowgli, we saw this fight earlier on. It was one wall. It was like both teams fighting over one edit ability, and you see just how crazy it is. Chkala couldn't make it happen in the end, though.
Soren in the middle of that fight, too, I want to point out, he used the structure that was being edited by his opponent against him. He was crouch walking to the left side, just kind of slowly moving around, keeping the angle. Some of these jump shots. Mig's clutch there was insanity. TV taking shots at targets as they're rotating NBC.
Oh, what? You saw even Cloak's reaction.
Cloak, stop.
These moments, like, look at this. This is how Kayun got those 7 limbs. The views like that.
Multiple teams rotating at the same time. He just has to shoot through the window.
And there's nothing better than that because they've got to worry about the zone and the players like close. It's like, who is my biggest threat? They think it's the people right on top, but meanwhile, it's Kayun with a legendary assault rifle just ripping damage.
He doesn't even have to move.
Yeah.
Just sit and hold down mouse 1 and secure. Oh, man, what a shot.
And here was those final moments again.
The lead with the grenades.
You see here.
Spray from above.
They don't have to build and block out the sky like you used to. Now you just fall on down. You glide on in, as you saw there from Giganza.
Villix electing to stay up top and tap fire as Giganza pushes in. Excellent move there. If both players had dropped down simultaneously, I dare say there might have been a chance that the game went the other way. You never know. Some crazy shotgun shots up close, some heads-up play like that, but electing to stay up top and just tap fire down.
Well, what it was Giganza was actually on the opposite side of the build, and that part got broken down. So he had no choice but to fall because, well, that was what he was dealt. You know, the ability to stay up there, so key at the end, get those 2 different sight lines. Your opponent really has no chance. We are calculating the final standings right now. We'll also update you on where the Make It Rain is. Now, again, this is not the end of the Fortnite action today from the booth. During the downtime, I know we'll be going to a meet and greet, but we've got the streamer zone that'll be taken over, so you guys can be able to watch that. And then also, we'll swap back in. We'll come right back, probably grab some lunch, and then we do Heat 2.
Exactly.
4 more games.
We're not done yet, Jack.
A lot more action. And I was actually meeting up with a couple of the players, and I said, you know, looking at all the Heats, which do you think is the most stacked? And each of them told me they think Heat 2, across the board, if you took all the skill, they think Heat 2 is the most stacked from top to bottom.
It's going to be very interesting to see how things play out, too, because if you have a lot of really powerful talent in the same Heat, you have a chance that some of those teams don't make it through to the grand finals. And so the chemistry, these players playing against each other, I mean, you've seen even today the way that some players are electing to drop in certain locations that they know are going to be commonly contested. It might spell a different storyline for the grand finals compared to what we've seen in the past for PAX West, the 100%. Fall Skirmish and Summer Skirmish games. Things are looking very interesting, depending on how the rest of the day goes.
Now, we obviously saw a lot of great plays, but one standout performer, it's no secret, Tfue. We've got a lot of looks at the eliminations he got in this one. He just knows how to position better than arguably anyone else. You take his building ability, yes. You take his shooting ability, absolutely. But his positioning is what makes him so lethal in these games. And he showed it time and time again.
Just jumping up at the end there. We watched this clip just moments ago, catching a player Acid off guard at the back of a semi-truck, and literally the first 3 shots are the 3 shots that hit to get that elimination. Cloak there, the quad, spraying rockets in just to keep the structure down his opponent, taking shots through a sting grenade, gets the elimination on Blue Hawk. Tfue and Cloak here, though. Man, all day so far, these first 4 matches. I mean, we said it earlier, almost a guarantee to see them in the grand finals, and I think they
showed that there.
They showed that, and then some, why they earned their spot there. I look forward to Sunday, Jack. It's going to be a good day. I hope that they rest up.
Oh, no, it's going to be great again. So good, we'll watch it twice. Sure.
I'm not mad.
As again, they wind up.
Look at this. Look at this shot.
Bing. Stop. Bing. Oh, my gosh. He literally goes. There again. They wound up cruising. They're waiting to see exactly where they stack on up. Floxy and Tfue talking with some other competitors. Again, many of these guys, friends in and out of game. They all have this common passion and love for Fortnite. And it's great to see them all live at an event.
Fortnite has definitely, I think, developed a community where everybody kind of stands by everybody else.
Yep.
I've seen even players that are always against each other, that never play together, they're always competitors. They're also supportive of each other because they're all. Fortnite is such a game that has motivated so many people to build these positive, influential communities, and it shows. It especially shows when you're here at a live event. If you're here at TwitchCon, you're not. If you're at the San Jose Convention Center, come to the South Hall. You got to see this. It's fantastic.
Now, I believe we're going to be live revealing to the players exactly where they stack on up, so we can see their, their reaction live and where they are. We'll be revealing the Make It Rain winners as well as our top 12. Now, that 13th team, I'm wondering, how they feel.
They have to play the waiting game now. They have to wait until Sunday.
Hopefully, I get my wild card invite, and that's that. Think of that. It's like, oh, I got picked. I just won $5,000, and I get a chance to play for much, much more.
Yep.
Now, for these players, even if they didn't want to make it into Sunday, takeaways for them. They got some LAN experience.
Oh, absolutely.
Obviously, a good time at an event, getting to meet people, stuff like that. They leave learning a lot about what it takes to be a top player, what they can improve on, and obviously, I'm sure there's more stuff on the horizon for these people to be participating for much, much more.
These are definitely learning experiences too. For players, maybe this is their first or second exposure to a situation like this, an environment like this. Looking back at the plays that they made, they can analyze their own gameplay in a big way, which is massive for player improvement. If you're not doing that, if you're not looking at your own gameplay, you have replay files in your client. You can just go back through and look through those. This is streamed too, so you can look at VODs and reanalyze. Maybe you made a positioning call that was bad. You can check drop locations for these teams because it's all on stream.
For sure.
So people can see these things. This is an opportunity to learn from your own mistakes if you feel like there are ways to improve, which I'm going to be honest with you, everybody should feel like there are ways to improve.
No, absolutely. You can always keep getting better. One player that we saw pop off in the one game with that victory royale was DK. We've got some looks at his replays here. And, I mean, first off, this is an example of people coming on in and having the opportunity to make a name for themselves, right? You win a victory royale. You see the excitement there. Jerseys on and everything. Yeah, this is a dream come true for these guys.
Stink grenades we've seen so many times now, a really powerful utility that I feel like, especially in public matches, I don't see it utilized nearly as much as we were seeing it today. With the positional information and the ability to control, it's a control mechanic that basically nothing else in the game kind of offers that level of forcing your player to do, forcing your opponent to do something you want them to do.
Yep.
They have a chance to push players, opponents out of structures that they're in, force them into a rotation. We actually saw earlier, Tinny took advantage of that, but these guys are the heads-up play of making maneuvers, the fast edits, seeing that there's an opponent just through a structure that you already own. Maybe they're going for a heal and timing a push.
Yep.
These guys are taking advantage of that every single time. It's crazy.
It's awesome to see. And again, I've already seen things that now I want to begin to adapt into my own play, what I want to improve on. And I think that's a takeaway that everybody can have. For TwitchCon so far throughout the weekend, again, we are live from the Fortnite booth all 3 days. Action going on. I'm sure there's going to be all sorts of sights to see here this weekend of the competition. Heat 1 is done. We are about to find out our 12 teams that will be making it to Sunday. Heat 2 will be later on today. Heat 3 and 4 are tomorrow, which will be casted by Zeke and Monster Deface. And then obviously Sunday, we wind up coming back with the Stream Invitational, and then we cast the finals there. So
I'm excited, Jack.
I really am too. It's something where there's so much money in the line. I know for Margowski, as I mentioned, from PAX, how life-changing that was, like his parents having to help support his dream to get out there. Him going from 0 followers basically on Twitter to 30,000 plus. It's crazy. I believe we're about to see the reveal of our teams. People standing up, looking around. Did they get something that popped up? Did they make it on in? You see a fist bump there. Will it load on in? Oh, hey, okay. Like Make It Rain. Like they're going. Well, is that for the Make It Rain? Is that for the Make It Rain? Yes, that is exactly it. This is for Make It Rain when it pops on up. So look, they just won $10,000.
That's insanity.
Sure, I'll take that.
Because in a 6-minute window, you eliminated more people than anybody else.
And look, that one is tough to keep track of. You really have no idea, Yeah. They can take their points and go, okay, how many points are we at now? 5, 6. I think we're doing well. Make It Rain. You're not keeping track of the limps you're getting. You're just like, oh, we just somehow won an extra 10 grand. This is great.
At that point, they're going to be dug too deep into the gameplay and positioning and paying attention to what's happening to even consider the option that maybe I might have more eliminations than anybody else during this specific circle movement.
100%. As everyone else still looking on, wondering where their placement is, will they make it into the coveted top 12 to make it to Sunday? When they make it top 12, immediately they've already won $5,000 each because every team gets paid out in the finals on Sunday in some capacity. The question is, can they earn themselves more in that competition? We will have 48 teams in total, and then the 2 wildcard teams that will be randomly selected from their 13th, spots. And in the coming moments, we should have our placements revealed as well, as I'm sure many people will breathe a sigh of relief when that comes on in if they made it to that top 12.
Sunday's going to be a big day for a lot of people, like you were talking about. $400,000 for the first place duo. The top 3 duos come away with 6-figure prizes still, and everybody gets a little bit at the end there. Tfue and Cloak.
Again, they'll wait and see.
Just hanging out, just waiting.
They made it. Boom.
The Victory Royale.
Victory Royale. They know they qualified. They're good to go. He's not surprised.
We'll see on Sunday.
Tfue's like, okay, did my job. I'm going to go into a sauna and eat chicken wings.
Jack,
or is that what I want to do?
That's what you're doing immediately following the cast.
That's
that's actually where your meet and greet is. By the way,
in a
sauna eating chicken wings.
Wow. Honestly, I'm sure my viewers would love it. There again, you see more the hype right there, realizing they've made it. Those who didn't, though, fantastic games. There's more opportunities in the future, I'm sure. Enjoy the rest of the weekend here at TwitchCon. But we'll go ahead and get the full standings list here so you can take a look.
First standings.
Place, not even close.
15
Not
points.
even close.
What a lead.
Wow.
The team from Atlantis 5 points behind. 20 eliminations between the two of them, that is an insane number still. 20 eliminations.
And what's crazy is it was 10 points for Tfue and Cloak and 9 points for the Hero players at the end of game 2. They stay at 9. But again, we mentioned DK, the one great Victory Royale, 4 points. Enough to put them on up there.
All the way up into 10.
Devious and Frosty, they have one big game. Korea and Nibs, they have one big game, 5 points there on in as well. Jaganza and Villix, you know that last game soared them right up the list.
Oh, absolutely.
So there you go, the full look. Super Evan and Godnick, Jebber and Left Eye, DK and TJ, the General and Vicarios, Frosty, Devious, Nibs, Korea, CBK Flame to FPS, Mowgli, Sorn, Villix, Jaganza, Hero, JDW, and Hero Ronin. The Atlantis boys, and then Tfue and Cloaksy. Congratulations, you've made it to the grand finals on Sunday, where we will have one team in the top spot that'll walk away with $400,000 and the title of champions of the Fall Skirmish.
Now don't forget that 13th place team, whoever that happens to be. Of the 4 heats, you still have that wild card position. They could make it into Sunday, so the adventure might not be over just yet.
I believe we have wait, the wild card.
So
okay,
the
the wild card team
Ghost.
from 13th is Ghost Kayun and Ghost Sean. So they're the ones that
they may or may not have made it. Yeah.
They wait in the wings, and they'll find out with us if they've made it to Sunday. That's a scary duo as well.
That's a lot of tension right there,
That's
too.
a scary duo.
Yeah.
So we know how good the Ghost organization has been so far in Fortnite. No surprise to see them right there. Will they wind up making it on in, though, is the question. So for now, we know our wild card team that we'll wait and see if they make it on in. We know our 12 that are guaranteed in. Now we take a little bit of a breather. We wind up taking about probably a couple hour break here, I think it is, and then or an hour break. We're 40 minutes late for our meet and greet. Everyone hates us now, but
absolutely, it'll be all right though.
It's fine. We'll make it work.
It's the way of the road, Jack.
It is the way of the road. Tim, I'm wondering, Tim's way of the road is Tim the Tapman. His luggage was lost.
You hate to see that, although he still had flip-flops on last night.
Yeah,
which
flip-flops and
surprise
socks, which was what a cool sight that was.
He's dressing for the dad role already, Jack.
Brilliant stuff from him. As we'll wait final word on where exactly we're going to go next here. For me, though, fun first start to the weekend. Looking forward to seeing where things go next.
Only a little bit, a portion of the way through. Like you said, Heat 1 completed. We have our second heat. I believe that starts at 2:30 p.m. Pacific time.
Okay. Is
when that's scheduled. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. We had the schedule up earlier. And then, like you said, Heat 3 and 4. Jack and I won't be casting tomorrow, but I hope you enjoy the show then. And then we have the Stream Invitational on Sunday, which we have, there's some surprises in store for that too. And then the grand finals on Sunday. These players are hungry to get to that point.
We're getting set for an interview right now with Tfue and Cloaksy. We'll have it here in a moment. Sorry, I was waiting on word from production, but either way, these guys came in, they did their job, they got that first place spot. I'm sure for them in this interview, they're going to basically say, We did it. We did what we came to do. We proved we're the best duo in Heat 1. We'll see everybody in the finals on Sunday.
Yep. I wouldn't expect anything
We didn't
less.
even need to go to the interview. I just did it. No,
You did the entire thing.
I spoke for them.
Jack is now part of, apparently part of FaZe. No, he's not though. Don't worry.
We've already had that
Hector, don't
joke.
worry.
We've already had that joke on Twitter a couple weeks ago. If you follow me there, but either way, fun little start. Zeke probably fanboying over there, getting pictures with them, which is why the interview hasn't started up.
Doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
Quite yet. Zeke, what a character he is. Great to see him not only doing some of the casting, but the video stuff behind the scenes too. Very involved.
Oh, absolutely.
At Epic there. How different would today have been if the spawners were in, the cube monsters were in play?
I'm going to be honest with you, Jack. I had high hopes. I was looking forward to potentially some really it gets so chaotic towards late game too, especially with the number of players that are still alive. The cube monster situation could have gotten completely out of hand. They're really good ways to farm up early game loot, a lot of ammunition, but you don't get materials from them, so you still have to pay attention to arguably the largest portion of the game, which is farming materials so that you can get it, because the build fights are so important.
Yeah.
It would have been.
It would have changed things pretty drastically.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Ben, people love hearing us talk, but they love hearing Tfue and Cloaksy talk more, and we've got them for an interview.
True.
There you go. I knew it.
Yeah. Taking selfies.
Oh, hey guys, sorry, I was not even worth it. Hey, not surprising that Cloak and Tfue take away that dub here in Heat number 1, guys. Let's just talk about this, okay? So first off, what is it like, and what was the journey like for you guys making it here?
The journey? Like what? Like grinding or like the actual travel?
Let's do both.
All right, so I mean, the travel wasn't bad. We're staying in LA right now, so it was like a 40-minute flight. We flew up yesterday. But other than that, we've been grinding in scrims, playing in my Discord, other competitive Discords, just every day grinding, whether it's solos or duos or whatever. But what do you got to say, man?
That's pretty much it. Every single day, nonstop, probably about 12, 15 hours a day.
There you go. Now, what's interesting is you guys have really adapted the glider redeploy, and you guys, I mean, you make it look seamless, right? You always have high ground, or you're rotating around. I mean, how has that changed the way you approach Fortnite?
It's changed a lot. Like when people are rotating, it's so much harder to get kills now, or eliminations, I should say. But yeah, other than that, I mean, you use less mats now, so more people are building. It changes the game a lot. But what do you think?
It changes the game completely. We're saving ammo instead of shooting people out because there's really no point to shoot them out because they're just going to live anyway. But there's a lot more people in game with mats. So that's only kind of hard part, but other than that, it's not really too bad.
So, I mean, were you guys coming in being like, yeah, we're going to be the #1 duo in Heat 1? Did you guys like falter at any point, or was there just like all confidence?
Well, I mean, I like to come into every tournament like super confident. I think it helps me play better. But we tried really hard the first game. We ended up getting the win. The second game, we ended up getting like, what, second place? And then after that, we're like, all right, screw the win. Let's just, when the horn hits, we're just going to try to get as many eliminations as possible. And that did not work at all. That was
It didn't work. It didn't work. We chased someone from, I think, Risky Reels all the way to Tomato Bridge. Didn't even get the kill. About 2,000 mats later, 12 explode, 10 nades, no kills. So that's what happened.
Final question for you. What's it like being able to mix it up with the European players?
I mean, I don't really know who I was fighting, so I don't know. I mean, it could have been anyone. We could have not fought any EU players, so we don't know.
So it's just all one big blur. You guys are like, look, we eliminated everyone all the time, nonstop, classic Tfue and Cloak. That's us.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the last 2 games we were just holding W on people. We were just rushing people, but hopefully, you know.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, there you go. Gentlemen, best of luck in the grand finals. Courage, Lupo, back it over to you.
See, what you guys don't see is now security just gets Zeke away from him as fast as possible.
Yep.
Because
grabs him and
yeah,
essentially that's it. They put him maybe back in a box.
Yep.
I don't know how they store
I think
Zeke.
that's actually how Zeke is moved around.
Probably.
But yeah, great to hear from them. You could tell. Cool, calm, and collected. No big surprise there. Great start. Heat 1 was a lot of fun. That's my final thoughts. And you?
I look forward to seeing how the players in Heat 2 incorporate what they saw in Heat 1.
Yes.
They're going to watch. You know they watch.
Oh,
they're going to try and analyze and see what worked and utilize those those play changes, the strategy changes.
It's going to make a big difference, but we actually have the featured streamer zone, which will be taking place now until 2:30 when we come back. So about an hour and 20 minutes until we come back for heat number 2. Marksman, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. How you guys doing over there?
Oh, fantastic. Are you mid-game right now?
You trying to slay some zombies or husks? I apologize.
No, hey,
Cube
have fun with
monsters.
it. The cube monsters, you can handle it. Marksman, take it away. Have fun over there, my friend.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it. Yeah, it's been a great event so far. I couldn't believe I was watching some of those games with Tfue and Cloak. They were going off. Then you'd see some games where as well you had no people landing major cities. Like one team, I know one team took Tilted alone, which was nuts. A lot of people are landing on the outskirts, stretching it, and trying to burn in. This is a great way that you can also kind of use for rotations. I guess I should show some people. Since they took out a lot of the bunny hopping in the game, you can cube up. Let's see where zone is. Let's go towards zone. Jump in the air, wait till you're at the high ground here. Go at an angle upwards. You burn all 40 seconds in shadow mode, but you'll be higher than a rift. So, it's been a great event so far. It's awesome to see a bunch of the mini golf stuff going on. And behind me, the casting over there and the players behind the big screen. Reminds me of PAX, except even larger. A couple more boosts here. I'm slightly sad that they removed the husks from the game for this event. It's a love-hate thing. They were definitely causing some problems, but it also gave you some fantastic loot. So it helped if you had, you know, the unlucky drop and on a gray burst. That's about it. All right. Here. Try to get a little bit of practice in playing with full shadows on. All epic settings, stuff that my computer at home cannot handle. Grandma's house. Oh, there we go. There's zombies breaking in. There's some there. Oh, there we go. Cannot get out of here. This hole is killing me. Where'd it go? Hard for me to hear things. You just fly away from me? You just go away. Oh. Alright, we got another person here. Don't rocket me. Don't rocket me. Come on. Nice. I don't have much mats left. Let's just let it go. Fly, stop the ball. Ah, trying to hit him with that. Try to take him with me. Unfortunately, ran out of mats. But we also have Swifter up here. I don't know what he's going into. He might be in the game right now. Hopefully he can drop a win where I can't. Just needed the rocket launcher to land without hit. All right. aggro drop. Little island. It's splitting up and Kevin popping back out. A little hectic. Thankfully the chests are still in the spots. Yeah, if you haven't actually played with settings that we use in the tournament, it changes the game quite a bit, so it takes a little getting used to. This should cap it. So bad. Now we got above us. Was above. Corner camping. Hey, it's a little new, you know? Bound to find some new players here and there. Real challenge is seeing elite agents with shadows on Epic. Guessing there's probably half the players running elite agent at the moment in the skirmishes and well, finals here. Trying to figure out what shots are coming. Got the nades? Nah, these are pretty good. Shield up, take these out. There we go.
Thank you, Marksman. We're so happy to have you here. We hope to see you on the booth. So, TwitchCon 2018, how is everybody feeling? I think we can do a lot better than that. TwitchCon 2018, how is everybody feeling? That is what I like to hear. Keep that energy because we have so many more exciting games coming up in week 2 at 2:30 p.m. But do not go anywhere. We have lots of fun stuff happening up on stage and at the booth, like the Fortnite dance crew coming up in just a sec. We got the Boogie Down Challenge happening right after, and more exciting gameplay from our feature streamers in the box. So, without further ado, I'd like to introduce the Fortnite dance crew. Please give them a big round of applause. Up on this big screen here and on this monitor, you're going to have Fortnite emotes being shown. We are looking for participants from the audience to get up on stage, show us your best Fortnite dance moves. Everyone that participates is going to get an event exclusive.
Is this still Skirmish? Yeah, Skirmish is going to, they're beginning Heat 3 in an hour, I believe. 2 p.m. is when they start. Well, Pacific time. How am I live from TwitchCon? I'm using Fortnite's booth to stream. They cut you out? Oh, that's fine. They said they would be going back and forth and stuff, guys. They have other stuff planned as well. I told you they have the Boogie Down Challenge going on. So many husks around here, man. So many husks. Back though, don't worry. Now, guys, it's going to go back and forth. They're doing a lot of stuff here. Honestly, they should show you... I'm hoping they do that. If you guys haven't seen the mini golf course, it's pretty nuts. Where are the players at? Can't hear you? Oh, is the music too loud behind me? I can't control that either. That's the stuff going on inside the arena here. I'm just looking for people. I heard somebody for a second. I heard shots. He was right there. Yep. You just run away from me? Dang, I can't hear. I can't, I don't know where he went. I can't hear him at all. Everything is so loud around me, you can't hear any footsteps really. He'll get a full heal off, that sucks. Oh well. This guy is just so boring. Flew away again. I'm dead. Oh, I just can't do anything. He just keeps running. He'll just keep flying away. I can get high ground on him, but I'm trying to play with no audio. So I can't hear where he went. Well then, I mean, what happens is I'll get back to him, he'll fly away from me, I try to chase him, I can't hear where he goes, and then he runs away. I hit him for like 150, but once he gets away from me, I'll never be able to figure out where he is. There's just no audio. And then I also have the earpiece in, so You're playing with no audio when you're playing this, you know. I'm trying to do it, but it's difficult. It's Heat 2, not Heat 3. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. We're going into Heat 2. I apologize. You're right. Heat 1 and Heat 2 today, Heat 3 and Heat 4 tomorrow. My bad. You're right. Yeah. We go into Heat 2 in a little bit. Even the turning. No, the turning you'll be able to hear a little bit more. So what you're hearing right now, you guys can hear the music in the background. They also hear that. They're also in this building, but they're behind the big screen. So they're a little bit further away from all of these speakers. These speakers are, this is the main room pretty much. The whole crowd is like in front and behind me. They're a little bit further back inside the same building. So they do hear this as well. They hear all the music, but they won't hear it nearly as loud. They also don't have an earpiece in connected to the main booth. What's the earpiece for? It's so I can talk to Courage and Lupo. Jack. Oh, it's not scuffed. I mean, there's nothing else you could do. This setup is like sick. You can't expect to have it be perfect. I wish it was a little quieter for if you're gonna like play. I wish it was a little quieter, but it definitely wouldn't be as bad as like what I'm doing right now. You'd be able to hear plenty. Is Marcel playing today? No, Marcel, Wildcat, and everyone in the Stream Invitational is playing on Sunday. Sunday morning. I think it starts around 10 a.m. Are we in a CLG tournament? Yeah, I'm wearing my CLG jersey. All right. But it's awesome to play here. The event is really cool. I'm going to continue doing a little bit longer stream, and then I'm going to hang out with Wildcat. If you guys would like to watch more, Swifter's playing right next to me. Hopefully he can get a win where I have not. Enjoy it. Shouldn't they provide better headphones? This is the exact same setup all the players are using. The headphones are great. It's just a lot of background noise, guys. I used Astros for 7 years. I loved them. You know? I used them for a long time. They were great. The only reason I switched is because I'm still using their mix amp, but I wanted to use this other headset that was a bit more comfortable, is all. God, I can't turn very far. This mouse pad has no room. Got a win earlier? I'm not sure if I did. I can't remember. Are you allowed to be negative? Blink twice. I think you can say whatever you'd like as long as you frame it in the right way. Positive and negative feedback are part of like the game, you know. It's not. Yeah, so I can say things don't exactly help me out too much, or I can say I wish they were better in some way. It is so difficult to do this. But at least I'm playing this setup now before tomorrow. So like before, you know, I'm actually playing for money and everything. I'm getting used to what we're playing on right now. I'm gonna save 2 minis. Let's just assume he doesn't have a whole lot of loot. can't hear him. It's so hard to aim. Oh man. I'm gonna look like a total bot tomorrow. Hopefully everyone else is having as hard a time as I am though. Because if that's the case, it won't be as bad. Right now I'm playing against people that are used to their normal setups while I'm on this, so it's like way different. Don already qualified. Yep, Don qualified today. He just did it, Heat 1, which is awesome. So me and Base Soldier play tomorrow. We'll try to qualify as well. Although we don't have a whole lot of time played together. Like we have an okay amount, but nothing crazy. I'm gonna leave the big, might as well, whatever. I was gonna just go kill a couple husks for shield, but it's fine. How can you even hear? I can't. You know, you can't hear right now. On Swifter stream, you hear your voice. Sorry, I can't really do anything about that. If you can hear me on Swifter's side, I apologize. I'm sorry. Nothing I can do about it, unfortunately. Nice. Got him. This guy had a buttload of minis. Or bigs, I'm sorry. I guess we should take the bigs. We have 3. Easy. So loud, yeah, I know. Sorry if that bugs you. It's all good. I appreciate them even letting me do this at the convention. They invited me, and I was like, yeah, sure, you know. I was invited to the Stream Invitational, but I had already committed to playing with Base Soldier, and I'd feel bad if I, like, kind of ducked out of that just to do a Stream Invitational, you know? Not to mention, I like to play competitive, and Stream Invitational is mainly focused toward content creators, which isn't a bad thing. But, I kind of wanted to play more against pros. Man, where are they at? I heard some people over here, I thought. Oh, here they go, okay. This guy's gonna be full HP. Sweet. We know, no, I do not know what the specs of the PCs are here. They're good. Very good, but I don't know what they are exactly. Did the glider help or hurt competitive play? It's not bad for competitive play. It's more annoying in casual play, I think, because everybody just will run away. And competitive is not so bad, honestly, because most people, I mean, some people play really stupidly aggressive and can just like play a crazy high ground, which is kind of dumb, because you should be punished for it, but I like how it helps rotations from far outer edges of the map, because I like to land edge and push in. Because when you do that, you usually don't have like somebody rotating in behind you, you know? Chase me down, girl, chase me down. You wanted it, I brought it. Only one bandage, what a jerk. Shoots me in the back. I lose my HP. She has nothing to give me anything new for it. I have a fire though. That's gotta be annoying. That sucks for him. You think Renegade's coming back? I don't think so. I don't think so, because Renegade was a Season 1 Battle Pass reward, pretty much. You know? So I would assume they wouldn't bring it back just because it was a Battle Pass reward. Why don't you rotate the mouse pad? There's no way to rotate it. I'm on the edge of the table. When we play at the other stations, I can rotate it a little bit. In this position, though, I can't rotate. There's no room to do it. But yeah, normally I do. Normally I tilt my mouse pad, you know, fairly sideways. I just can't do that currently. No, I'm not sure where he shot from. I wish I knew. I can't hear him though. What's my highest viewer count? 15,000 or so. Much higher than right now. Much higher.
Oh, wrong gun. I should actually get away and maybe get some heals. Yeah, I'm out of here. Oh! 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 Rip. Alright, good job, Demonic. Yeah, trash. On point, guys. Alright, who's the next 1v1? I'll randomly pick one person to come kick my butt because I'm bad at the game. Congratulations. Toast? I don't want my match to last half a second, dude. Alright, let's see. Make sure you add me first. I am Nacho. I think I said get you next. So let's see where you're at, Nacho. Alright. Sad Swiftor, and you too can be the next person to absolutely destroy me in 2 seconds. Alright, good job. Guy who just beat me, whose name I just forgot. It was... Wow, I'm bad with names. Nacho, I remember you. Let's see. Nacho, I don't see you, man. Next, the Drift King. Alright, Drift King, let's see if we can find you.
That was definitely one of my favorites for sure. It was so incredible seeing all these players come together and be so creative.
I don't see Drift King, but I do see Jake. Jake, I saw you in chat. Hop on in, Jake. Let's do this. Where are you? All right, don't stay on the list. Next. Packery. Remember, you need to send me a request first, otherwise I won't be able to find you. Oh, wait, we got somebody. There we go, Jake. Welcome to the game, Jake. I'll switch teams. We'll meet at Retail Row no matter where it is. Oh, my boy, Orb. What's up, man? How's it going, dude? Good. Yo, boys. Guess who's here? Orb. Oh, that was a nice trick. Yo.
Is he doing well? Is he winning?
No, actually, I'm doing 1v1s. I'm like losing like, every single one. You're actually good.
But it's fine.
It is fine. I'm having a great time. This is incredible, right? Like.
How's the audio in here?
It's a little rough. Oh. Me and Orb, are we hanging out? There we go. Oh, just using this camera. Yeah. All right. Good to see you, dude. All right. 1v1 now versus Jake. What up, Jake? Forgot to change teams. Jake is ready to absolutely destroy me. I wish you luck, Jake. You won't need it, though. All right. We're both dropping Retail. 1v1. First to get a kill. Get the kill. Wins. All right. Let's do it. All right. Jake ZZZ. Never played him before, but I have confidence in his skill level. So far, we've played maybe, what, 12 1v1s this session. I've won 2 of them, through luck, I believe, but this could be it. This could be number 3. All right. There, we're good to go. All right, Jake. See you on the ground. Oh, man. So, I was really entranced earlier by the dancers on the stage and DJ Llama. That was great. Very easy, very hard to not look away from that. But now I need complete focus. I can't embarrass myself in front of all you guys here at TwitchCon. Although it definitely happened. All right, oh, there goes Jake right there. How you doing, Jake? You ready? Maybe we should land together? No, turn around. Oh, Jake's right there, my neighbor. All right, here we go. I'll take all the shotguns. I don't mind at all. Won't really need that. Now, in a few moments, a thought might go through your minds. That thought is probably along the lines of, wow, this guy's bad. And that's totally normal. Get it all the time. But miracles do happen. I think he's in here. Oh, wow. He's a builder, huh? Jake? Oh, wow. None of these weapons are really good for this scenario. He doesn't know I'm here yet. All right, this will work. All right, Jake. Ready or not? That was a complete fail. Yep. Jake, come on down. Calling you out, Jake. Oh, he came. Right behind you, Jake. Oh. Oh, that's cute. Okay. Fine. Fine. You're high ground, so I can help you for that long. Oh. Wow. One more, Jake. I have no idea where he is. Okay, one lucky hit. That's all I need. Where'd you go, Jake? Oh, wow. All right. Pretty good, Jake. Good survivability there. Let's have some slurp juice on him. You just emoting on me, Jake? Oh! Well done, Jake. Truly the superior player. All right. Next up, who will be our next contender? If you're watching from home, send a friend request to Swift or get my attention in chat. And you can be next in line to destroy me. Oh, Adam's already here. I've been waiting for Adam for maybe like 15 minutes here. All right. Adam, let's do this, buddy. Retail row. I'll switch teams. Let's do it. So let's see. What can I tell about Adam from his outfit there? Man with good taste. Ah, man. So, like I mentioned earlier, I like to do customs in playground mode. I like doing a lot of Simon Says, hide and seek. I think it's just really fun to do and requires much less skill. I'm also part of the Stream Invitational on Sunday. Very honored to be there. And I do feel sorry for the soul who will be matched up with me. If you're here at TwitchCon and you're my partner, I will try my very hardest. But you will have to carry. Good sir or ma'am. Hey, how's it going? All right, let's switch teams. Meet you at retail. Ah, right there. Perfect. I think I've tried to get Adam into this game for maybe like 20 minutes. Glad it's finally happening. All right, I like landing blacktops. So the recurring theme of these 1v1s is then that they can build and I can't. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe Adam's building skills will be like more on par with mine. All right, where is he? Oh. Don't see him yet. Let's begin. All right. Crossbow, that's all right. Ooh, yeah. Now we're cooking. All right, I'm not the aggressive type. He hasn't come after me yet. Oh, wait. No. Always throws me off. All right. My favorite emote. Love it. Oh, there he is. I did not get any resources, did I? Shame on me. Fix that real quick and we'll be the aggressors. All right. Hey, Adam. How's it going? Oh, that is bad. Oh. revolver. Hop on out, dude. You know you want to. Oh! I am terrible. All right. Well done, Adam. I talked so much trash and you destroyed me. All right, who's next? Come on down. Add Swiftdoor. Get my attention in chat. And you can be next to embarrass me. Falcon says he's ready. No, Falcons, you're too good at the game. I know you. All right. Please me. All right, chat's going kind of fast. Let's go and pick New Zeus. New Zeus, you're next in line, my friend. All right, New Zeus, where are you at? There we go, I see you. New Zeus, my bad. Hang on, I just lost you. There we go. Adam, well played, my friend. Hope you have a great time watching the TwitchCon action. All right, Zeus, come on in, man. Zeus. All right, I don't see you on the list here just yet. Pretty sure I added you. Well, let's get a few of you guys added just in case. Next up, let's see, how about Eod Relos? Oh, I can't pronounce that, but I know how to spell it. Starts with an E. Eod. Make sure you send your friend request to me first before getting my attention. If I don't see it, it's going to be hard to get you in there. All right, next up, how about Fat Data? Sure, that's an easy name. Nope, don't see you. Next, Chubbs. All right, Chubbs, please make sure you send the friend request to Swiftdoor first before, because what I'm doing is I'm just looking down this list. There we go, Chubbs with the weird looking U. All right, Chubbs, hopefully you're on. You sent me that request, please make sure you're online. It's hard to play with you if you don't have your game loaded up, right? All right, next. King Reflex. Setting myself up for destruction. King Reflex. Oh, we got somebody. There we go, Zus made it in. Probably just took a second. All right, Zus, let's do it, man. If you didn't hear already, Zus, we're dropping retail. I'll switch teams. First kill gets it. Good luck. All right, guys, no worries. We'll pick someone else for after this. Glad you guys are hanging out. And yeah, man, Fall Skirmish, really exciting. Man, like I mentioned earlier, isn't it crazy that here at TwitchCon, like some of the best players in the world, maybe the best, right? Not one of them right here, though. All right, let's switch teams, and me and you, Zus. All right. Make sure you thank that bus driver, Zus. Don't be rude. All right, it's almost drop time. Here we go. Oh, lost my chat. All right, Zus, where are you gonna drop, man? Usually when I do this from home, I like to have, like, you know, the other player on Discord. We can kind of, like, you know, do a little trash talking, some mind games. But for now, I'm just gonna keep my eye. Oh, there he is. All right, Zus, you've got some time. I'm in no rush. I can work with that. Zus is probably landed by now, right? Let's go pay him a visit. Where you at, Zus? That was a short ride. I'd assume he'd hit around here somewhere. No signs of activity so far. Out Zus. There we go, an open door. All right, right above us. Where are you? Oh, whoa, whoa, buddy. That was very alarming. Okay. That could have just been over right there. Oh, go ahead and pop that out. There he is. Oh! Alright, no problem. I'm completely out though. Ooh, wow. Time for a quick drink. Nice Galaxy Sin. Oh wow, that's no good. I don't have the time. We'll make time. Don't be afraid, Zus. Alright. I need help. I saw help back in here. It's time to grab it. You really want to draw this out. Oh, almost. I dropped my shotty. Really wants me to come out. You know what? It's his turn to come to me. Zus, I'm calling you out. Step inside. Oh! Alright, he came in. Oh! Well done, Zus. Alright. Oh, wow. He gave me the slow clap. Brutal. Brutal. Alright, to the folks watching, yes. I prefer custom games. I'm not good at the competitive stuff. I still have fun 1v1s. So let's see. Who's next? Motion Blast? I don't think I invited you. Let's keep it fair. Alright. Alright, let's see here. Who did I say would be next? How about... Let's see. Who wants to step up next? Hang on, I saw a name there. If you're trying to entice me with the fact that telling me that you're trash, no, that doesn't make me feel better. Let's see here. Just give me your name. Rasmudo. Let's pick you, man. That popped out at me. All right. Rasmudo. There we go. Gotcha. Hop on in. All right, dude. Please back out. Let's change this to invite only. There we go. All right, man. Let's go. Good to have you in the game, Rasmudo. Just press that ready button, friend, and we will get this 1v1 going. There we go. Quick dab before we get started. All right. Once again, retail. I'll switch teams. I'd wish you luck, but you do not need it. Anorak, slow mode. I think we're good, man. Don't worry about it. A little bit of madness is okay. Hey there. All right. Let's see. Game 2. Retail. I'll see you there. Let's see here. Ever heard of the building? Really? Sounds like a new concept to me. All right, I'll pick another player after this, guys. All right, mate. See you there. Those of you guys that recognize me and been watching me for a while means a lot. Thank you for that. You'll prime some of you pick if I pick you. No, it's all right, man. But I'm just gonna pick randomly. All right, here we go. All right. Can we spot him? Nope. Well, let's get ready. I figured my best shot, grab a shotty. Aim doesn't need to be that great to get some damage. See what we got. All right, attack would be my preferred weapon. I'll go with that. All right, let's see here. Quick swap here. All right, let's go. The sooner I die, the sooner someone else can play, right? All right, let's see. Any signs of activity? I could draw him out. Oh, wow, already. Aggressive. I'm out of loot. Oh. Nice. All right, let's go ahead. Seems to be the aggressive type. Nope. And a miss. Fail. All right. Not over there. Pretty desperate for resources right now. Grab that. Oh. Ah, cute. All right, well done, man. Good kill. Nice finish with the pickaxe. Let's pick our next 1v1 player. All right. Man, it's being toyed with. Hurts me right here. All right, next up, who wants to come on in? All right, Raz, well done, man. Take our next player. Who wants the easy kill? So the protocol, guys, just drop your epic name in chat after you've added me first. Make my life easy. I'll make your kill easy. Let's take Watermelon Boy. I like the sound of that. It sounds refreshing. All right, Watermelon, see if we can find you. Oh, I'm surprised to add friends thinking over 1,000. Don't see it? All right, next, how about... All right, OD something. I saw you up there somewhere. OD. No, don't see it. Next. All right, how about one with H? Like Hypno, I think it was. Yep, yeah, here, Hypnotic Immortal. All right, man. You're next, come on down. I have to invite him, that's right. All right, here we go. This might be our final one. Might get cut off in the middle, so let's see if we can hurry this up. You know what? Let's go ahead and just hop in if you're on the friends list, or you can jump in somehow. Let's get this going. This might be the last one. Hop in, boys or girls. All right. All right, so, guys, thanks for watching me absolutely fail this. But we're pitching a CRB now. Check out his superior gameplay. Thanks for watching this side. This is Swifter signing out. CRB, take it from here, man. Awkward point where we just wait for the switch over. Any moment now, guys. In the meantime, let's grab. There we go. CRB, all yours, man. Thanks, dude.
We're going to try to just continue.
Orb!
What?
I was telling you CRB, I misread the thing.
Oh,
my bad.
God.
I love you, man. I'm so sorry, dude.
Wow, that's
Orb.
really how it's going to be? That's really, okay. Well, I'll remember that. I'll remember that. Yeah, welcome, everybody. We're going to try to keep the train moving.
All right, guys.
Try to get some good games
wow,
in.
it's 2:13. All right, I'm a little bit over my time.
Hopefully you guys have enjoyed watching Swifter, and hopefully we can keep on some hot action from the Fortnite booth at TwitchCon 2018. Twitch chat, I can kind of see you. I currently have you guys on my phone, so feel free to just give me an orb wave in the chat so I know you guys are here, and so I know you guys can hear me, all right? And yes, we are at a convention, so yes, audio is going to be a little bit different. It just kind of comes with the territory of being at a not at home, shall we say. All right. I say we start with the Lace Links. Lace Links is usually a pretty good time for me, so we're going to head over there and try to cause some mayhem. Yo, chat, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're going to be live for the next 2 hours, I believe, so if you guys need anything to watch, this is the place to be. And for everybody that's at TwitchCon, that is literally the place to be. But listen, being at home on your computer is a close second, all right? You guys are here in spirit, right? All right, looks extremely empty, to be honest with you, which might be good. Maybe it's good to have like a first game that's kind of a little bit more of a warm-up pace. Okay, never mind. And he got the gun. All right, well, listen. When I said warm-up, guys, when I said warm-up, okay? Just give me a gun. If I win this battle now. Oh my, you need to get out of here, dude. Are you kidding me? That's minus points for him, all right? You don't hit me 3 times with a pickaxe, get the weapon, and then lose the gunfight. You just don't do that. Man, maybe it was his warm-up game too. Maybe I shouldn't be too harsh on him, right? All right, let's see what we got in terms of loot around here. All right, 2 gray guns. Good start. That's better. Thank you. Let's organize our guns. It's all about gun management at the end, right? We need some action, baby, all right? Go for this chest, see what we can find. Yes, we are literally, we are on the big screen at TwitchCon at the Fortnite booth, all right? This is day 1 out of 3. And there's going to be a ton of action happening, obviously, from the Fortnite booth, from the Fortnite tournament. Obviously, that's something you guys definitely want to check out. There may even be slightly better players than me in this tournament. Slightly, potentially. I'm not getting word yet. They're absolutely 100% better than me. Dude, I have so many weekly challenges to catch up on. This is great. This is great. I get to go on vacation to the United States of America, and I still get to do my weeklies, dude. It's fantastic. Or my dailies, whichever. Both. We don't need 2 of those. We'll upgrade this gun right here. Probably need a little bit more mats. Dude, it's so different playing with different gear that you're not used to. I think we're going to be able to do okay. Hopefully okay. You're so used to your own mouse and keyboard. All right, let's drive, baby. Let us drive. All right, we gotta go pretty far, so probably good if we leave now. All right, let's go, boys. Is this Fall Skirmish? This is not. This is the, this is Casual Streamer Orb, all right? You can find me on twitch.tv/orb if you guys want to go check out the channel, go chat with us, have a great time with us. We're always looking for new members to join our family. So by all means, it's got to be non-stop action. Non-stop action. In the Twitch channel for the next 2-ish hours. Hear gunfire. Oh, that's a person right there. I can't believe I missed that. Whoop. I rolled an 8. I rolled 2 8s. I rolled 6s. It's okay. It's okay. Everything is under control. All right, chill, chill, chill. I have no ammo. Whoops. What if I'm grabbing that slurp? Am I grabbing that slurp? Honestly, I think it's better if we just dip here. Later. Stupid zombies. Alright. Let's dip out of here, man. Can someone help me explain how to play in the Fall Skirmish? I think it's a little late to jump on now. I think it's, I mean, if you show up at TwitchCon, I think you have a chance to qualify. I don't know if they do. I know they have a qualifier today. I don't know if they have a qualifier every single day. But I guess come to San Jose, USA. Bring your A game. Be ready to fight tooth and nail. And maybe you will have the chance to fight in the skirmish. All right. Well, we're inside the safe zone. So far, so good. Inside the safe zone. Oh, hello. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, building. Where you going? Oh! Oh, no. Oh, no. Hey, listen, listen. Chat room, chat room, chat room. Listen, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. All right? Let's talk about this. Okay, listen. For one, hey, listen. No, don't give me that, chat. Chat, don't give me that. Hey, listen. Let's talk about this. The way I came up, I don't know if you saw that. The way I came up, it was I was hit with a lag. That is what happened. All right, I was hit with a lag. All of a sudden, honestly, the keyboard disconnected, and I was like, dude, what's going on? Jesus Christ. I don't know if did they cut me off just before I died? Perfect. Oh my God. Ooh, we're fine. All right. Well, boys, whew, at least we didn't die on the big screen. At least we didn't do that. Maybe he is worse than Swifter. Come on, dude. Give me one. Were you going to give me one game? Yes. I can hear you. All right. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, man. Okay. Listen. Why are you queuing EU when you're NA West? Wait, what? You said what? Hey, who said that? Hellish, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I mean, I thought it was a little laggy, but I figured, but you're telling me. Hold on, let me back out of this. You know why? Because obviously I'm European, so, you know, it just auto. Yeah, why? How do I change region? Isn't it here somewhere? In settings. Oh, here it is. No, wait, it should be here. I'm playing with 130 ping. Yo, 9 MS, bros. 9 MS. All right, good. Good catch, my dude. Listen, I'm going to give you a thumbs up, dude. You put this in your pocket, you save it, okay? You're welcome, yo, hellish. Thank you, dude. You're saving me here. You're saving me. You're saving my butt. So do we have anybody in Twitch chat that's from, that's at TwitchCon right now? Do we? Gooba, what's up, baby? How you doing? Or is everybody at home? What time is it? All right, we have about an hour 40 left. At home feels weird, man. Feels weird, man. Agent Taco, what's going on? Welcome, everybody. Yeah, feel free. If you guys are brand new or, dude, listen, stick around for a little bit, see if you enjoy it. Follow, maybe. It's free. Here's the inside scoop, guys. It's free to follow the channel. Maybe you'll be surprised. Maybe you'll love it. Maybe you'll hate it. I mean, that's a risk you're going to be willing, you're going to have to take. At this point, even before I'm going to play worse, I still have 100 ping, though. Oh, now I have, okay, never mind. It doesn't, now I have 0 ping. Cool. Does that not, it doesn't update until you're down on the ground? Maybe not. All right, we're going salty, boys. Salty, salty, salty. Hold on, I need Twitch chat with me. Oh. Yeah, Chris, can you go in the camera and say hi to everybody? I don't know if you're going to be in frame. Hey, guys. This is Chris. Hi, everybody say hi, or wave. Chris is, yeah, Chris, where the hell is my drink? I asked you for a goddamn, oh, shit. Well, I'll drink later. Sorry, I didn't mean to scream at you, sorry. Why do you make me do this, Chris? All right? Why do you make me do this? Dude, chat, we have taken some dope photos with both the merch and just like inside San Jose yesterday. Can't wait to show you guys. Chris is quite a beast with the camera. Grabbing all this with us, thank you very much. My audio is so low, guys. I can barely hear this. Uh-oh. I heard that. That was a port-a-port. Do I take the minigun? Of course I do. Of course I do. Oh, there it is. I don't even know if I have enough mats to like build up here. Oh boy. This is what I wanted all along. This is what I wanted all along. God damn it, I could not find it to save my life. Why didn't he pump me, by the way? Listen, everything is under control, chat. Everything is under control, all right? There's like, maybe slight input delay. Let's just say that, slight. Oh, somebody's over there, too. Yeah, there might be slight input delay. Oh, man. It's hard to fight for that low ground, baby. It's hard. You play hockey? No, why? Because I'm Swedish? I was actually extremely bad on skates. Like, extremely, extremely bad. Just got killed by the guy you killed. Oh, shit, man. Wait, you did or you saying I did? She. Rough aiming? Yeah, I know. There's like slight input delay, so it makes everything a little bit harder. And it's also not my gear, so it's kind of like... it's kind of like you're standing on 2 new legs all of a sudden, man. All right, gotcha. All right, gotcha. All right, so... we're going to try to queue in to the next game. All right, this is going to be third game. Third time's the charm, which means this is it. All right, now there's no more excuses for warming up, right? There's no more excuses for, man, I'm just kind of cold. I got cold hands. None of that, all right? This is going to be third game. And if it goes badly, all right, I have no one else to blame. Maybe I'll blame Twitch chat, right? Maybe I'll blame Twitch chat, but I usually do that anyways, right? Twitch chat is pretty easy to target. I just go with that, all right? And especially Rich John 92 from chat. Smokey, thank you very much for the 4 months. Appreciate it. Guys, there's never been a better time to commit to the channel. Make sure to do so. With Twitch Prime, you can do it for free. That's what I hear. Word is spreading for free with Twitch Prime. All right, let's go with Pleasant Park. Pleasant Park has decent enough action, or can also have a lot of action. So we're trying to get a little lubricated with the guns, as it were. We are trying to put down some hurt, baby. It is really foggy with this update, yes. All right, I usually go for the left side. Blue houses. All right, we have one more bogey. Anybody else? 2. You're going someplace. You're going over there. Okay, cool. All the decorations. That's something I wish that Sweden would do more. Halloween. We don't really celebrate it. Over here, it's like, it's a big thing. Everybody gets involved. Doesn't matter the age. Everybody just, you do something. You know, you have fun with it. Fortnite is definitely on point with that, so. We just gotta make Sweden great again by bringing over Halloween, guys. Right? All right, let us go. Let us go. Pump in hand. This should be, it's gonna be a breeze, baby. Oh, I hear him. Oh, no. I'm gonna close the door, mate. Aw, man. Not a good look for me. Oh, gun, dude. Well played, man. Well played. Well done, my dude. Well done. Dude, I had him. I even caught him off guard. This is why you cannot miss. I mean, the pump is super deadly. You just have to hit your shots, man. You just have to 4 times the charm. Oh, I like that, dude. Endura, I like that. Yeah, we just gotta queue and do it again, man. You can't win them all. Figs, thank you very much for the 81 months in a row. I said that correctly, guys. 81 months of a subscription to the channel. Thank you very much for that, Figs. I hope you're doing A-okay. Explosive Gamer, good to see you. How you doing? McLancy, thank you very much for the follow as well. Appreciate it. Everybody that's new to the channel, welcome. All right. Hopefully, you won't mind watching some subpar Fortnite for a bit. But we're having fun, all right? We're at TwitchCon 2018. We're at the Fortnite streamer booth. You can't have but fun when you're here, you know? I saw the guy that was here earlier was playing with a controller that's plugged in right here. I don't know how you guys do it. I really don't. I've tried a couple of times to play on console. It's just not for me, right? I know there's some really, really heavy hit, like some really good players, some really heavy hitters that plays with a controller. Just, I can't do it. I mean, it would make sense because your hands are closer together. Wouldn't that be easier to operate? Not for me, no. Let's stretch for retail. Let's do that. Stretch for retail, baby. Oh yeah, Sarky, yeah, we might need to change the title and stuff. Just change from the Fortnite booth at TwitchCon, do that. All right. Let us go, boys. 4 times the charm. Let's go, baby. All right, so we're either landing all of this. I don't usually like to land in the shops. It's just, I just feel like it's an easier route to take if I do it from the houses. So we'll go right here. Chest down here. Let's go. Perfect. Pop these minis right away. Scope AR isn't going to really come in handy here. That's more like it. Let me miss another pump, shall we, guys? All right. I don't see anyone. We're going to try to push to the shops. Ooh, blue pump. Thank you very much. Good trade. All right, listen. Chill. Chill, my dudes. Listen, what happened to Joel's? What happened to this fine establishment, man? This is my place right here. Usually I get a chest in there, and I feel like it's just Fortnite's way of just like, man, your name is Joel, we're gonna hook you up. And I just want the record to show that everybody that says that streamer loot is a thing, I want you to look at my weapons, and I want you to tell me that streamer loot is a thing. 'Cause streamer loot is not a thing. And obviously as a streamer, it would make sense for me to lie to you about this, but I'm telling you, I would have way better guns if streamer loot was enabled. I guess they forgot to enable that. Maybe it's a TwitchCon thing, I don't know. Either way, kind of bummed. All right, let's see. Dude, this seems so empty, dude. There's like no one around here at all. Oh, wait, actually, never mind. Is he in the attic? Damn right you are. What? Did not mean to. All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the love of all that is holy. Thank you very much for that. All right, get our jail free card. We have the Porter Rift. That could absolutely come in handy. What guns did you have? Blue AR. Definitely take that. I could be real cheeky and just do a med kit for 6 HP, but I think we're gonna skip it. It's not that serious, is it, guys? Well, it is that serious. Oh my god. Well, yeah, I'll take the slurp. Sure, why not? Slurp could absolutely come in handy. All right, so the only thing we're really lacking now is mats. So let's try to focus on just that. Get him, Orb. I'm trying here, man. I'm trying. All right? With you by my side, anything is possible. Appreciate you, man. Dude, Twitch chat is always so nice to me. I really should treat him better. But there's always that one egg in the chat that really just makes me mad, all right? Mainly talking to you, Rich. You're the bad egg here. All right, this looks empty. This is a very quiet middle part of the map. All right, Chad, how about this? If I win this game, I'm giving you all 10,000 orbits. No, actually, stretch it. If I win this, I'm giving you all 100,000 orbits. Orbits is our loyalty point system in the chat. And you too. I mean, if I win, you guys win, right? So essentially, you guys want me to do well. And if I lose, I will remove 100,000 from all your accounts. Fair? Let's do it, right? It's a high risk, high reward. You have everything to lose and pretty much nothing to gain. It's the orb lottery. All right, so let's pop this slurp. Have this ready. All right, perfect. All right, we definitely need more mats, dude. 300 is not enough. Probably shouldn't break the trees, but oh well. All right. More mats, more mats, more mats. All right, so I believe we are going to throw it back to the caster desk for some more action from them. So hopefully I will see you guys soon. Over to you.
Yes, it worked.
That's us.
Good job. We're the caster
We're
desk.
back. They can hear us here, too. Do you hear that?
Yes, absolutely. I hear them yelling.
They're not
cheering.
loud enough, though.
No, they're not.
They can be louder. Can we be louder? That's what's up.
Oh, this place is filled to the brim now.
It's
okay.
Absolutely wild.
Okay.
They have strobe lights, too. Look at that.
Yeah, that really...
Don't look directly into it.
Yeah, please don't. Avoid that. Awesome to have everybody here live from TwitchCon, a sold-out event. And honestly, the main event here, the Fall Skirmish Finals, as you know, Heat 1 is done and dusted. We have our 12 teams that are our finalists that'll be moving on to Sunday. Here's a look at them again, and no surprise, Tfue and Cloakzy at the top.
We saw an absolutely dominant set of plays from these guys over the course of 4 games. Top-down views pretty much every single time, taking advantageous positions every opportunity they had.
Yep.
And a 5-point lead after 4 games that's wild. The team from Atlantis doing fantastic as well. 20 eliminations for both of those teams. We haven't seen anybody else kind of even get close. We got 15 from Sorn and Mr. Mowgli, but that's about it. Everybody else is kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel. And some of these plays, just Tfue's shots here, picking General out of the air like he's skeet shooting. It's wild. Mig though, the double, just oh man,
that was a long battle with that shotgun. It winds up coming out on top, but the 2 Atlantis players here, Mitro and Megan, they really impressed me with their teamwork today. You know, we wound up seeing them place towards the top half of that top 12, and it's no surprise. Mitro, for me, had arguably the best play of the Fall Skirmish so far, which was that shockwave grenade play back a few weeks ago. Ooh. Frosty and Devious. Remember that when they got that grappler at the castle all the way at the start of the game, and man, they put it to work through the rest of the map, Lupo.
Multiple 150+ damage headshot shots there from that.
This was it. This was the opening one.
Literally, you speak of it, it shows up. Jack flying through the air, drops Tina inside, and the finish quick. Taking an opportunity when they're split to say, okay, you left your teammate up top, I'm going to put him down.
Yeah, and as simple as that. And you know, they showed off how powerful that could be. Obviously, high ground is everything. And now with the glider redeploy being in play, it's changed everything up. That's Heat 1. Obviously, we have more action coming today. We'll take a look at our schedule. Again, Heat 1 took place back at 10 a.m. We obviously just had the featured streamers, incredible stuff there from everyone taking over while we had our little break there. But now Heat 2 about to kick off. 4 more games, 100 new players. Only the top 12 duos will move on to Sunday.
And the list of players for this one is honestly just as, if not more terrifying than the first game, the first heat. We had a lot of really good. There were a lot of really good teams. Atlantis and FaZe, and you had and Ghost, which ended up 13th.
Yep.
There, so they're up for a wild card position to make it onto the grand finals on Sunday. But man, the competition for this one.
It's nuts. It's nuts. And you mentioned that wild card. It's all part of the format we have here and the rules we're playing. Here it is again. Obviously, heavy focus on eliminations. 7+ elims is 3 points. If you get 5 to 6, it's 2 points. 3 to 4 is 1 point. There's also the big bonus, Ben, which we only saw one team, I think, achieve earlier today when they had 8 elims. If you get 7, or if you get over 7 elims, you get a bonus point for every extra elim.
Placement still matters, though, Jack. So
yes.
Victory Royale is 3rd. If you 3 points, if you get 2nd or 3rd place is 2 points. 4th or 5th is 1 point. Now, like you mentioned, 2 wildcard duos will advance to the grand finals at the end of each day. The 13th place teams from each heat will be compared, and the winner will become the day's wildcard pick.
Wow.
So that means the team from Ghost is up against whoever ends up 13th at the end of Heat 2 today. We'll see who advances.
We'll see who comes out on top, and these guys, they all want to make it to Sunday to play for this. Look at the money on the line. If you make it to Sunday, you automatically win $5,000 for yourself. Obviously, your teammate gets their half as well. But then, look at the difference. From 10th place, in 10th, you get $22,500. If you get first, 400 grand up for grabs, 200,000 a player, a life-changing amount of money. And honestly, the points there you see to represent the clubs, too. All 5 clubs represented here throughout the heats. There's a lot going on here in the Fortnite wing, though. This is the crowd live here at TwitchCon for the actual Fall Skirmish finals, but we've also got the Lazy Links golf course. We've got the merch booth, the photo booth. There's a lot of stuff here.
You're avoiding mentioning the churros again, I noticed.
I know. It's literally just because I haven't gotten the chance to eat one yet. The awesome sign as you walk on in, so you're not confused as to what game you're watching, but we mentioned a lot of the money that was on the line. There's also different incentives in game that were being used this weekend. One of them is Make It Rain. Basically, in zones 3 and 4 of the game, during the 3rd and 4th circle, whichever duo has the most eliminations will be awarded $10,000. If no eliminations occur during that, then the prize rolls over into the next match. That prizing remains unclaimed at the end of the day, and if it heat, then it rolls over to the grand final. So each game, mid-game, you've got 10 grand on the line as well.
That's absolutely wild. Plus, remember, on top of that, a team has to have the most eliminations, which means if they tie, it rolls over too. It's got to be a direct reward to one team, and that's it.
So I believe we already have money rolling over to the grand finals as well. Another $10,000. But again, our packed house here. If you're live at TwitchCon or in the area, come on through. Obviously having a blast. One thing we've seen today, some of the changes in game, as it's known, the glider redeploy in play. We're not playing with, you know, the cube, the
cube monsters.
The cube
no
monsters,
cube monsters
the
involved
spawners.
here.
None of that involved today, but still some of the most recent updates with the 6-shooter being added, obviously the crossbow there being there, those are in play, and who knows, could come into effect.
Like you said, that soaring 50s mechanic, that it was where it originated, but the glider redeploy, in my opinion, is probably that's the mechanic that's changed the way that we've seen gameplay develop from this event into even previous weeks of the Fall Skirmish, back at PAX West for the end of Summer Skirmish. Things have really adjusted, and the players, especially the ones that are showing up on top, they've adjusted those changes appropriately, and I think that's a sign of a truly competitive player, somebody that takes mechanic changes like that, the way that Fortnite is played, very seriously. You will not see those kind of adjustments held on to quickly, at least in public matches. It just isn't the case, because I think things are played a little more loosely. But here, people are looking for singular mistakes. Any opportunity to take advantage of your opponent, you have someone stationed at maybe outside the zone further out from you and you're gatekeeping, you look for one chance, one hit, and that could be exactly that could be the difference between multiple eliminations and points and putting yourself on the board and potentially having to come back next match and try again.
There's a lot on the line, a lot of stuff going on all around the world of Fortnite. One big one, obviously, this week was the beginning of Fortnitemares. We love the trailer. We're showing it again. Fortnitemares has taken Fortnite by storm. It's been a lot of fun. There's obviously the cube monsters all around the map. Got to survive not only against them, but the enemies as well to make it to that ever-coveted victory royale. And, you know, you also have Deadfire, too, the first progressive skin in Fortnite history. 3 different tiers you can go through as the game goes on, as you fight off enemies, do damage. It's cool to see. Be sure to pick it up if you can. With that being said, though, it's time to begin the processes of getting into Heat 2. It's what we're here for now. And, man, you mentioned the stacked lobby. It's time to see who is participating now.
Absolutely.
Even some of it's going to catch me off guard. I'm trying to keep up, and wow, here they are. Break it down for us.
So you've got you have multiple professional organizations represented here too. A team from CLG. We've seen Wilds play in previous Fall Skirmish weeks and do really well. You have a ton of names across the board. Karos and Animal from Sentinel put on an excellent show in previous weeks. Always really high eliminations, very aggressive gameplay. Vape Jesus and Big Brain Pain. I've had eyes on them multiple times. Always high on leaderboards, always establishing themselves. It's insane how deep the field is. Because even on top of what you see on the screen, you have to remember who played in Heat 1. And we have 2 more Heats tomorrow of names that these players are so competitive. It blows my mind. Like, how do you put yourself up against, like, Vivid and Poach from Liquid? Jack, I would back out of this lobby, to be honest with you.
No, I definitely would. Vivid and Poach, for me, the scariest squad in here, but a lot of great names as well. You see E-United's Amaze, CLG KP5, another big name there as well. Outlet and Turkey Lips, that long-time duo that we've seen from them a lot of times. In the skirmish, some C9 representation as well. But from top to bottom, a very stacked Heat. Anyone can get these top 12 spots.
Coming up here, we'll have the beginning of the first game. Before too long, you see, here's the players hanging out over in the player area, getting ready to play all those machines. It's a similar setup to what they've run through. And there you go, Poach and Vivid. We got some noise behind us in the crowd for those 2 gentlemen. a fan favorite, to say the least. But these players are playing on similar setups to what they were on at PAX.
Yep.
I think that's the idea going forward, is so that they can anticipate what they're going to play on. They know ahead of time, and so the environment doesn't really change.
Nope, for sure. And these guys are locked in. Some have more experience than others. It's kind of interesting to see now, as we've had a few of these kind of
recognize that
LAN events. Turkey Lips on the right, absolutely. Awesome dude. Real cool guy if you haven't got the chance to meet or watch him yet. But either way, game one should be getting underway here again. To remind everybody at home, 4 matches played in this heat. The top 12 in the total points will wind up moving on to Sunday's grand final. The 13th place team will be considered a wild card and will wind up being compared to the Ghost team we saw in Heat 1, who is the wild card, and then one team will move on to Sunday's final. It's a lot to get out. It's a lot of information on that.
There's a lot there.
But
we'll try and repeat it so everybody holds on to all that over the course of time, so you remember.
Folks, though, ladies and gentlemen, we are live from TwitchCon. The battle bus, it's taken off. Here we go. It is time for game number 1 of Heat 2. Who will move on through to the grand finals and compete for that coveted title of Fall Skirmish Grand Champions? It's time to get it started and look at the beautiful Fortnite map. Lupo, last heat, the favorites were Tfue and Cloaksy. They did it. They came out on top. The favorites for me in this one, Poach and Vivid. Will they do the same?
I'm on the same page, to be quite honest. We've seen really, really impressive performances from them in the past. Yep. It would blow my mind if we didn't see a repeat of that here today. If you're here at TwitchCon in San Jose, please make some noise for the beginning of Heat 2, Game 1. We'll see where people are dropping. We got Top Gun, Elastis down there, a couple bopping into Salty Springs. Pretty clear spread, although we'll say it's surprising to me to see Tilted completely unpossessed. Nobody went Tilted.
0.
And these people, they're looking down on everybody else jumping out of the bus. They see where people are going.
I've never seen that before.
I don't think I've ever seen Tilted completely uncontested.
I wonder who's going to be the first to find that out.
The island is completely empty as well. Pleasant Park completely empty. Junk. Nobody's jumped.
Everyone's playing. This is a very passive lobby compared to last one.
This is going to be a very early aggressive gameplay from some people, though. We have multiple locations. POIs out of the gate have 3 or more teams at them.
Nobody, just farming up everything in sight. Trying to get those materials up as we get things started.
Chef Strobel and Harkin already looking like they may have cleaned up a duo here at the bridge coming out of the desert biome in the southeast corner of the map. Here we go. This is what I was talking about. Up on top of Viking Village, Zexro and Vinny, Johnny K and Tantrum Thrower, and a Rift. Not a Rift to go. Looks like one of the ones that was stationed just outside of the area there, but just taking the opportunity to maybe bounce out, or an aggressive push from above. We'll have to see here in a second where they potentially cut to. Building up and going for edits. Just trying to dig up any loot that they can while still keeping an eye on the opposition here in Viking Village. Zexro and Vinny still the largest building. Zexro trying to get a kind of a POV from the top of the building, keeping his eyes down.
And you'll see just farming those buildings. You're not used to seeing players do that in your average Fortnite game, right? But here, legitimately every single material not only counts, but I'm sure it'll be used in some capacity. So they're farming up the roof. They're getting every little bit they can get. They're making it one shot. You see they're not actually finishing it. They keep it as cover. As, again, they just continue to gain every little bit of material. Look, if they didn't do that, if they hadn't been farming that, he would still be at what? I think like 65 wood he had before he farmed that whole roof.
More than double just based on not even finishing the structure pieces alone, because like you said, every material counts. If you get one build might be the difference between winning and losing a 2v2.
Looks like some sort of move is now being made by Zexro.
Tag shotgun, gray SMG, 3 stink grenades we've seen a ton of times in the past. The stink bombs used almost all the time. Zexro trying to get maybe a little side flank, trying to get a pinch there. 4 players all built around in one building here, the north side of Snobby Shores, trying to resolve a scuffle of 2v2 here. The audio cues are huge, and the team Ashen and Crimson have the height advantage. They're basically just listening for movement inside the building.
Oh, he just built that wall, which would have blocked any shot.
Fun fact, you see there on your screen, the llama can run up to 35 miles an hour. Yeah, Fortnite, I'd like to see the ones in game do that.
Yeah.
Make them move.
That's
Thanks.
almost believable as me running 35 miles an hour.
I believe that you could do that, Jack.
Well, it depends on what I'm running at or for. But here we go. Here's the fight. A quick crack from the pump shotgun. Not enough there as the shields are traded. They've got one trapped inside. There's no materials left. Beautiful trade there. Crimson going to get rezzed down by Austin, and nicely done. They engage together. They react accordingly, and just like that, 2 eliminations, 1 more, and they're earning themselves a point.
We got a team rotating away from Greasy. Demand and Zed Beast. Finding someone hiding next to a tree out here. Trying to go for a quick little build there. Not a whole ton of materials. If Demand outbuilds his own materials, he might get caught underneath his opponent, putting himself in a bad spot. He actually gave 2 walls up, or 2 floor surfaces up to his opponent there. Looking for the drop down, but it doesn't happen. Still built up on top of Demand and Zed Beast. Now Zedrin, the teammate, Zakumi building up, trying to get the top down as well. Height advantage is almost everything here, but a good shot might save the game. 20 builds left. Demand goes down. Zed Beast still up. Trying to rotate around the outside, get a really good angle. Still a ton of build left. 13 build material surfaces left from Zed Beast. Shots from his opponent underneath, just kind of knocking down what he has. This early spraying out a build, super important because your opponent, unless they got like an early llama, you can get a materials
They're pretty
quick.
weak though. He can do this. Zedrin now has only 12 HP. No, there it is.
The 12, the 26 from above.
Zed Beast, the 1 versus 2 there in the final moments, and he'll be rewarded with, well, look at this. The epic assault rifle, the epic sniper rifle, and he can get the res, and they have time to run as well. I mean, yes, the zone's pushing on in, but they'll be able to make it out alive.
See Crispy looking for his teammate Wish from CLG, rotating somewhere out there in the southwest pass. Looks like they're going to hug the edge past Greasy and just try and rotate into the zone. A tough spot out there on the edge, though. Not a whole lot of materials or loot from treasure chests. It's hard to say, apparently.
It's okay. Happens to the best of us. They're going to go ahead and claim this hotel building as their own.
There is one other team here in Paradise, as you see, Navi and Amaze. Thresh and Java's holding the large hotel building. A ton of loot in that one building, but you have a lot of there's a lot of exposure, a lot of windows, and you're way up in the air.
It's an awkward building to be in because there's areas where you're not able to build, where it gets blocked. You see Amaze and Navi, they are claiming this whole house. What you do is you break all the outer walls, and then you wind up claiming them as your own, as you can see, so you can peek on through. You can go for quick edits. It gives you options to escape easily.
Amaze is looking through gaps that aren't, it's not even from an edit and reset. He's literally just looking through the gaps of the texture, using that little tiny spot just to see if he can see anybody.
These guys know stuff that I don't, as you'd expect.
That's why they're playing.
That is true. Typhic and Austin now pushing towards soccer area. Typhic does get tagged, and they'll quickly build on up, but look at the zone. Inching on in, and I think they still have to go a pretty decent distance.
His teammate Leo not anywhere nearby, so that Austin may potentially have been the one from above just taking shots down. To see, they're going to try and rotate against the storm here. Now you see Leo's just building, it just builds up 3 ramps, jumps off, immediately deploys the glider in an effort to get away. Chef Strobel working earlier, taking shots.
What?
Cheetah from the back, not even a build to defend, just gets 3 tack shots in the back for the elim. The save there. Thresh and Java's back here in Paradise Palms. Quick elimination on Cub Smiles.
Ooh. Legendary compact SMG, always a fantastic pickup. A little bit better of an inventory than maybe Typhix, as you can see. As they've got to reach Shifty Shafts, it will definitely take a good amount of damage, but look at how many people are still building in the zone.
I don't know if you noticed.
Oh, this is brilliant.
They're going to use the opponent's ramp to just continue to fly in. And I don't know if you saw that. Leo dropped 3 bandages on the ramp.
Yep.
Just slide him down to his teammate as they both push up the ramp.
There are still 90 people left.
Are
90
you kidding me?
people in the game. The first zone is closed, and there are still 90 players left.
Only
That's
5.
how passive. I mean, think no one landed Tilted. No one landed Leaky Lake. No one landed Pleasant. 3 major POIs with 0 players. Everyone else went to the outskirts. They're playing extremely passive.
Maybe they all just are they're just out here trying to outbuild each other. We have KP5 and Crunch. Crunch gets knocked. Psalms is knocked as well. It's a 1v1 situation. KP resetting his elevation as Crunch gets eliminated there. Trying to fly back up. KP5 looks like he secures the 1v1.
Zilly and Dr. David on top of this island, and they actually set up here very early before this new zone pushed up. But look at this. They are right on the edge of the zone on a very popular side. Look at how many teams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 teams look like they're going to rotate right past that island where the 2 yellow markers are. They have a great opportunity to just farm people pushing out of the zone.
And you have to remember, too, if they get to 7 eliminations, every single one after that is an additional point. So they might be in the best position of any team. And materials right now, they're not great, but they're not scarce by any means. 3-1-0 is a decent position to be in mid-game. There's Poach and Vivid, as well as Shatang and Salt.
Farming up everything they can. There's the format to remind everybody at home. Again, get involved in the conversation. Hashtag Fall Skirmish. Send us your predictions. Who you think is going to come out on top this weekend in this heat. Anything. Want to hear your thoughts. And this is another perfect example of just people being content with just making it on in towards the zone.
And the feed, Austin and Crimson go down to Vinny. A pair of eliminations there, put them just barely closer to another point. And that edit and peek through the pyramid, oh man.
It's only slightly good.
Only slightly, only slightly. Only a few competitive players do that.
Yeah. Poach's material is definitely much stronger than that of some of the other players we've seen. I mean, 5, 7, 3, as they would say. Just reading out the first digit in the number. As he'll drop a shield for Vivid, because Vivid, I think, got tagged. And you think Poach and Vivid, 2 of the winningest Fortnite players in prize money of all time.
Jack, there's still 84 left.
Yeah. Oh, no, the second zone's about to close with 84 players. I'm gonna sound like an auctioneer when I start to cast the action.
Yeah. And in this corner.
And do I see 3? 3, 3, 3.
You had 3 eliminations. Vivid.
Imperial Hal and Frex building their little home. Poach and Vivid doing some home renovations as well. You see Shatang and Salt on the opposite side of Fatal. Again, with this many people left, it's.
Here's a replay of the only set of eliminations that have happened in the last 5 minutes. A lot of top-down shots there. Wow. Vinny lasering Austin Crimson. Jump back over to Vinny and Zexro, who are moving into the zone. That's 2 eliminations here. No materials. 84 left. 84 left.
I've never seen a Fortnite game like this in my life.
Look, I guarantee you if Vinny is able to build up next to this other team, knowing that they're in there and they know he's outside, if he didn't take those shots, he could have just built up and stayed there, and they might not have even engaged. Yep. Vinny's going for the SMG spray to bring down any structure, just trying to eat through all the materials possible.
Yep. Oh, they got shield tag in there. Uh-oh. That means it's time. It's make it rain territory right now, folks. Meaning we are in the 3rd zone. Between this 3rd and 4th zone, they got away. They got away. Whoever winds up getting the most eliminations wins $10,000.
There's still 84 left, Jack.
This is going to be absurd. We're going to go into the first moving zone with 70 people. There's about to be 84 people in just Fatal Fields.
It wouldn't surprise me if there's 3 teams hiding in the corner right now, not even going to lie.
Oh,
there's a second team literally right behind, moving through as Poach and Vivid build up their own base. You've got 2 teams in Big Red, 84 left, and the next zone starts moving in 45 seconds. Is this real?
It is real, Dr. Lupo. It is. As everyone's claiming buildings, everyone's got their towers, some nades coming on in. Forkin and Chef Strovel making to quickly build on up.
A knock there in the feed.
There you go.
A number of eliminations happening now. Here we go, 82. 26 seconds till the circle moves. 4 minutes and 20 seconds until the Make It Rain bonus ends. You have to remember the team with the most eliminations during Make It Rain bonus win $10,000. But if it's a tie, or if no one, and obviously we've seen eliminations, if it's a tie between 2 teams, it rolls over to the next round of the heat. And if it makes it to the end of the heat, whatever's left there in the Make It Rain bonus goes on to the grand finals on Sunday. Vivid and Poach getting forced to do a little bit of repositioning with that stink bomb. 82 left, and the next circle starts to move. Jack, I don't think I've ever seen this many players still alive.
I've never seen this many still up. We are 15 minutes in the game. There's 82 people. Here we go. There's at least one elim.
Handful of knockdowns and elims happening now. We go down to Wilds, who secures that elim and gets the follow-up on a maze. Wilds securing 2 elims there. Well done. 79 left. Look at this. They built an entirely new city in Fatal.
This is unreal. Horrican now, 1 hunting rifle shot, wants to put it to good use.
How many players are simultaneously peeking through pyramids right now, Jack? Thoughts?
I'd guess 52. Is that fair?
Honestly, probably. 3 minutes left on the Make It Rain bonus. You have teams, multiple teams literally 10, 15 feet from each other, not moving.
Zill and Harrians, oh gosh. They're tagged up quite a bit. They do have a rift to go though.
There we go, 78 left. The circle is about to close. 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
This is the final zone before the moving zones.
78 players. 1 minute and 12 seconds till the circle moves. Just over 2 minutes on the Make It Rain bonus. Poach and Vivid already in the safe zone. Your favorite team right now, putting themselves in a really good position. They have an opportunity at third party. It looks like Poach might almost go for it. Closes the edit just so we can still see through that. Transparency is super important. They have a couple little tunnels built up, and you see he's going to expand their home.
Just keeps going.
77 left. Jack,
I told you, man.
What am I watching?
I told you. This lobby. I think they're like afraid. No, once I saw nobody land Tilted, nobody land Pleasant, nobody land Leaky Lake, I was like, okay, this is strange.
Starting to see a number of knockdowns and elims starting to happen at Be Crispy. From CLG picking up an elim on Static. Marowak and Hart trying to build up. A lot of players they're using each other's ramps that have already been built up.
That's why that's why they put the walls behind it as well.
Slow them down. Any opportunity you get.
Uh-oh.
A third party. Hart's going to have to build around. That's exactly what he does. Builds himself a little box on top, on the side of this ramp. And that's still in the zone. Shots from outside, maybe outside of the circle. Just the angle he got hit at from like west-southwest, and he's on the south side of the safe zone. 74 left. We have 60 seconds till this zone closes.
Make It Rain bonus ticking by. 54 seconds for players to make some noise. Trying to take home that extra 10K. A look at everyone kind of stacked up on each other. Wild's already with a few limbs. He just got chunked on down.
You start to see players fly in there, making spades. Using that deploy mechanic. 67 left in 40 seconds.
A lot of great loot.
We've seen a lot of strategic play from Heat 1 with high player counts towards these circles, but this is still the most players I've ever seen alive in this zone in a competitive game of Fortnite.
No, this is mind-blowing right now. Poach looking for any little opening he can get. At this point, the whole bottom layer is all built. Look at this. There's like barely any grass anymore.
If this circle closes and there's 60 players left, anybody can just open a window and start shooting in a random direction at the ground and it'll get a hit.
This is like overpopulation. This is like movies. Someone should have a movie where like all the cities become overpopulated and stuff. That's
this
right now.
This is it right now.
We're now in the year like 2075.
The future. It is bleak.
Pain and Vape Jesus just staying down. The first moving zone is about to happen.
They're already inside it too. The position, they have basically the perfect position. They're glued against the ground, which depending on how you look at it is good and bad. But there's multiple layers of structure above. And look, you just look at this view you have. All you see in all these POVs is just building. It's just building. They're all built inside boxes. Everyone's secured their own little containers, their homes.
And that's all they do. And that's all they do. The move beginning to come now as you see
62 players left.
All sorts of movement happening.
This
Hogman trying to claim one of these walls as his own. As it looks like he's got him now. He's got to move forward a little bit, and he knows it. Seems like he's preemptively waiting to edit on out and begin to build the next layer of his 1x1.
You've got people flying in from outside the zone. Things are starting to get a little hectic here. 62 left, 45 seconds till this circle closes, Jack.
Sprays happening everywhere.
Poach and Vivid Got Poach's POV here, just trying to do a little bit of tunneling. Owns that floor, and the player underneath him, Crip, does not realize. Poach takes advantage of that. That tack shotgun securing an Elim. That's his first, actually, of the game so far. See the feed. Vinny lost in the storm after picking up another Elim. 59 players left. 18 seconds till the zone closes, and we're already in the moving phase.
He's got rocketed. Nice little quick edit there. Then he's going to re-peek and get the roof. Well done. Make sure that the rocket doesn't wind up damaging him. He continues to try to crossfire Dr. David and Freezy. As you can tell, it seems like there's also people helping out. They've got him so weak, they haven't gotten the knock as of yet. Is he going to try to chase us?
That was Dr. David that dropped down. Looks like kind of dot.
Oh, there it is.
Vivid found him, looks like.
Vivid with the elimination. Look at the shields. He's got the grappler as well.
53 players left at this point.
He's saying he doesn't need an assault rifle. All he wants is...
Everyone's so on top of each other, it seems like it'd be a waste of an equipment slot.
This is going to be the nutty one. Folks, there are 53 people, and we are about to go on a sprint to this next zone.
You got some players
already
moving out,
Look at this perspective. Everyone moving.
That grappler coming in
It's like a Congo line at a wedding.
I still don't fully understand what I'm seeing. I can't believe there's 49 players left. We're in the second moving zone, and like you said, it is quite a distance to travel here. Enigma and Fuzzy starting to make their move across. You have teams on top of each other that might not even realize it, just focusing on moving. No one wants to risk taking shots if they don't have to. 45 players left. The feed going absolutely wild. Vivid securing another one, which means they have at least 3 Elims now, which is a point for the boys from Liquid.
That's another one now for Vivid. So
Poach
I think
is gone, though.
Oh, and Vivid's getting sprayed at big time. Beautiful drop of the trap. Make sure that if that opponent chases him, he basically just runs right into that. Vivid's got one nearby. The grappler might just save his life here. 900 metal left.
Look at Thresh. Thresh literally takes his hands off his keyboard and mouse because he's healing, and everyone else is moving. We just went from just under 50 to 22.
Yep, that's how fast it drops. People getting knocked by the storm, lost in the storm.
Tendons, J-Truth, Vape Jesus, all taken out by the storm. 19 players left.
Hogman up top. He's got a teammate up there as well. You see Kevy making a move. Build battle now coming into play. Hogman and Choppa down, Ham the high ground at the moment. You've got to think they're the favorites right now. As Vivid just continually trying to move towards this new zone. Quick edit there. Oh, I thought he had that one. I think that would have put him at 5 of limbs. So he's really on the verge of another point. Remember, folks, there's also benefits to getting in the top 5, you get a point. You get in the top 3, you get 2 points. You win the game, you get a full 3 points for the victory royale. And Vivid's just going. He's slowly inching forward. He's got to go one more layer, and he knows it. It looks like that'll be it, and he's in. He's safe for the moment.
If you watch the material count in some of these players, like that push from Vivid, 8 through probably 1,000 materials, because every single box was 5 builds or more.
Yep.
Just to be 100% sure no one's going to laser him down as he's trying to move across.
Hogman really doesn't have much left to his name. That was his last build. He's got 1 clip of AR left as well. He needs to get this elimination, and he's rushing it. I like this play a lot. He knows he's got to push for something. He's going to sneak up. Oh, I thought he had the sneak on the player. Wall spam coming in. Hogman cannot build. There's no way he can break on in there. He's just got to reset.
He's still just barely outside the zone, so where he is right now isn't safe. He's still going to have to move inside. Because of the lack of materials, drops in, single. Ooh, the Elim on Animal. The swap there, SMG to shotgun.
Vivid's still in this. He's quite healthy. There goes Kevy. Vivid's got to get in the zone. He's going for the high ground. He's trying to make the play of the game right now, folks. Will it pay off? No, he just blocked himself. He's got to go. He's got to go. The zone doesn't drop him.
Gets the on Kevy. That should be 5, I believe.
He's got the campfire down. He's trying to move on in. The storm closing. 7 players left. He's not going to win any sort of heal battle. He's continuing to move forward. 14 seconds left now on the storm. You see Hogman staying in the middle. Vivid down to just 28 HP. Is he going to break down? Will he drop? 6 players left. He wants these points. Vivid, 2 health. Done.
His team did place 5th.
Choppa down. Done. Hogman. Done. They placed 3rd. Blood, he knows he's got it.
There we go.
He knows he's got it. The med kit being used, and the excitement there. Look at the relief. As it comes down to the wire, you gotta think there's some big heavy hitters still in that game. And to win the heal off at the end, free 3 points there. No better feeling.
Based on the movement, too, and the number of players alive with each circle, I feel like the Storm probably has the most eliminations from that game by a mile.
Oh, 100%. The Storm is going to win the Make It Rain. How does that work?
Can it do that?
Does that just mean, wait?
Is that us?
That we should just get the
money. I think that's us, right?
Guys, go ahead and tweet Epic and just let them know that if nobody gets an elim during, if the Storm gets the most elims during Make It Rain, we just get the money.
I don't think it works like that, Jack. But what an absolute! That was ridiculous.
No,
that was. I don't exactly know what I saw as far as early game eliminations, the passive, the more strategic play from these players. Just honing. Can understand that feeling and then some, but the strategic positioning from players, just waiting, biding their time.
Is that Aiden and Kitty Plays? Big fan.
Fortnite's. You saw the banner there.
Big fan.
Bush Bandits, though, dude. Sorry.
No, it's great to have so many of the creators who are now in town. I mean, this place is standing room only right now. I don't even know if that's even a thing. Now it's just like there's people on like rafters. I'm pretty sure
they're hanging from the ceiling
on each other's laps.
Yep.
Look at this. Wow, absolutely incredible. People just chilling out, enjoying TwitchCon. Day number 1 here of a long weekend we have of competition. This is just Heat 2. If you haven't seen your favorite player yet, I'm sure they'll be here tomorrow in either Heats 3 or 4. A look at the Lazy Links golf course. Can we see if this guy chokes this shot?
He's gonna watch. I'll give you a tier 3 sub if he chokes it.
Yep. All right. Yep. I'll take that right now, bud.
Somebody, if you could give me a tier 3 sub, thanks.
Hey, we love to see that, but no. Either way, what a crazy game 1. Have you guys ever seen something like that out there? 80 players that far into the game, but I think the biggest surprise for me was 0 tilted, 0 leaky lake, 0 pleasant.
Completely empty. The northwest corner
unlooted
map
tilted
was
towers. You will just leave with 5 golds, with 5 legendary weapons.
I'll take a look back here. They're one of the first eliminations in the game. Cheetah not getting a flip around and a build there fast enough. Gets caught off guard by Chef Strobel there with the tac shotgun, the great tac. 3 shots. Thresh, Java's in paradise. A quick elim on Cubs Miles. This is Crimson and Austin we saw earlier. Vinny gets a good top-down POV on these guys.
Oh, yeah.
Just look at the shots there. Spraying out 62 headshot damage, man.
It's quite good.
Now, Poach and Vivid, we discussed just how these guys are skilled.
Yes.
They're arguably some of, if not the best players in the game right now. And because of the gameplay like this, we didn't actually see, oh my. I don't know if you see that headshot time. We didn't see too much aggressive gameplay from anybody early game. So I think Poach and Vivid, their moments have not happened yet.
Yeah.
That first game was more strategic for everybody involved. Next, I can't help but feel like the next game is going to go a little bit differently.
If I'm in this heat, I'm like, what just happened in that game 1? Quite surprised to say the least.
Yeah, we'll have to look. We'll look forward to see what happens with that.
I think we have some actually Vivid and Poach replays. That's what I was told. I had to make sure. Yes, we can look back at some of their moments. This was the first elim on the board for Poach. The player thinks he's safe. What Crypto doesn't know is that Poach is waiting on the other side. This was a great little flick with the pump. Bang. 80 body shot. Immediately drops him. I guess this is a look at how Poach goes down. Oh, wow. All right.
Counter and the securing that elim down underneath. There we go. Now you see Poach up top getting knocked down underneath in the little mine area. Here's Vivid trying everything he can to stay alive.
Yep.
2 HP, the last second. Caught in a tough spot. No healing there. He ended up using his campfire moments before that just to get every single point of HP he had.
Yeah, he had no shot. Well, because it's no longer that thing with the zones where the zone just closes and you pop everything you can. You have to keep moving if you want to avoid it. So putting a campfire down, yeah, maybe it gives you 6 health. You got to keep moving. And that's what Vivid saw. You saw the hard way there, how it all wound up playing on out. But the final player who won it, they had a med kit go, and he was going to live for another, I think, minute and a half in that ending. He was sitting pretty. So we've got our game 1 out of the books. Does anyone make adjustments? Does anyone land tilted in game 2?
I feel, like I said before, the players like this, competitive players, they're analyzing the drop locations from previous matches, what they saw other players doing, and maybe who they saw rotating at certain times. They're that in tune with rotation paths in this game because the map is the map, and they know where players tend to go. So somebody has to have seen that no one came out of tilted Somebody
ran
has
through.
to
It was like, this wasn't looted. We should land here next game. At least that's what you think.
It would blow my mind if it ended up with nobody there.
We'll see how it all plays out. That was just game number 1 prior to the heat kicking off. We actually caught up with one of the players, Turkey Lips, heard his thoughts on the weekend.
Branching out and playing duos or squads is kind of like abnormal, but the more I do it and the more I build the chemistry with them, that it's just, I absolutely love it.
I definitely feel like the more that I've played like duos as opposed, I usually play solo squads, honestly. I just queue up into solo squads and I just do that for practice. The more I played duos, that became my favorable, I like duos a lot more than solos now, honestly. Probably from the skirmish, really, just probably from the skirmish itself.
Yeah.
Playing duos is by far my favorite game mode to play, but I still run solo squads the most. But when it comes to competitive standpoint, I think duos is the most interesting to watch, and it's just, even for me, like as a professional, it's an interesting spectacle to watch. Me and Outlet met through my girlfriend, actually. I was just like sitting around playing games, and she was like, "Oh, you should check out Outlet Live. He's really good." And like being like super ego, I was like, "Nah, he's probably trash." You know what I mean? Like I was just super ego. And then I watched him. I was like, "Oh my god, dude, this guy's like an animal." And I ended up like watching him, and I learned a lot from him.
It was interesting. Like his girlfriend was telling me about him. I'm like, "Oh, okay." She's like, "You guys should play together." And I'm just like, I don't know. And then eventually I did, and it was honestly one of the best decisions. Like he's just such an amazing person.
Hi, I'm Destiny. I'm Turkey Lips' girlfriend. I'm the reason why they're partnered, and if they win, I should get half of their prize money. Half from each of them.
That's a good bit. That's like you played.
I like her. She knows what
Jack, I'm gonna
she
be
knows
honest,
how to negotiate.
She deserves a minimum of half.
Yeah.
Sorry guys. That's just the way it is, man.
That sums up, I think, a lot of relationships out there. But yeah, that's absolutely what it's all about. A lot of fun here at the venue. Players and people still storming on in. You see behind me, literally just people everywhere, which is absolutely awesome. We have the same type of feel back at PAX for the Summer Skirmish Finals, and then here again for the Fall Skirmish Finals. With Game 2 coming on up, we're going to have our standings here momentarily to be able to see at least where we stack up. But I'm trying to think, is there anyone that, I don't know if anyone really stood out limbs-wise. I think it's going to be like maybe 3-4 points for first place.
Things started to swing so quickly.
Yep.
At certain moments as people were rotating.
And so many died to the storm.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not even sure where a majority of the eliminations ended up.
Yep.
Hopefully we can get a recount of that at some point. I mean, we'll have standings eventually, but that was tough to follow for anybody. Like you said, you made the auctioneer joke of looking at the feed, just rattling off as much as you could. You weren't lying.
I could have done that for sure, and it would have worked out fine. But either way, we are going to get into action here quite soon. You know, hearing exactly from them how they got into playing, from Turkey Lips and Outlet. You know, that's how a lot of these guys started on off.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's like, hey, let's hop in for a game together. Once you start to build that kind of duo, and that's why I'm really happy we're having a duo competition, because solos is great. But duos, again, as you're seeing, the communication, that extra level completely changes the skill gap in the game. Yes, you can build, you can shoot well, you know how to rotate. But then in duos, you also need to know how to communicate, know how to react to certain 1v2 scenarios, how to play your life, how to help your teammate play their life. There's a whole different dynamic to the game that isn't there in solos when you're only having to worry about yourself.
You can pick up pieces of that from watching these guys when they stream too. If you go to their channels and you just sit and listen to the level of communication when they're playing scrimmage games, stuff like that. These competitive players have a level of comms that few people can ever achieve.
Yep.
And when you put them in a team situation, whether it's duos or even squads, depending on how things are going, you hear a level of detail and speed and precision with what they're telling each other that you will not get anywhere else.
For sure. No, it's so true. Now, again, with Fortnite, the Fortnitemares going on, there's a lot of ways you can earn cool things in-game, which is something that I love. And there's all sorts of challenges going on right now. Obviously, we're missing it because we're here, but still, Fortnitemares challenges, you take a look at it. You like earning exclusive in-game items? Now's a great time with the Fortnitemares event where players can complete new challenges every week to collect items, including the Dark Engine Glider that you see right there when you finish the final set. I mean, are you kidding me?
I'm going to be honest with you. If I get the chance to unlock this thing and my son sees it, I'm never going to be able to use another glider.
Yeah, that is true. It does look like a race car.
You're the same way. Yeah, you love trains.
No, I do. I really do.
Jack.
Look at the level 3 of the progressive outfit. So sick. I want to see more now. What's the next progressive outfit you want to see?
man. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Where's Ghoul Trooper, man? I haven't seen anybody reply to a Fortnite tweet with "Bring back Ghoul Trooper" at all yet. Surprisingly.
Let's judge the crowd. Do you guys want Ghoul Trooper back in the shop? Oh, that was pretty split. I heard a lot of people saying no. That's the last OG skin they're holding on to. That's it.
Jack, how am I supposed to look cool in front of my friends if I'm not the only one with Ghoul Trooper, man? What am I supposed to do?
You got nothing else going for you. You're just supposed to. Then you have to actually be good at the game, I think.
Oh, God. Well, it sounds like I'm retiring from Fortnite.
That's the end for you.
It's
that's all.
the skin setups that Epic has put out for Fortnite have been incredible. And like you said, this one is I feel like it's the next stage. Stuff that changes and transforms as you progress further per match, and then I mean a reset each time. It's like you have a cosmetic advancement now too. That's ridiculous.
Yep.
That's so cool.
No, it is dope how they continue to keep it going. Just to let you guys all know at home, they're resolving one small thing with the stage as we get ready to hop into game number 2, but it shouldn't be more than just a couple brief minutes there. Again, use the hashtag Fall Skirmish to get involved in the conversation. Send your predictions. We already know Tfue and Cloaksy made it on through. We already saw that first heat go. What are your predictions for Heat 2, Heat 3, Heat 4? Look up the players online. Begin to, make some, get your friends involved.
Got that guy on screen on the left side kind of checking he's adjusting his facial hair for a second. Not sure what the call was there. I don't know. Jack, how's your facial hair today?
It's great, Ben. It's
fantastic.
Something that I can rely on to be there every day. Something that doesn't leave me and break my heart. But again,
hitting home with that one, Jack. Sorry about that.
We hit too close to home with that one. I saw earlier, we were joking yesterday, but we were doing rehearsals, and the scythe came back in the shop, like the pickaxe.
You literally in the middle of rehearsal pulled your phone out. Yeah, you did.
I literally screamed, pulled my phone out.
He's not joking. He freaked out.
Downloaded 1.2 gigs of updates off of data. So sorry, parents, because that's gonna be a little bit of an extra.
Why does it not surprise me that you're still on your parents' plan, Jack?
Because I'm not a functioning human, Ben.
I love you to death.
I literally just sign on to play Fortnite every day. And that's my whole life. But it's the best. And I love it. And then I get to talk about it at events like this. Is everything all right, man?
Yeah,
are you slowly losing it?
Yeah.
You get to roast Tim the Tap Man
It's been
later.
a long day, dude.
You get to
immediately following this, I get to go roast Tim the Tap Man alongside PJ, Trevor May, Ninja. It's going to be... You should please be there. Just trust me.
I think I'm going to stop by. I think I'm going to come stop by. I'm just nervous that I'm going to get roasted too hard.
Jack, I would never do that, but I will probably make fun of you.
You literally told me that I'm the butt of like 10 of your jokes. I'm not even involved.
It's the roast of Tim the Tap Man, but I'm just talking about you the entire time.
I'm the budget version of him, so it's fine.
It's okay.
I'll gladly admit that any day. As you can probably tell, we're waiting for Game 2 to start.
Really?
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing right now.
There's a term for this. What is it?
Vamping, whatever you want to say.
Vamping.
There's all sorts of stuff.
It's a fun word to say. Vamping.
I don't know about that. I think you're making it up.
Just say it.
Vamping.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See?
That felt good. I got it off my chest. I look back though on Game 1, and legitimately feel like there was no fight that stood out to me. Does that make sense?
Because
outside of like Vivid getting that one a limb where he like snapped on the guy with the pump shotgun, really no fights stood out. No build battles. It was just everyone hiding.
There were even moments where where teams would engage each other and then build against and then just leave, and that was it. And there was no like resolution.
Yep.
They just said, listen, we'll come back later. Just give us 1 second. And that's why the player count stayed at 80 or higher for multiple zones in a row.
Yeah.
Which it blew my mind.
We have a counter to see how long it took for like between limbs, and it had to have pushed a few minutes there. You see at the front, a little dancing going on, a little floss action. Mr. Tomato there, everyone's hanging on out. But, big part of the skirmishes for the Fall Skirmish was the introduction of clubs. I don't know, a question I get a lot is, what are the clubs? Well, Epic knew that too, and they made a little video for it. Let's take a look.
So with the Fall Skirmish, we introduced clubs. There's 5. You've got the Bush Bandits, the Dusty Dogs, the Rift Raiders, the Fortnites, and the Lucky Llamas. There's 100 participants for each club, 50 from North America and 50 from Europe. Now what's cool is every week we select 20 members from each club to participate in the Friday skirmishes. Not only that, but during the week we've got the trials, you've got things like the Lazy Links Tour, ATK Grand Prix, Spin and Win, and so much more. On top of that, we have a $4 million prize pool. So week in and week out, these clubs are competing to see who will come out on top. And from a fan perspective, this changes the game. So not only are you cheering on your favorite streamer, YouTuber, content creator, you're actually cheering on an entire team. Every week after the trials, we release the standings, and it's been so cool seeing the camaraderie and all the players from all over the world come together and try to get their team to the top of the standings. One of my favorite trials of the Fall Skirmish was definitely spin and win. So we spun this giant wheel and issued the club challenges. You had things like food, where they had to recreate their best interpretation of a Fortnite-themed food. You had things like club anthems, where members of the clubs had to come together and create their own anthem.
Almost heaven, tilt the towers.
On top of that, you have budget cosplay, where players had 1 hour to come up with a cosplay from whatever they had lying around the house. That was definitely one of my favorites for sure. It was so incredible seeing all these players come together and be so creative. Outside of the traditional competitive skirmishes, the clubs have added this new layer of ways to celebrate the community and engage them in new, unique, and creative ways. And it all culminates here at TwitchCon. $4 million on the line, and it's the club's last chance to shoot for the top. So stay tuned and don't forget to rep your favorite club.
Game, there's now the banners for each club represented, and also here, if you're live at TwitchCon, there's the free pennants you could get. Signed a few of them earlier for the Lucky Llamas, and I know a bunch of people in the crowd. If you got a pennant, raise it on up. Which club are you repping right now? I see Bush Bandits. Okay, okay, in the back. Oh, a little Fortnite action right there. I like it. A good mix of everything there. I know a lot of them were picked up for the first half, the first heat.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone was grabbing them as the day got started. A quick League Ops decision was being made on the floors, and we are getting ready to go into the lobby now. But again, we appreciate your patience. Going into game number 2. With that many players left in the game, like we saw there with 80 players in the third zone or whatever it was, at that point, does everyone just say like, well, I guess our hand is forced? Because if you're the one to move out of that, you're just like dead.
If somebody sees you, the second that shots start happening, you have to realize too that there's two sides to each time somebody fires, right? Let's say you have out your AR and you're firing at someone as they're rotating.
Yep.
People are both going to look towards where you're shooting to see if it's an opportunity to
steal
an elim, and they're going to look at you taking the shots. It wasn't happening at all.
Yeah.
And I think at a certain point, players said, I don't want to be the first one to do this. So nobody did it until they were literally on top of each other and had to. Nobody wanted to take an opportunity,
they had no
to
choice.
take a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But in the end, it looked like what really forced it was that literally 30 people, I think, died to the storm. And it was just because of how many people were still left. You get to a point where there's only so much builds that can happen. You're having to like break through enemy walls. You're having to spray, and you're just fighting with those moving zones. It has completely changed the dynamic of the game. It wasn't even really like people were building high ground that game. You know, it was.
You even mentioned the number of builds that were directly on the ground.
Yeah.
The amount of grass you could see was almost nothing at that point. Everyone had built up as much as they could. And with lower player counts, you see timing on rotations. Players choose exactly when to move towards the next safe zone, especially once the zone starts to relocate.
Yeah.
That didn't even seem to be happening. You had people just kind of waiting until midway through, and then everybody moved at the same time like a giant wave. You had layers on layers as like a multi-layer cake of Fortnite players, not to make you hungry, but it's just like everybody moving together.
Thank you for putting it in my terms. I understand. Multi-layer cake of Fortnite. Oh, I get it now. Before you said cake, I had no idea what you were talking about.
Sorry to do like that, Jack.
No, that's it's true. I'm not exactly. Yeah,
look at this. This was absolutely.
This was
ridiculous.
If you flew this past, I bet you if there wasn't the corn there, you almost couldn't even name this map. This was Fatal Fields. It was completely claimed by everyone else. It's taken over. The farmer there is heated.
Very upset.
He's heated.
Very upset.
All of his crops are gone, and now there's just a city where his fields once were. So I don't really know how that even happens. But for Game 2, my hopes, more limbs early on.
Maybe a little earlier, yeah.
At this point, let's just make It Rain $1 million.
Just,
each one.
How can you say no to aggressive play when that's on the line?
$1 million.
I mean, really.
At this point, they're like, yeah, 10,000 is nice, but we can win 400,000 at the end of the weekend. No. $1 million for Make It Rain. There'll be 6 people left by the 4th zone.
Keep in mind, Jack has no control over the amount of money, Right, it's very, very clear there.
No,
you see here,
I have no control over anything in my life.
The audience appears to be extremely ready for game 2, just like us. Can we please make some noise?
I think we have ourselves. We have ourselves the Make It Rain winners from game number 1 for the $10,000. It is Wilds and Jay Truth from SSG. So they got 4 limbs during that 3rd and 4th zone, netting them to $10,000. Again, Make It Rain happening every game this weekend. 10 grand up for grabs for the most eliminations during that 3rd and 4th zone.
Now, if that had not happened, or if there were a tie, carry over to the next game, and if it makes it all the way to the end of the heat, that goes forward to Sunday for the grand finals.
Yeah.
Can we accidentally make that the Stream Invitational? Just
add that in too?
Yeah. I don't think that's going to happen, but it'd be.
I'm with all of that.
Let's make that a thing.
I'm with all of that. Yeah, again, not only is the Fortnite Fall Skirmish finals this weekend, there's also the Streamer Invitational, or the Stream Invitational, 50 creators, 50 random TwitchCon attendees. Last I heard, it was in the thousands, the people that applied for this. So out of the thousands, only 50 will play.
Ticket, man.
Yeah, and obviously they can win money too. It's pretty dope. You come to TwitchCon, you think it's going to go enjoy it. Next thing you know, you get selected, you walk away with some money no matter what. It's pretty cool.
Good time to me.
Yeah, that absolutely works. Our players getting all set, locked on in. I see on my screen we are in the lobby. All 100 players are here. We should be starting up here any second. As the referees and admins looking on, making sure everyone's good.
If you're watching from home, or if you're here at TwitchCon, San Jose Convention Center, we appreciate you sticking with us while we get through.
Dude, it's hot.
And getting in the. It is warm.
I don't know if it's because there's so many great-looking people here in the venue.
Most likely.
Me being best.
You know, whatever gets you through the night, Jack.
Whatever helps you to sleep at night.
Yep.
Sure. I love that on this map we can see where the llamas are. Another one in a unique area. I don't want to say it yet and spoil it for the viewers, but
don't spoiler alert, Jack.
I don't want to be that guy, as they are all over the place. But it's awesome to see how the spectator client and all this stuff keeps building. What do you want to see added next to Fortnite? What does Fortnite need?
They're already starting up the events. We have a list of events, an in-game tournament system. So far, I enjoy it. I look forward to seeing what evolves from that. You have an opportunity there to play into. I feel like they're.
Imagine the in-game events build out, and it's like, okay, now if you got how you earn the pin, it's like, okay, you can only now pay in this next tournament if you got a duos, if you won a duos pin.
I feel like they're building towards something big. This is the test run of
whatever is to come for competitive.
Whatever is to come.
And it looks like it's a bright future. With this much money on the line, you're going to be getting people from all over the place wanting to get involved, as we're already seeing now. On the screen, there's a start bus button, and it was just launched. We're getting into game number 2. Here we go, folks. Again, appreciate your patience. League Ops had to get some stuff sorted. We should be good to go right now as the battle bus is launched.
All right, away we go. Game 2, Heat 2. The final week for Fall Skirmish here at TwitchCon. If you're here in San Jose, make some noise, please. There we go.
I love it. I'm sweating because of how passionate I am for this. And
I can feel it, Jack. You see a bus from the northeast corner going down to the bottom middle there. Trajectory that's going to put a lot of players on the east and southeast sides of the map. You have people that are most likely going to stretch across the top. But like we were talking about last game, Leaky Lake, Tilted Towers, and Pleasant Park were all completely unoccupied. You even see on your screen there in the top right, 2 llamas are located relatively close to previously unoccupied locations. Maybe somebody spots one in the flyover. The last one is in the southwest corner of the map. See down there, just north of Flush, south of Shifty Shafts. We'll see. You see that pack over Tilted right now. Imagine if all those teams had the same thought of nobody went there last time. We might as well drop in.
No. No way.
Is he? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Just flew over it.
Tilted yet again, unoccupied on the drop.
Every single person just flew over Tilted. There was just 14 people flying at it. Okay.
Here it's Salty. A couple teams drop it in. One up on the little mountain to the north there too. Psalms. We have Lassus and Top Gun. Top Gun already topped off on shield. Maybe a lucky pair of big shields or a Chug Jug. Some gray burst fire from Lassus. Just kind of warning his opponent, please stay away. This is my house. He's only got one build to his name, too.
I was about
there
to
we
say,
go.
he's got to start hitting some of these roofs and start getting anything he can to give him
Most
extra
likely
builds.
the teammate. You saw that back there rotating from right to left behind the red brick. Animal
Absolutely.
from Sentinel going down in the feed, knocked the sniper. Here we go, cutting back over to his teammate. Roast going to try and clutch up. Gets popped out of midair.
Is he dancing?
Are you kidding me?
Please tell me someone just started dancing.
Do you see the snipe distances on that in the feed? I think that was a 14-meter snipe.
Hey, a little close range shot. A quick scope never hurt nobody. As now,
Jack, I'm pretty sure it did hurt.
Yeah, that definitely did hurt him.
The team from Sentinel, the first team to go out.
That's rough
here
for
in
them.
game 2.
And they'll collect the loot now and be good to go.
You have to remember too. Wow, that's a pretty tough finish for this game. In this game for them, it doesn't mean it's the end. Here we go. Here you go, Jack. Ooh. Oh! 18 meters. My
18
apologies.
whole meters.
18 meters.
Or now in Greasy Grove. Very, very hot landing, it appears. Zakumi and Zedrin bouncing around in a little bit of an awkward fight. Nice shot on the demand. First knock, second one.
14-29.
Got him.
There we go.
Zed Beast down, 2 quick elims.
Going to be picking up a pair of eliminations there, but they're not the only team there.
See, what's so funny is like Just Moon and Shadow in the background. Like, I'm surprised they're not going right at this.
They had to have heard the gunfire. Now it's an opportunity to push in. Psalms, 1 HP and a Dream out there, just taking long-range shots of that heavy snipe. Farico trying to do right by his teammate Dark Ops. He got eliminated. There we go.
And there they go. The quick elimination comes on in. Back on over now. To Jezelus.
What a name, Low Ground Pump Bot. Love it.
And that's exactly where he's playing. He's on the low ground right now. Shots coming on in. They've been tagged up. Razaru trying to go for their first elimination of the game. There's the help from Bogdan. And that heavy sniper just on the other side of the hut. There's the finish. Will they charge the second? Jezza just peeking. Needs this heavy snipe realistically if they want to have a chance. It should one-shot both players there.
He hit the shot before. He can do it again. 150 to the body. Since this is only an epic, that's enough to drop pretty much anybody who hasn't found anything other than minis and a med kit.
Yep. That's perfect for Bogdan. He gets that high ground area. He's going to use that to just peek on over, keep, tags on Jezelus, and then pop the med kit.
Just Moon caught in a 1v2. Rockets coming down from above, too. I believe that's Chop It Down's teammate Hogman up top. Secures that elimination on Just Moon. Gets the double. 88 players remaining. Arguably moving slightly faster than last game. 10 seconds of the zone moves. You got a team flying in on Chop and Hog. It's Crunch and KP5 from Flying CLG
Everyone's
here.
moving on up right now. Chop It Down and Hogman in a build battle. One of the first build battles we've truly seen. I feel like they're in the same build. The trap goes down and he's going to get absolutely housed by these. Chop It Down should be dead. Hogman now trying to get out with his life. He doesn't have much to his name. A couple rockets. The basic pistol. And the AR there. It's KP5 playing high up on this mountain, looking down, trying to see where exactly Hogman is. Does get tagged on up, I believe. Chop It Down and Hogman.
First in the standings from the first game.
Wow.
They had 4 points
That's
in
what
the first game.
I knew there was no 5 or 6. There was no way with how it all broke down.
With the elims and positioning, the ranking, that's not a bad spot for them.
Not at all.
Tough to get caught against KP5 and Crunch, 2 excellent players we've seen multiple times in previous skirmishes.
It's like a battle for the high ground.
Hogman's
Still
just
here.
hanging out a little bit. Had to make some distance there. Lost his teammate, but still in it.
Chop It Down went for it. I'll give him that. That was an example of just, and I feel that's like a double-edged sword, right? Like now I feel like he doesn't do that again the rest of this day.
There, and see on the left side of your screen the map here. A lot of players still. Yeah, Paradise still has a team at it. You have a team in the northeast corner, even past Risky. Team in Whaling.
That Whaling with bunker with the rift spawn.
They'll use that rift as a guarantee.
So good.
So they're going to farm up there, wait to the last second, hit that, and fly all the way in. They can get basically 2 Tomato Temple or just past it, and they'll skip the rest of the way in. remain safe. They're lucky too. They don't know it, but there's nobody that's there that's going to gatekeep, with the exception of maybe the team leaving Risky Reels right now. Or if the team just north of retail rotates up to avoid, you see there's 2 teams there at Dusty. If they take a kind of a right turn as they head towards it, they may end up colliding with them, but we'll have to see. Tantric, Johnny's still down here in Greasy, taking out every wall they can. Materials there, 4-1-1 for Tantric. Could be a little better, but there is a team on the outside rotating away, Zakumi and Zedrin. See Crispy and Wish from CLG. They took the exact same drop rotation last game.
Yeah.
This time, though, it is included in the safe zone, so they're safe where they are on the very edge of the island.
They're just chilling right now. They know that there's at least the 2 players below them. The question is, do they have any idea about Crispy and Wish You Luck? And oh my goodness, build battle. Static might as well just go to the sky. Master Wind dropping the clingers on down. He's going to fall down just 1 layer for himself.
The feed Turkey Lips, someone we've had our eyes on, gets a knockdown.
And they just glide away. That's so crazy, man. That is so crazy.
Build fights get diffused so quickly now with that with the glider deploy mechanic.
One of the big mechanics people use to get out of those fights was where you'd look over the edge and double wall down and then ramp to not take any fall damage and kind of repeat that over and over. Now it's like, nope, see ya, just flies away. 81 left, just like last game. Barely any damage done. This one, though, where we talked about the 3 areas that were neglected last game, which was Pleasant Park, Leaky Lake, and Tilted Towers. The zone for this game forcing the hand of everyone to show some love to those points of the map. The only 3 POIs in play will soon be Tilted, Leaky Lake, and Pleasant Park.
An interesting change. We do still have 81 players left alive. Fun fact, Fortnite's Battle Royale mode was only in development for roughly 2 months. Did you know that?
I had no idea. I had no idea. I like these little fun facts. Let's keep going. They have been in this standoff.
Almost the entire game.
For literally the entire game.
They're just knocking out and replacing, knocking out and replacing. Now 80 players left, 44 seconds till the zone starts to move. Zakumi getting tapped out of 44 shield. Someone from the east side had a line of sight on him. Trying to rotate away, put the building between him and whoever it was that shot him. Now, there's still the team inside underneath, which means this could be a 3rd team coming in from the east side, moving out of Shifty. Just have to wait and see. Here you go. Johnny K and Tantric have rotated out of the bottom. Looks like they walked out the front door. Uncontested. Just said, nope, we got to go. See ya.
Well, Zedrin has a epic scoped assault rifle, so that thing can tag from range. Obviously, so pinpoint accurate. In the hands of some of these top players, they really don't miss if they get an opportunity. They're hitting at least 1 little bit of damage tag. Now, you're probably thinking, Zakumi and Zedrin, where are you guys going? Because that's what I'm thinking. Zone about to start moving in. I think they're taking the long road towards the Shadow Stones to maybe use the lift.
Potentially. Try and get as much distance as they can. Hopefully they don't run into Wishy Luck and Crispy, who rotated the same direction, just like they did last game. And look, we're here in Tilted. Finally a team deciding to do something here. It looks like they're not the only ones. A lot of people are starting to roll in here to Tilted Towers. It is very strange, I will say, to see this place unoccupied early game and it turning into housing for people mid-game. I am curious, 80 left, 1:19 until this circle closes and we see where things end up going next.
Oh, gosh.
Makes you wonder, Jack, you end up in a mid-game Tilted Towers standoff. Do you see that the red brick apartment building was almost entirely replaced on the outside? That outside surface was
top of Big Gray wasn't even looted. There was just a big shield up there. Like,
where do you go if you're here? Are you going to pull what they're doing right now and replacing the entirety of the outside? I mean, basically, the bottom 3 floors are still natural, but everything above that, they own the surfaces on and can turn into windows anytime they need.
Yeah.
Or apparently a door.
Interesting.
Which, by the way, the reason he does that, just we laugh, but they do doors and then replace them, because if you put a window there and someone is hard scoping you and takes a shot at just the right time, you have created an opening. A door doesn't do that.
Tips with Lupo. I didn't know that. I like it.
That's why they do it.
I like it.
You put a window, and the reason that they do it that way is because you know someone before that put a window in and got sniped in the face.
And then thought, I should start making
I should
doors.
probably have done a door.
As these build battle fights are so different now. Instead of teams going to the fall ground and just knocking it all down, they just won't get them very far. The team will just fly away. So now it's like more of a standoff type thing because everyone can just be in the same builds. Fall damage is no longer a thing, and let's make it rain time, folks.
The air horn here just went off.
I love that. It's like, all right, whoa, woke me up. Make it rain time.
Jack's back in the game. Crimson and Ashen sitting atop this hill just to the west of Leaky Lake. Built up their own little base, still trying to find who might be hiding underneath them, and there they are. You have multiple teams, 1, 2, 3 teams in one tower. Crispy and Wish, Crimson and Austin, and KP5 in their solo. His teammate was limited not long ago, I believe. Cubsy and Gunner, the southeast corner. There's Vivid and Poach hanging out just underneath Kevin and the 3 fragments of the island from Leaky. Vinny, we've seen in the feed a number of times before, and Zexro, who had some excellent shots in previous matches. Vinny, we saw, got a double on Austin, his teammate. Last match, 79 left, 4.5 minutes, and the Mega Rain bonus still only $10,000 for this match since it was obtained last round. You have multiple teams now stuck in standoffs like this. And like we said before, you're not going to see, with more strategic gameplay from these teams. I just got from the production team, no one has been eliminated yet in this Make It Rain bonus phase. And we're already a third of the way through.
Something just happened.
There's a knock.
Someone's been knocked. There you go.
There we go.
They're winning with 1.
78 left, a minute 24 till the circle closes, and Zexro and Vinny are going to have to move out soon. They don't want to get too far ahead of potentially the team underneath them. They do have a launch pad. They can just ramp up if they feel like they have enough materials, but they're going to wait, try and get an angle from the side.
Freezy just got ripped up. Look at that. From 200 down to so little. Freezy now knocked.
It's like Vinny might have tried to box him in there.
Vinny hears him right above. He's looking for the opening. There he is. Nice elimination. The shot in the air, Vinny.
Freezy's trying to rotate away.
Well done.
2 elims there. It might not look like it, but trust me, the glider is out.
The glider was working. The glider was working. As the build battles in Tilted Towers continue.
Tilted. Look at the left side building of the L's is completely bricked now. Somebody owns that. It's not even the original building at all. I think the entire inside.
New owners came in and they wanted to change the aesthetic.
Kind of clashing with the other side. Surprised that didn't get replaced too. You have a structure built up, multiple here. We call that fish building. My nephew's actually pointed that out because the top looks like a goldfish. Have you ever seen that?
No.
That red brick apartment it looks like a fish from the top down. Take a look next time you see it.
I'll keep my eye out.
You have a number of structures there built up in the northeast side of Tilted.
75 players left. Please tell me.
A repeat of match 1?
Please tell me this is going to end at Leaky Lake.
Completely exposed water.
Wait, what's the zone? Oh my
Well, Jack,
gosh.
It looks like you got your wish.
It's actually going to Leaky Lake.
The next circle is almost entirely centered over water. But you have to remember, they have floating islands up top with the cube as well. Do you expect
rush
to see
that right now?
Yeah.
I think you just rush that right now.
You also have an opportunity from above. You can tap fire on Kevin and see if he'll zap people as they're rotating through.
Dude, if I'm getting the island and I'm just shooting Kevin the whole time,
you
if I have
get
enough
credit
ammo
for those too.
Imagine, I see you. Zap. That's literally all it is. Are Poach and Vivid going to go up top early? Doesn't appear so right now.
They might be in one of the best spots to make that rotation because they're forced to move out. They're built up right next to Thresh and Javas here too. Poach and Vivid. See a number of teams still just on the edge of the river there. Top center of your screen. Turkey Lips and his teammate. Outlet. Poach and Vivid waiting. 20 seconds left, a minute and a half of the Make It Rain bonus, still only $10,000, but if it's a tie, rolls on to game 3 of Heat 2, will become 20,000. Still teams rotating out of Tilted. Landjock, Takata trying to get a top down on somebody underneath him. The feed down below, Chef Strobel picking up a couple of eliminations, Hart and Salt. A little back and forth there as Hart gets eliminated. Takata and Landjock though, still just waiting. Starting to drop grenades on the structure below, see if they can shake somebody out of the building. There we go, a rotation. Now's the time to take those shots.
Oh my gosh, he just skated on out of there, taking damage.
Past. Those preemptive grenades, he's chucking them. Basically, Takada's trying to wait for this player underneath him to lead into the grenade that he dropped. It didn't work out. Whoever that is underneath him stopped building and built into a 1-by-1 to just wait a moment.
There are about to be 64 players on Leaky Lake. 64 players on Leaky Lake in the next few moments. Land jocking them. I'm wondering if they just dive right off this. Start flying
they
around.
Have an opportunity to. They're going to have to move from where they are right now. It is not safe. They have a lot of locations. Here we go. Do you drop on a structure, or do you go straight into the lake and build up, Jack?
I think they're going still with structure because they have the high ground. So them falling down just those few tiers, they still have the high ground in this area. So they're big chilling right now. 62 left. Oh my gosh, I just saw the mini map. Look at this.
It's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying.
No one wants to go in the water. So there's like 50 players on the outskirts, and the zone just moved right back to this whole pile at Tilted.
This is going to be an absolute mess. Players are going to have to start rotating early if they're on the north side. But they have the opportunity. They can use the wind and just fly in. Takada actually blocks a player from dropping in on top of him right there, just barely at the last second. Looks like he put up a floor and caught them.
Do you, if you're on the island, do you take the boost? Well, it's actually out of the zone. I was going to say, do you go for the boost launch and go super high up and just float?
I take it last second.
But remember,
and wait.
You have to go to the zone for it, so you already start taking damage from the zone. Then he does 30 more damage to your health. Is it worth it to take 40+ damage to get that extra high up lift?
If you have a buffer of HP, it could be a strategic decision that puts them so high above the rest of the teams that they can wait.
They just
for things to play out at least a little bit. Let some movement happen. Let some people build up some locations while they rotate. Lamar.
The zone is moving, folks, and it is an all-out sprint. Lamar trying to push forward. You hear the footsteps all around, the high footsteps, the low footsteps. Hogman gliding on in. Lamar gliding on in. Everyone trying to push up this hill. Oh, my goodness.
Using each other's structures, too. Lamar taking a little bit of fall damage there as he builds up. Everyone's kind of utilizing the same. It's all part of the same build. It's one giant mass of building. People are going to start editing windows and taking shots. Hogman there doing exactly that. Looks over to his teammate, little chuckle there. He has one explode left in that rocket launcher. Green pump, green SMG for a weapon swap. J-Truth and Wild's going down. The winners from the Make It Rain bonus last match.
Poach and Vivid, you see right in the heart of all that building. Razaru with the window, still 51 players. What is this zone? Oh, man.
Look at the next movement there, far east.
And here's the thing, what's crazy about this zone is that closed, and now there's 23 seconds, and then boom, it's an all-out sprint. It's just an all-out sprint. Vivid gets a knock.
What? Jack, I can't read any of it.
That looked like an old X6, like, language that's been retired. Like, no one uses it anymore that I just couldn't understand. That was Latin.
It's Sanskrit. Something.
Sanskrit. Here we go. Here we go. Poach played themselves, and Vivid's dead. What was that? Poach and Vivid are now down. Razaru gets ripped up down to 45 health. He's going to stop for a second, pop these minis.
10 minis.
Already 10 players have dropped on this rotation.
37 left, 40 seconds till this closes, and here we go. People starting to move across using the north side is pretty exposed because of the previous rotation. They don't really have to worry about anybody being just out there. They may drop in from above if they're trying to get if they're trying to rotate away from too high up above the structures. Just shots from Windwalker. At this point, everybody's going to start moving side by side. Yeah, you kind of have to decide whether you want to build against that or take the opportunity to fire on other teams rotating, which is going to end up exposing, you're going to expose yourself to others taking shots too. Top Gun taking out Fake Jesus in the feed. Zakumi lost the storm, as we've seen a number of players lost the storm so far. Nolan, Caliber. Blood taking out Pain Top Gun. Tyvik at the feed, and Nick.
And here we go.
Duo there.
Oh, they're just going to float. Look at this view.
No,
they're going to the lake.
Calm, cool, collected look at his face.
My goodness.
Nolan, I don't even think he's bothered by this. He's just thinking,
well, no, at this
point,
the thing is, no one is looking up at these points. Everyone's so focused on themselves.
Don't have time.
They have no time to look up. Look at the absolute insanity that's going on in the middle of this. All the builds, all the views, people finally dropping on down now, the zone closing on in. down to just about 14 people left in this one. Shots all around. We're right above Leaky Lake. Kevin looking on.
Like Salt goes down. He had a quad just before that and was spraying in on the structure being built by his opponent. Kale, Nolan still alive.
Oh, that storm damage. It's hitting for 8.
Starting to eat through the materials here.
knocked.
As Nolan, his teammate, is knocked underneath. Horrified gets him with an SMG. Goes for the save, though, and might actually be able to pick it up. The storm's going to tick Nolan out, though. Looks like he's going to be down to just Caliber all by himself now. 9 players left, 30 seconds. 7 players left, 28 seconds.
5 players left now as people continue to drop. The zone moving closer and closer to its final destination. You see blood on the bottom. Caliber all the way up top. Sia trying to shoot this player down. Hasn't had the chance yet. Top Gun staying close, continuing to just crawl on through. Not trying to be a hero. 5 eliminations already. So you think that's 2 points. Did Lasius maybe get an elim or 2? Who knows? You've also got to realize going for top 3 will earn you another point. This is it.
Squeezes his way in. The last 5 players, they might not even realize that they're, I believe there's still one very high up above. Top Gun gets eliminated. Theodart, Kevy's teammate. Shotgun shot from above, gets another one, picks up a back-to-back there of different teams.
That's a point now, at least trying to go for the no-scope for the heavy sniper. Now dropped on down to the water. An elimination on the Windwalker. 1 versus 1. 2 players in total. He's got no healing. It's desperation at this point. He's swimming. He's got no chance. He's trying to stay alive. He's now been glided on. The shot comes in. Is it enough? There it is! 4 HP for Caliber as the victory comes on through. We went from a lot of players down to a little.
Very quickly.
And man, people swimming at the end. 1 more tick of the storm would have killed, I believe, both players. Would have eliminated them both.
It looked like the last-ditch effort from Theodart to reload that heavy snipe just to try and take a shot at the structure. Caliber's build up above. Maybe going for an effort to drop him, see if he could do a little bit of fall damage or catch him off guard on the way down. Looks like Caliber made the move first.
It was a well-done play there at the end. You could just tell from that high ground, again, you can just glide on in. You no longer have to. A big thing that used to happen in the late game was you would have to strategically say, okay, if we're both up top, you drop, so that if we get shot down, we both don't get knocked by it, right? Here, not the case anymore. Here it is again. Look at the timing on that. And the pop-off for good reason. Sia had more health. Sia would have been able to live longer in the zone. It does not get closer than that. It seriously does not. 1 more second, and that win is completely switched.
The other way around. At
Sia wins it.
At that point, Caliber had to make the aggressive play because with no way to recover HP, you put yourself in a position where you wait and lose, or you risk it all and go for the win.
And that's what it was right there. That's what you got to do. You got to go for it. They do it just like that. And we have 2 games done out of our 4 in Heat 2. So far, Poach and Vivid pretty quiet.
Surprisingly.
Some things haven't gone their way, but I feel like, don't get me wrong. These guys play scrims, some custom warm-up games. They've played at skirmishes before. This is new territory in regards to how many players are alive in these late zones.
It's kind of mind-boggling too, and a lot of these players, like, they live and breathe competitive Fortnite, so they've experienced this kind of pressure before. But I feel like with scrim games are so much different, Jack, when they're because there's no money on the line, man. We have prizes, crazy
just
prizes
a little
here.
bit of prizes.
a little bit, a tiny bit.
Yeah.
And so you might be seeing players making decisions that aren't necessarily the best because in the moment, because they know what's on the line, they're making different decisions than they typically would.
As we continue to kind of look through highlights from that one, I think you hit the nail on the head. They're making different decisions, and it's one of those things where they're used to being like, oh, you know, maybe there's 1 or 2 lines of defense here of teams. No, there's like 5 or 6 at all times now in these ending builds, in the amount of just players that are alive on the map. This was Crunch and KP5 from their build battles earlier on. This was that moment when Chop It Down jumped on in, and the quick reaction with the double traps. That's why every bind you have is so key to be comfortable with it. Right there, instant, gets him trapped, and you know the second Chop It Down gets in there, Chop It Down's only mad at himself.
Oh, absolutely.
Because you never want to find yourself diving into someone's 1-by-1 like that unless you know you will not, die in a means like that.
You mentioned the binds and how natural it's got to be. Muscle memory for competitive players in a game like this where fast reactions are almost literally everything. They have to. It has to seem like an extension of yourself. You don't. If you spend any time trying to think about what button, what key you need to press on your controller, on your keyboard, on your mouse, however you're playing, if you waste any time doing that, that's a loss.
And a lot of people,
an advantage potentially.
A lot of people will join streamer streams and go, "Oh, what keybinds do you use?" Like because they want to match yours. Keybinds is all whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
That's all that it is. And again, as we take a look at more cool snipes from that game, keybinds are whatever is comfortable for you. There are top players who still use the default mines because they just played with them at first and now they're comfortable with them. But
these shots here,
most people switch. I mean, you see the build binds there. Mouse 4, mouse 5, Q.
I think left shift was
left
one of them.
shift,
There you go.
V for traps. Like, okay, that's unique. Every person you swap through will have their own set of what they like to use. It strictly comes down to what works best for you. Some people have smaller hands, so they can't reach as far on the keyboard. Some people have big hands, and they can, like, hitting P is like, that's actually, that would be
that's a stretch.
That's a huge hand.
That's like Shaq hands, and that's it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, Shaq just hovers his hand over the keyboard. If this is the keyboard right here, Shaq goes like this and types whatever he needs from every place. It's impressive.
We can't confirm if that's actually real,
no,
but
none of that's,
I'd like to imagine that.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. As we wait to see a few more things from Game 2, get it all sorted before we hop into Game number 3. Again, this is our final heat today. Tomorrow, 200 more players will participate. 100 in Heat 3, 100 in Heat 4. By the end of that, we'll know every single team here on Sunday.
So it's going to be a good time. I look forward to seeing what's potentially next. Now, while we're waiting here, Jen, if you had to adjust your play style for the first 2 games, what would you start?
Oh, gosh. I mean, I would do all sorts of stuff. I don't know what just happened. My whole audio sounds so... Do you hear that? Yeah. Okay. I was trying to think for a second, but it sounds very, very weird. First, I would go Tilted Towers. No one's dropped there yet. I would go Tilted Towers right away and loot the whole darn thing. You would leave there, like, filthy rich with loot. Like, you would have no care in the world. We obviously know that. They don't, which makes all the difference. But I'm still so baffled that in Game 2, 14 people flew over it, and no one, the fact that no one's looking and saying, wait, they're all flying away, let's turn back. I don't know how we've gotten to that point.
We've had a couple teams drop into the Leaky Lake.
And chop it down.
Rotation pass. That's going to pay off big for maybe a team that hasn't done as well as they expected to.
Yep.
They need to keep an eye on that. Make moves based on what they see other teams do.
Well, everyone getting ready for game number 3 now. As I believe we'll have a couple more things to take a look at as they're calculating the standings. Either way, I need a churro at some point. I still haven't had a churro. As I believe what we're just going to wind up doing is throwing it to a break for right now. Let's go ahead. Did that guy just do a backflip? No. Okay, that was incredible. I'm going to leave it on that. As what we're going to do is we'll take a look at these.
Week 1 started off with a bang, with the team of Zexro and Vape Jesus taking first place on the North American side, while Pinsar and Hunter, both Team Solary players, managed to take the top spot in the European tournament. Both teams racked up 305 points for their respective clubs, the Rift Raiders and the Dusty Dogs, but the Bush Bandits managed to edge out both of them at the end of Week 1, with 690 points for the club, thanks in part to the results from the Week 1 club trial squad goals. Week 2 kicked off the first round of solos in the fall series with Royale Flush. FaZe Clan's staple and Fortnite Dynamo Tfue took the top spot in the North American region, with an outstanding 14 points thanks to a format perfect score of 7 eliminations and a victory royale. Team Atlanta's very own Mitro managed to pull the top spot on the European side, racking up 8 points, with the bulk of that coming from a victory royale where he managed to pull 3 eliminations. Week 2's trial, Spin and Win, offered up a number of in-game challenges on a wheel that would spin and issue challenges to the 5 clubs based on where it lands, with challenges ranging from the Hunter-Gatherer Fair of Garage, in which a team had to win a squad match with at least 8 total ATKs and shopping carts inside the storm, to more artistic efforts like Architect, where players were tasked with building the best recreation of the Eiffel Tower in 1 hour. Spin and Win may have been the wackiest trial so far for the Fall Skirmish, and it will definitely be hard to top. Club standings at the end of Week 2 saw the Bandits maintain their lead, while the Fortnites and Dusty Dogs swapped spots for 2nd and 3rd. The Rift Raiders managed to hold on to 4th, and the unlucky Llamas were still stuck in last place. In Week 3, we saw the return of duos with Kingpin, where the team with the most points after 6 matches would be declared the winners, with the point multipliers applied to matches based on victory royales and 7+ eliminations in the previous round. The duo of Aspect and Lenane from Team Sentinel and Envy respectively managed to grab the W for the North American region, while Mitro snagged the top spot in the European region for the 2nd week in a row, this time teaming with Slug, with both teams taking home a nice prize pool and racking up 305 points for their clubs. This week, we also saw FaZe Clan's Cloak earn a big 50k bonus for getting the most eliminations in a single match with 15. Week 3's club trial saw players making their way to Lazy Links for a friendly round of golf. That's right, no eliminations, just a 9-hole challenge, where players compete to score the longest hole-in-one shot. Players build some massive structures and platforms to tee up, find their shot, and trigger that golf emote to swing for the stars. Scores were tallied up across all 9 holes. The Bush Bandits made a strong showing, with Svenos placing 1st and Liquid Chap taking the 4th place. Those extra points helped the Bush Bandits maintain their lead, while the rest of the club saw no change in their positions. In Week 4, we went back to solos with Big Bonus, where competitors could earn 1 bonus point and an extra 7.5k for every elim they scored beyond 7. Fall Skirmish superstar Tfue continued to shine this week, racking up 13 points, which was actually matched by Vivid from Team Liquid. Tfue took the top spot though thanks to his back-to-back victory royales in the 2nd and 3rd matches, where he pulled out 4 and 5 eliminations each. The big bonus this week went to fellow Team Liquid player Poach, who came out with a total of 9 points in his first match, making him the only player to hit more than 7 eliminations in a single match all day. Across the pond, Boyer showed up the competition, scoring 8 points to land himself at the top of the European leaderboard for Week 4. Week 4's club trial featured the ATK Grand Prix, where players from each club race against each other in a single elimination tournament in playgrounds. Lenane managed to grab another win on the North American side, while Alliance Powder rode his cart to victory in the European region. No surprises in the club standings for Week 4, as all clubs have remained in their respective spots for the last few weeks. Week 5, our last before TwitchCon, brought back Royale Flush, this time with duos. Team Liquid took the top spot in the North American rankings with a pair of 72 Hours and Chap scoring 11 points, putting them well ahead of 2nd place team Tempo and Geomach. With these two also competing together at TwitchCon, they'll definitely be a duo to watch. The European region saw Blacksu and Madsen, both from Genside Esports, take the 1st place by grabbing an outstanding 13 points, thanks in large part to their final match of the day, where they brought in a total of 11 eliminations. The final trial of the Fall Skirmish was Trap Ball, where players from each club fought it out in Spiky Stadium. We saw some impressive performances from all the clubs, and here are the final club standings going into TwitchCon. The Fall Skirmish finals are just around the corner, and a $400,000 grand prize hangs in the balance. Which duo will be the next Fortnite superstars? Find out this weekend in beautiful San Jose, California. I'm Zeke, and that's it for me. I'll see you on the battle bus.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the Fortnite Fall Skirmish Grand Finals here at TwitchCon. My first ever TwitchCon has been a blast so far. A very, very busy day and overall weekend we're both going to have. My voice is struggling right now.
It's going to be completely shot by the end,
Oh,
Jack.
yeah.
You'll sound like it's been a struggle for a little while. You know?
That's what it'll sound like.
Yeah,
exactly.
it'll sound like that, just like that.
That's perfect. I like the way you put that. We have the standings and stuff to take a look at. We're going to run on through as we get into game number 3. Here it is up to this point.
What's so crazy about what you see on your screen is, if you look at the point counts and the eliminations, you have 10, 4, 7, 6, 5, 8, 7, another 8 and 2 7s at the bottom there. Because of the way that the zones have played and the number of players that have been alive each time, I honestly can't really nail down where some of these eliminations points have come from, with the exception of the end of last game. Caliber, while his teammate might have already been eliminated, plus we saw some plays from Chop It Down and Hogman, that trap play to take Chop It Down.
There you go.
But it's been such a it's been almost a mess of players pushing across from zone to zone. I'm curious if we're going to see something change going into game 3, or if we're going to see yet another round.
And you see the wild card noted there, Takada and Landjock just on the bubble right now. We'll know, in that 13th spot by the end of today, we'll know who's going to wind up making it to Sunday through the wild card system. Will it be the Ghost guys getting the spot, or will it be the wild card from Heat 2? Either way, though, 2 more games to go today. A lot of Fortnite action has gone down. Seen a lot of positive comments online. I think the players are super happy with how things have been going. Obviously, how we wind up having great games here. But we have our Make It Rain winners from last game. It's Crispy and Wish.
CLG.
Who wound up getting it. You see there, 3 total limbs. 10 grand. They got 3 limbs in 5.5 minutes. 10 grand.
Timing and position suddenly results in both of them being a prize of 5,000 apiece, which is that's crazy. Like we've said a number of times. If you're waiting for the opportunity and you see it, I think it's a bad call if you don't go for it. $10,000 is a substantial amount of money.
We quickly went to use the restroom. We saw Poach on the way back, and you turned to him and he said, I want to see some big plays. And I think he turned and said to you, he's like, we're going for it.
He's going for it.
He's like, Vivian and I are going for it. So that's the mindset that we keep talking about. There is a truth to it where players midway through, they just say, let's go. Like, it's time. It's time to start just going crazy, Tifu mentioned it as well. Once they had those wins and those points, they were like, all right, now we're going to put on a show and go for limbs. And, they wound up finishing with arguably the most limbs in Heat 1. So there's a thought process behind it. The Battle Bus about to launch game 3 of 4. Who will be our top 12 making it to Sunday? Here it goes, baby. We're watching yet again. People thanking the bus driver. It's time to get started.
Halfway through Heat 2. Can we get some noise here if you're here in San Jose at TwitchCon, please?
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
The battle bus taking off. I like that the Fortnitemares decoration on it, Jack, I think it's really cool. Kind of makes the top look like a mummy.
Every time they've had a theme to the battle bus, it's been awesome.
With the exception I heard complaints about the Happy Birthday one because that song got embedded in people's heads. I loved it, just saying.
It was super, super catchy.
It was.
Super, super catchy.
I heard it in my sleep. I want you to know that. Now, we talked about
weird.
Tilted.
People are going there.
First time thus far in Heat 2, looks like we're going to have 2 teams. One's landing down at the pawn shop. The other team splitting the north side in half, east and west. We have a pretty even spread. We have people at Leaky Lake. We have Pleasant Park occupied. Potentially so far the only spot that hasn't really been touched is just because people haven't landed there. We have teams stretching to Lucky. Risky's going to be occupied. Tomato. You have a team kind of awkwardly floating between Lazy Links and Risky, checking to see if it's a safe zone, so they're going to land at that cluster of houses to the west of Risky. Just have to see how things play out. A majority of the map with a pretty even spread, maybe some non-marked POIs at the top of the hill to the southwest of Salty, not occupied. Animal Cross landing out here, hoping I would assume to not get eliminated first like they were last game. Getting any metal they can out of this RV. Flipped kind of nose down there. Shadow and Just Moon, the hotel. Sharing space, coexisting as shots come out, and Shadow is down to 68 HP already. Not a whole lot to his name. He's got a close-up set, weapon set here. Looking for that 6-shooter headshot. Moon gets knocked. And that elimination will most likely happen relatively quickly, and there it is. Animal Crow saying, we're not going out first this time, Jack.
I was going to say, remember,
we're not going out first this time.
Earlier, they were eliminated right off the break, and he's just staring down these two players that are inching closer and closer.
Bog and
Are they going?
Mazaru.
We're about to have a second engagement. They could have 4 limbs instantly off the break of this one if they can survive this, but look at how weak they are. And this is the difference in play. Look at how aggressive they're getting. Trying to push on forward. They don't get the knock. Animal with 1 down. It's a quick little trade. Bogdan has such a health advantage here. If he loses this fight,
with the weapon setup,
it would be disastrous.
One shotgun shot. If they end up getting on top of each other, Bog doesn't have a shotgun.
He doesn't have a lot of materials either. Does he see a shotgun right there, or just ammo? I think that might have been just ammo. One player close.
Down SMG spray from above.
He's taken 19 damage so far. Keep in mind just how weak this opponent is. Now down to 93. Now down to 55. Oh, and the hip fire.
You see him mouthing, let's go.
That's huge. The Sentinel players now down again. That's 2 games landing now at Motel that they've gone out in the opening 60 seconds. And we know how deadly that duo can be.
Oh, yeah. We've seen Animal in the past. It was one of the players that put up some of the highest elimination counts, I believe, in the summer skirmish, if I remember right. And it's kind of surprising to me for them to get caught off guard there at the hotel twice. 2 games in a row now.
Yep.
You see a pair of teams here at close to Tifu's typical drop location, Martin and Jacob. I was actually going to point out earlier, Martin and Jacob have, I believe, 2 points, but only 1 elimination, which it's a good way to focus on the fact that even ranking can put you pretty high up the leaderboard. They were top, I think, 16 maybe. They're close enough to the top that they could edge their way in to a top 12 finish and make the grand finals, even with a lower elimination count. And that kind of, I think that focuses on how crazy the previous 2 matches of Heat 2 here have been, just with the number of players remaining. Still 90 left. We got 52 seconds until the circle starts to close. The first circle starts to close.
Ooh. Intel Day is just trying to get some damage down, hopefully burn through these materials. Both players were stacking in that 1 ramp, which makes you believe that they didn't have many materials to their name. And look, I think they're still trying to hold it. Now they've been knocked down for a second. He wants this hunting rifle shot so bad. I don't think they have any idea that Method and Jacob don't have shields, or Martin doesn't have shields.
No hits have been dealt yet, so not yet. That as soon as they know,
as soon as they get a tag, and
it'll get aggressive.
Yeah, as people call it, oh, he's tagged for white, meaning white is the color of the damage when they're on HP. If they get that, you'd expect them to just immediately go, because at that point, no matter what, you have an HP.
The advantage, especially lean 75 shield, Days at 50. Still no damage dealt.
Such
Back
a drawn-out fight.
Doesn't surprise me. Both teams, they're in the safe zone. They don't have to worry about potentially a reposition early or anything like that. They don't have to get ahead of the storm. They can wait. They can slow play it, wait for a strategic opportunity. This is one of those moments where as soon as a team makes a mistake and see he's exposing the ground underneath just to get as much material as possible and then resetting it in case his teammate needs to drop down, that's very intelligent.
Talking about terrible spots to be in, Tantric, absolute
away.
one-shot.
Fariko and Dark Ops, they're both shielded up well past 100. Looks like Fariko might have an eye on another team there in Paradise. Cub smiles. Cryptofan.
That's the loot that they got from eliminating the 1 teammate.
House in the back, kind of tried potentially building himself into a tough spot. Feed. Vinny and Zexro picking up a pair of elims. They've been doing really well. Tantric now 72 HP, 3 HP with a. He's got 6 bandages, triggering me a little bit. He's got 3 HP. We've seen players survive with 1 or 2. A very lucky pickup there. Puts down the suppressant tile. He's not going to pop it yet. He doesn't necessarily need to rotate out, but now's the time to make kind of a strategic decision. Are you going to rotate away? Are you going to try and fight against this team, and with only 72, 75 HP,
yeah,
he's not going to do it yet. He's got to back out.
Looks like they're going to begin to rotate on over as people getting set up for this new zone. This is the first time we're really going to be seeing a lot of action down here on the desert side of the map with where this end zone is. Dark Ops and Farico trying to just disengage for the moment. They know they're pinched. They know there's players behind them in Paradise. They know they've got players in front of them at the junkyard area. And Snipes coming on in, just passing by. That's that semi-automatic sniper rifle in the hands of Zill. Now they're dipping right on out of there. And oh, whoa. As I mentioned that, I think, Farico just turned with a sniper. Challenged, hit him from 110 meters. They're rushing it up. Can they get the res in time? Farico and Dark Ops want this fight. Rockets getting shot out as well. There is a res, so they'll know both are back up. But still, will they be able to push the advantage now? Interesting thing to note, that was Farico's last sniper shot. He's out of heavy ammo. So he clutched on up, Zill popping the medkit. Will he get it off in time? Here comes the build battle now. A 1v2 build fight. Dark Ops playing the low ground for the moment. He's trying to break down his opponent to force him down to the low ground yet again. He doesn't have many mats left, so that's his reaction to it. Farico dropped down to under 10 HP. Another one falls all the way down to the ground. It looks like he's going to match the fall as well. Building back on up. The nerves these players must be feeling as they know everything's on the line in these games. Farico now knocked. Zill returns the sniper knock favor right there. And Dark Ops and Farico, they went for it. They wanted to get aggressive. Now they get rocketed, and that's a worst case scenario. They thought they had the opening. A quick pickup from Harrians to pick up Zill. The med kit was popped as well, and they wind up swinging that fight in their favor.
Interesting to see how some of these fights are playing out at not really commonly dropped to locations in public matches too much. Way down in the southeast corner. Now we cut over to J-Truth and Wilds rotating into Dusty. They're going to build up those little ramps and go for a swoop on in. Hug that east side of Dusty Divot. Shot at from behind, but really no worry at this point. Tree coverage is so good here, and materials, especially for J-Truth, is what we can see. 7-4-1 there. I'm assuming his teammate is in a similar position. They do see somebody flying over the top. Zexro and Vinny. One of the pairs here we've had our eyes on during a majority of Heat 2.
Vinny's actually been slaying out so far today. He's had at least, I think, 2 limbs in each of the games so far. Pop this one bandage to get to the max that you can get with bandages. 75 HP. Love the weapons he's got in his inventory. You got to say 8 minis. I mean, his whole loadout's pretty nice right now, and he's got a lot of materials. Already 3 limbs to his name. This kid just keeps on going.
Now, this TwitchCon will mark, this is the first time that the Pittsburgh Knights players Zexro and Vinny have actually, this is the first time they've played together. Before now, they had not teamed up at all. Zexro actually, he's seen as one of the most prolific eliminators in the game because he's the kind of player, and we've seen a number of times where he's trying to take a top-down advantage, much like players like Tfue and Cloak, a lot of these really strong elimination-based players. It feels like he's almost always in a height advantage position, and you could see it from the previous 2 games as well as, I guarantee you, if they run into another team here in a minute, you're going to see it again.
Zexro and Vinny. Wait, are they already at 5 limbs?
They are already at 5 limbs. And Zexro actually, he played with LG's Creo, along with Tfue and Cloak, and they had they have the world record for most squad eliminations on PC with 57 eliminations at the time, but it was broken literally hours later by a squad of EU players, I believe from the Bush Bandits.
Can I tell you something that might be a surprise to you?
What's up?
I've never held a world record before.
Jack.
I know.
What are you doing with your life?
I know what you're thinking. You know, it doesn't sound like you, Jack, but I've never held a world record. I don't plan to anytime soon. Wilds and J-Truth high up. Salt and Shatang just below. You see Freaks and Pal, as well as Cheetah and PRX just nearby. Off the distance, Pain and Vape Jesus. 78 players left as we move into our second zone.
At this point, Heat 2 has kind of established itself as a more strategic lobby. A lot of players waiting till the last minute to step into engagements. You can see here we have teams below. Shatang and Salt are just are in their structure. Amaze, Navi. We actually saw Amaze in the restroom between games. Just throwing that out there. Fun fact. Jack. Where's that?
The
fun
people at
fact?
home wanted to hear that.
Where's the fun
they
fact
wanted to
on
know
that
we
one,
saw
Jack?
him there. Wilds and J-Truth, they're just chilling on top of the sniper tower. I always love seeing players utilize the already existing structures as the base of what they have. I always think it's so smart where wipe the top floor of a house and then just build your base on top of it. You've got so much stuff, and there it is again. It's make it rain time, 5.5 minutes. Who will be the one to earn the money this time around? Every time it happens, I still get surprised.
It still startles
Every
you.
time, I'm like, what?
The jolt back. 5 minutes and 14 seconds left. Only 10,000. I say only like it's only.
Wow, only 10,000 for getting a limbs.
Merely stating that it could roll over if it doesn't get obtained by any of these teams during this game. It could roll over to Game 4, and if it still doesn't get claimed, we'll see it in the grand finals on Sunday. J-Truth out here, the bolt action, epic bolt action.
Does 110 damage to the body.
Wish you luck in the feed, taking out KB5, a teammate. CLG versus CLG feels bad. Payne eliminates Jacob, the Splode. This position here, J-Truth and Wilds have a good view of the land before them, but at some point they're going to have to make a rotation, especially because 30 seconds left. The zone is relatively distant. Oh, 110. Body shot at that distance as players are rotating. Imagine.
Don't you dare. He's kind of firing off a lot of these shots. He only has 10 heavy shots left.
Salt, you see where the Salt position right there, he's watching through the pyramid right now with the edit, just looking up, seeing when they're going to make their rotation. They don't want to push out too early. If they push early, they see from above, shots are going to happen. They're going to go for tags at any elim they can get while Salt and his teammate are rotating. But if they time it and they wait until the same moment, it basically cuts the risk of getting tagged at all significantly. Zill, Harrian's just waiting here inside the zone, basically smack dab in the middle here. There was once one of those giant stone statue heads here atop this little mountain. He's watching, you see that. Zexro and Vinny.
Oh! What was that?
A shot.
Vinny now trying to save his teammate. Zexro now knocked. They're playing edit battles around these walls. I'm assuming Vinny's going to try to get in the same box as Zexro to be able to build in front of him and protect him. Yeah, there you go. He wants to claim this as his own, doesn't get it. Quick edit comes in, tags him for 40. Both players now weak. That's already been edited. Nice job with the ramp, though, to at least give himself cover for the moment. Willie trying to hop on 3, places an ice trap. It's not what he wanted. Oh, and he's skating all around.
A valiant effort.
He wanted to place a normal trap. The panic comes in, and I think that's an example of maybe the nerves coming into play right there, right?
A pretty high tension situation, especially when you have a team directly to the wall. Your teammate is knocked down, which means if you don't clutch up, that's that for that game.
Yep. Rough times.
68 left.
They already had 5 elims, though, so they got 2 points.
Exactly.
They can't be upset.
I'd almost guarantee we see them in the grand finals on Sunday. J-Truth and Wilds here, the very edge of the zone. They're going to have to make movement relatively soon.
As we continue to see how the game develops, 2 minutes and 15 seconds, they'll make it rain bonus. This zone just west of Salty Springs, I'm assuming some of the river will actually be in play, which will create some really, really drastic height differences between the people that are on the high ground and the people that are all the way down in that ravine. I feel like everyone's going to be crowding the side of those cliffs.
Most likely. It makes it a little easier to initially build a base there. You have a side of the structure that you're building on that is already attached to something that's completely unbreakable. You have the mountain there. But when it comes to rotation time, if you've got to go up and over or around, the path you have to take just got way more complicated.
I think Zill just opened a crate that landed right in his 1x1, and it had a chug jug and a launch pad. It's pretty good stuff to get.
Kiski going for the little deploy there, trying to move into the zone.
There it is, chug jug.
Still Harriet still alive. Now some people might be thinking you're only missing a little bit of HP and shield. Popping a chug right there maybe seems like a waste, but like we've said before, chug jugs getting a full use off on a chug jug in a competitive match like this is the late game is very rare.
And we didn't get exactly a chance to see, but if I'm not mistaken, aren't Zill and them like one elimination away from a point this game?
I believe so.
They'd rather just use it and have as much HP for their next fight as possible.
Any buffer is a good one.
Yep.
Crimson and Austin here, you saw Crimson trying to take a snipe just a moment ago. He's watching that fight to his west-southwest. Doesn't want to be out in the open. He doesn't want to go for it. He just wants to tap from a distance and maybe, who knows, a headshot from here if there's an edited window could make the difference. Landjock Takata the top down there. Wads and J-Truth. It's like built on top of Austin and Crimson. There we go. Landjock Takata moving out, using that deployment in the air. Look at the structure.
I told
Look
you.
At this.
I knew people were going to be hugging the. No one wants to go into that ravine. No one wants to be in the river, so everyone's hugging the mountainside.
You put yourself in basically grenade ricochet zone if you sit down there at the bottom, down in the river.
This is from Nikiski earlier. 1, 2.
Teammate Spades gets knocked there, but it's no big deal.
And this is how those third parties.
It's like Spades does get eliminated there.
That was
the shot
dirty.
Through the very last second.
Wait, so he got 4 limbs during all this? That is nuts. So you see here, look, it's like he wanted to go in. He places that pyramid down to make so a ramp can't be placed by his opponent. It's a great, great little build right there. You can then control that edit as well and mess with your opponent too.
Still trying to time a snipe on a fight that's happening to the northwest. Looks like they're going to make a move here. A lot of structures being built up, and now's the time to plan your drop. Just kind of scanning. You see they're dipping back and forth in the air, trying to avoid getting shot by anybody. They're going to sneak in underneath another team here, build up their own little base. They're going to create a couple little structures here. The pyramids above, reinforcing the ceilings. Somebody is taking a shot in from the side. Another team edits a hole through the window. Zill takes a shot from above as he's trying to layer up against this. His teammate Harrian's taking shots with him. They've got to just push back. More layers, more layers, more layers. Try and not get tracked. I was going to say, it wouldn't surprise me if a couple ramps started popping up as additional layers of structure between that opponents would have to push through. Pops through the window there. There's Zill just firing down on the wall. Looking for any tags, especially if they see white damage tags. You know, at that point, continuing to spray a structure isn't a bad call. If they're pushing for just another elim, maybe another point is one away there. Kind of looking through the structure that's been built up by their opponents to the northeast, down a few layers. Looks like a fight is happening, and Wish You Luck gets eliminated in the feed there by Tyrone. 48 left. This circle closes in 8 seconds.
Harrians and Zeal trying to rack these limbs up. I'm confident in these guys potentially being able to go for a big bonus this game. But now this is where it gets insane. If we can we pull back up that map real quick? Of the next zone. It is on the opposite side of this mountain.
They move all the way through
on the back side of Shifty.
On the top right.
So like everyone's got to make some sort of move either over this mountain or through Shifty shafts. Look at how awkward this is about to be. Because of this elevation, the elevation changes everything.
46 players at this point. They're waiting. At this point, they're already going to be the edge of the circle. We've got an opponent caught outside. Crypt could not get the attachment with that grappler, trying to get any sort of distance. Couldn't do it. The elimination, he ticks out there. Imperial Hound trying to move up.
Look at these built up the mountain. It's a mad chase to try to get on up.
Half the eliminations of the feed right now are either to the Storm or Payne eliminates himself.
He missed the shot. They still got 5 elims, so 2 points for them. Great stuff. Some big fall damage taken there. Amaze now knocked. Navi down to just 47 actual health, so the Storm could be his biggest enemy here in the coming moments. And look at how far he still has to travel. It's time to use the grappler, he says, as he's trying to get the high ground. Nothing as of yet. Stuck inside these builds. It's just so awkward going up. I'm telling you that low HP, it spells disaster. And look at this view of everyone scaling the mountain. So many players. Look at how low health so many of these players are, because they've all been taking storm damage.
Looks like it missed all that. Poach is still up. I saw him, his name still wiggling around in there. That entire structure coming down. Landjock and Takata maybe trying to take advantage of that.
And now it goes back across. Oh.
Landjock knocks himself with a rocket.
Rough.
Caught off guard by that pyramid directly in front of him. Clipped the edge of it. It is indeed.
See, look, now Mazerwind and Static have made it above the mountain. Look at these grapplers everywhere. Everyone's just soaring through the air. This is how you get over these awkward, high ground zones on these mountains.
Static takes the cat out with the
15
rifle
left.
shot there. Static and Mazerman building as high as they
He's
can.
out of materials. He didn't realize he was trying to go for all these crazy edits. Now he's just stuck up in the sky. The low ground's so stacked with players. Everyone tagged, everyone weak. Mazer and Static seem to have the best positioning possible.
14 players left right now, too.
And you just saw for a brief moment the frustration on Poach's face.
Milton in the feed eliminating Kevy. Static, Mazerman still have this top-down view on pretty much
I think
everybody
they have
12
to
left.
fall. Yeah, they
They're
have
gonna
no
drop in.
mats.
That glider deploy mechanic coming in big right there, but
And look,
super exposed. No builds basically meant he had to land in the open.
And I think if he had builds right there, how easy that would have been. He would have just been farming from up top. Quick Limb comes in. 9 now left. Mazerman still with 0 limbs this game. Teammate Static, who we just saw drop. He wants to try to pop these medkits. One player just above. He can't build a single wall.
As soon as he heard that trap, it looked like someone was directly underneath him, placed a trap in an attempt to get him dropped down. Falls down, finds Lamar hiding.
5 left. They make it 4. Caliber trying to bounce around and stay inside this zone. He's got no materials either. Everyone running out. He's falling down the side. One player just on his edge. I don't think they can build either. He's got no place to land. There he goes. Art's up top. 3 players remaining. The shot comes in. Tendons with the limb.
1v1 situation
1
here.
versus 1. Where is he?
Lamar healing.
He's
popping
healing.
a medkit all the way outside
Lamar
the
is
zone.
all the way in the zone healing.
If he lands this and Tendons has no heals.
Oh my gosh, he got the medkit. Now he's firing down. They're trying to get the shots down range. No builds can happen. He's down to 37, 29, 21, 13. No, the tree of life. As Tendons hides. And it keeps him alive with just 15 hit points.
Had Lamar known that his opponent, Tendons down at the bottom, did not have any way to get HP back, all he had to do was hide. He just had to wait.
The tree of life. That's now Tendons' favorite tree in all of Fortnite. Look at this. No builds. He was getting sprayed down at. It was his last-ditch effort. He had no other option. Oh, he grappled. Did he grapple to the tree? Stop. Is that what happened? Oh. Look at that.
Are you kidding me?
Wow. Those bullets whizzing by. One more shot. The tree was done for. I am almost certain. Look at this. Watch this last bullet just whiz past. Oh, one more round. One more round, and I think it was done for.
Lamar lost the storm. The number of players going down in the storm these last second, it comes down to almost a fraction of a second to see who wins a match at this point.
It's a couple times we've seen that so far today. One with T4 earlier, another one there. Just barely staying alive as he sits behind the tree that keeps him alive and earns himself that extra point. Literally, that tree just got him a point.
I feel like at some point we need to go back, Jack, and look to see exactly which tree that was and honor it in some way, because I think it just won him the game.
Yeah. This was set early on. We talked about, how they barely made it out alive in that first fight, but it was the players that came in next that caused them all the issue. Vinny and Zexro had 5 limbs in the opening, 5 minutes of the game, putting them at 2 points. Oh, nice shot. This was the Kiskis. 4 eliminations in like a 1-minute window within these builds. Hal and Frex. I actually love the zones where they've got to go up the mountains. It's just pure insanity. And there, thumbs up for darn good reason, as that's going to help them inch closer and closer to solidifying their spot to play on Sunday.
Now, like you said, the attached to the side of the mountain, those engagements where players have to rotate out, you see a level of intelligence, of forethought for positioning and gameplay that you don't really see very often. Oftentimes, the zones, especially with depending on the position, very open, flat land. Yeah, you have players building up their cities of structures, but when there's something that you physically have to move around, you see people almost smeared across the mountain.
Unfortunately, they can't pickaxe through the side of a mountain.
They can try, but it's not going to work.
I've definitely tried it, and there they wish they could, but the grappler, that item, it once had 15 charges. Now at 10.
Overpowered with 15? What do you think?
Well, yeah, because they lowered it to 10. They thought, they thought. Epic thought.
They thought.
Yeah. No, it definitely was. But it's still so good. For me, it just makes the difference, right? It's like when impulses were first used early on in some of these competitions. You would go, in a fight, when you calculate everything, you're going, there's no way he can get to me and eliminate me in the next few seconds. And then out of nowhere, they're impulsing over and
literally
a quick
flying
shotgun
through
blast.
the
And you're
air.
going, whenever you die to that, you just go, all right. You know,
Well played.
we all experience, it's like with shockwaves too.
Yeah.
And it's the same with the grappler. It's like, okay, right now, if he doesn't have one, I'm safe. Next thing you know, boom, flies at me, and the time you had to heal and rethink and reset up for the next part of the fight, it's already gone. I think we have a look at one of the top plays from Vinny that game, showing off some of the technical sides of Fortnite, the little intricate details. Here it is again. And these little edits. You thought, Vinny, that ramp play was great. There he wanted the trap, but it's actually his opponent. Vinny, you did good stuff, but it's actually his opponent, Nikiski, who impresses me even more with the plays right there. With that pyramid getting placed, the amount of thought that has to go into that. Because he's thinking, not only is he low on health, he wants to rush in at Vinny. Vinny goes to place the trap. He can't run into the trap. He wants to make sure Vinny can't build another ramp to do something like this. So he places the pyramid, but then Vinny can't edit that wall because it's being blocked by his ramps, and he can't. Vinny at that point, he's ice skating. It's in Rockefeller Center. It's Christmas time.
Very specific, but you're not wrong.
Skating around, he's got no chance.
It's tough. It's a tough spot.
And I think Vinny right there is going, it's like the one that got away. Because in that moment, if he elims that, I think that's their 6th. They're both still alive because if you remember,
His teammate was still
Nikiski didn't go
knocked down, but that was it.
Could have the chance to rise. Could have been a hero.
Could have.
Not the case.
You look disappointed.
I am.
Don't do that to him.
I know. That was probably
It's
not nice.
Big shame.
That was not nice. I think
you're not wrong though.
Now I believe. Good. We got standings. I want to make sure I heard that right.
Yep.
Before I said let's go to it, it wasn't actually that. Here it is again. Oh, look at our standings. Way different point values from what we saw earlier. Tfue and Cloak had 15 points, right, when they were in first place?
Exactly.
First place after 3 games here has 6. So, seriously, you can get, if you get a victory royale with 7 elims, that's 6 points. You could have 0 right now.
And you could still end up moving on to Sunday.
Yes.
There's one game left for Heat 2.
Yep.
You have a lot of teams, like you said, that are sitting under the required points. Do you go out of your way at this point? Because on top of that, you still have the big bonus. So if you have a crazy high elimination count, especially early game, if you watch for a drop where maybe there's a high population, let's say Paradise or Retail or something like that, it has a lot of players going there.
Oh my God. Poach and Vivid are the wild card. Poach and Vivid right now. It all comes down to this for them.
Do you play aggressive? What do you do, Jack?
Poach and Vivid are on the chopping block.
Bibby, let's say this carries over to the next match. That means either the boys here from Liquid or Ghost Gaming get eliminated.
I just spoke to our director. I said, we need to follow them a lot this game. That's the story of all of this.
Absolutely.
Poach and Vivid, fan favorites out there. You heard the crowd cheer whenever they got shown on screen. They are in the wild card position right now. A bad game basically guarantees they drop out of contention. A good game basically guarantees that they make it to Sunday. Could 2 of the winningest players in prize money history for Fortnite be out here in Heat 2?
Now, Fortnite is one of those games where players' skills are developing constantly because, like we've said, Epic changes the way the game is played. Little tweaks, big tweaks, potentially. The redeploy of the glider, if you're 3 stories up or more, has changed the way that players take build fights even. You could have a top-down advantage on another team, and there may be 2-3 stories underneath you, and if you're high enough up in the air, suddenly they just fly away, and you have to reposition as well. And so I think because of that, you're seeing some people, not saying that this is necessarily the reason for their placement right now, but maybe an adjustment to those playstyle changes is having an effect.
Yeah. I'm wondering if people are playing this passive, and hiding so much, not only because it's a major event, but because of some of the new updates and trying to get a feel for it. If they saw something in Heat 1, people played very passive in Heat 1, but it was not this drastic. It was not.
This is substantially different.
Yeah. Last game was a little bit more aggressive, but still, we'll have to see if things change for the final game of Heat 2. Reminder, tomorrow we do it all over again with Heats 3 and 4. We'll go ahead and pull the schedule up for you guys again later on today, just so you can see exactly when you got to tune back in again here at twitch.tv/Fortnite. But yeah, you know those players tomorrow have been studying this. They've been watching every single minute of every game, seeing exactly where the best places to land are, how they should go ahead and take certain scenarios. And honestly, a lot of it for me is how you fight these 80-player circles when there's barely anything in play.
Now, you said the players for tomorrow are definitely watching today. I would say even the players from Heat 2 right now watched during the entirety of Heat 1 just to see how things were playing out. Maybe potentially saw more aggressive gameplay that they weren't huge fans of, and decided a strategic positioning is a little more important. Now, I still have to bring back the you have the Make It Rain bonus prize.
Yes.
An opportunity for people to pick up $10,000 or more, depending on if it carries over or not to the next game. And that's going to continue into the Sunday's grand finals. That in itself, for me, would be enough motivation probably to try and go for literally anything during that 5.5 minutes of almost insanity as players are rotating through those circles.
Yeah, no, and obviously with the Make It Rain, they know when it happens. It kicks in for everybody. They know. They see the green flashing lights. They probably hear that air horn because it's a little bit tough to miss.
I hope so. If we're hearing it, I hope they're hearing it too.
Yeah, because everyone needs to endure that.
Exactly.
As, again, could you play with that little bit of money? Who knows? The key thing to take note of, anybody, all 50 players or 50 teams, all 100 players are still in the running here in Heat 2 because they can legitimately go from dead last to first with one 6-point swing this game.
Yep. One set of big plays, and it could be even more than 6 points. Imagine a 10 elimination game for a single team on top of the 6 points if they get a victory royale. Every single point after, every single elimination after 7, is an additional point. I think Tomato Man and
that's actually Tim right now. Since they ran out of, since his luggage was lost, they've got Tim in that outfit.
Courage, you and I both know that's half of Tim right there.
You're starting the Tim roast early.
It's,
okay,
I gotta get ready,
people ready. You're warming up. I like that. I like that a lot. Now you're warming up. I respect it. There's the players now, all set. One final game, talking strategy, figuring out exactly how they want to approach this. It all comes down to this. These guys traveled out here for this opportunity. Can't be stressed enough. This is not like PAX, where you got in line and you got a chance to play multiple times. You got here, you got your heat, and that is your chance. Those 4 games are your opportunity to play for the big money on Sunday. Outside of that, your TwitchCon dreams are over.
Well, mine aren't over yet, Jack. I get to stay here and hang out and cast Fortnite with you.
We do have the best job of all.
We do. We can't lose.
Well, I just looked at the map. There are 2 llamas within about 100 feet of each other. I'm wondering if they can. Yeah, you can literally see, you can see both of them from this one view. They're out on the west side of the map. So maybe someone can get 1,200 materials instantly off the break of the game, which should be basically the best start ever. I saw a thread the other day. Like, imagine if llamas still gave 1,500 mats. How nuts that would be. Either way, we don't need to talk about it because we're going to live the game. The final game of Heat 2 about to get underway. The last match on the main stage today. Who will be our top 12 and who will go home? We find out now. Nobody knows.
Guess we'll see here.
A little nursery rhyme action.
I'm impressed, Jack. Always impressed.
But I'm not a rapper.
I don't believe that in the slightest.
Yeah.
We see here a pretty even spread of players. Curious to see what drop locations are going to be intensely occupied.
Let's get into the action, folks. As Zedrin flying all the way over. Did PRX just take damage? I think he got tagged from the island. So PRX is landing with already less than 90 health. That's got to be quite frustrating. A look over all the beautiful lands of Fortnite Battle Royale. 100 players alive. Who will be the first to drop? As we stay in. Oh, PRX actually just got the first elim of the game on a Cubsy. That's got to be the worst. You land, final game of your heat, and you're just done for instantly. That would not be fun at all.
I would be slightly frustrated.
Yeah. In your final game. Crispy and wish you luck. They've been up here. This has actually been a very popular place to go, Viking Village. I think a lot of it's just down to now you can choose to rotate by just gliding off the mountain. You don't even need to worry about getting a rift. You can just float away and all your worries are gone.
I would assume not all your worries, as there's probably other teams waiting down below. Crispy and Wish Kind of navigating through here, smacking all the little structures, trying to get the materials again. Jay Truth and Wilds. 21 HP, gets the knockdown on Dark Ops, gets picked by Farico from above. Opportunity from Wilds pushing, he's got to try and save his teammate.
Oh, Truth is instantly gone.
Double barrel, only 7 damage from the double.
No.
Indeed.
And there's Farico. The quick builds the box, and he's got his teammate back on up 2 early limbs there. Now over to Wishy Luck and Crispy, who already won. They won the Make It Rain earlier on, right? So they've already placed and earned themselves some money. But they're going to look for more now.
There. Johnny K floating away, leaving Tantric behind. But the elimination finishing off Wishy Luck there. Looks like Johnny's going down to Greasy, which is occupied. Hogman and Chop It Down. So he's demanded his teammate down there. So you have to see what happens. So those almost 2.5 teams end up running into each other. Wish and Crispy now able to just farm up top here pretty comfortably.
There's a lot of mats up here.
Oh, yeah. And if you're uncontested, you just farm that for a while, and then you can float away, deploy the shoot, or to even take any of the rifts that spawn up there.
I think the big thing, too, is like when you get Viking controlled, no one's going up to Viking after that. You know?
Exactly.
It's like no one's ramping up to Viking to go and loot it. No. If you get that, you can just sit there for as long as possible and farm. No one's going to have high ground on you. No one's really going to catch you off guard. You've got free reign. Zed Beast and Demand have landed near here the entire game. It worked out for them in the first ones. Hasn't really since. See what they can do as they just begin to farm on up all of Burger. Hogman, this is his favorite place to land, Greasy Grove. As he's rewarded with a epic burst assault rifle. And now he's also got the legendary compact SMG, so great tools in his inventory. Already at 500 wood, 100 plus brick. I'm thinking they're gonna want to take this fight early on. Chop It Down, farming anything in sight. And Johnny K on the backside of that hill. Obviously here in spectator mode, we see the health bar and the weapon the player has. These players don't see that, just to confirm. Because that would really defeat the purpose of this competition. Cub Smiles and Crypto. Javis and Thresh all in Paradise Palms. As now they'll slowly inch on over. Rocket a lot of shields, so they have a health advantage, but will they get aggressive off that? Again, we know that, but for these players, Lupo, they're thinking, are they max shields with us too? Where exactly do they stand? They don't really want to risk it. Now they're actually contending the players that are on top Viking.
Austin Crimson, that's a really wide split between the two.
But Crimson could just, I was about to say, Crimson could just dive off the top and just like that. Oh, he wants this fight right away.
Very aggressive, potentially too aggressive at this point, unless Austin's going to push in underneath him almost immediately. This is a build fight that
he's done for.
Didn't really want to take. He's got the grappler. He could sneak his way out. He's trying to build against his opponent, get the shotgun shot off, and then replace the wall, but it doesn't pay off. Austin.
Dude, Zexro and Vinny are just good fighters. They're just good in getting in scrappy battles and coming out on top. That's another time where Vinny, I think Vinny and Zexro have had some amount of a limbs off the break of every single game up to this point. Vinny's rewarded with a med kit. The second Crimson jumped off the top, it reminded me of Anchorman. I immediately regret my decision. That's what, when he landed, it was just ripped down to like 30 health. He knew he had really nothing going for him.
Instant panic there.
Dude, did any of the llamas wind up getting taken? I think only one has. There's another one just north of the soccer field. So the players at soccer have already gotten one. There's one more north of the soccer field as well. Chop It Down and Hogman still just big chilling and greasy. They're going to have to move as they're not going to be safe in this zone. No limbs yet. But Hogman farming everything he can. Poach and Vivid had landed here at Crates every single game so far. Even though Poach said they wanted to change things up or they were going to go for it, I feel like they haven't really changed much about their gameplay to this point. Still 0 limbs. This is one of those things, Lupo, where I think a lot of the success we've seen from players is them getting in those early fights in the game. not going late game with 0 eliminations.
Yeah, exactly. If they're waiting to late game to start making some moves, I feel like it's, even in terms of mindset, if you are not in the I'm about to engage someone mindset, you can get caught off guard by people very easily. If you've just been taking it slow, taking it easy the entire time, if you're not mentally prepared to switch it up on the spot, then things can go south quick. Poach and Vivid looks like they might be rotating away here. Vivid's trying to peek and see if he can get a shot with a semi-auto snipe. We'll find out here in a second. He's going to take the option and back out, follow his teammate Poach potentially. 3-7-4, almost 3-8-4 from Materials is, I mean, it's great. Like I said, if they haven't fought anybody yet, we'll see if they're prepared or not. Thresh and Java down here, the edge of paradise, kind of going back and forth.
Going for these speed edits there with the first couple, but
a couple clingers there trying to drop some structure, knock the wall out, and see if he can get some form of exposure. But the rift to go comes in big right there. The escape for Thresh. The team that Thresh and Java were trying to push on there.
Look at the little ants down low.
Just following them in, man.
Oh, it's Turkey Lips and Outlet on the low ground. They want to fight. Thresh never going for it. There's players all around, too. They're easily going to get third party in this engagement as well. Yep, you see the shots coming in from range. Thresh popping that glider redeploy. Will he get the trap? Oh, I thought he had him trapped right there to pop the spike trap bomb down, which would have one-shotted that player, but he doesn't actually get it off in time. Javis is getting shredded. Javis is not. I can tell you right now that they're regretting this, Lupo.
Outlet and Turkey Lips there. Both very low. It might be a 2v1, but based on HP, there's still more left on the other team. Outlet gonna get that med kit off. Much better spot. Thresh actually now down to basically nothing as Cub Smiles and his teammates start to roll in. Both almost 100-100. Turkey Lips and Outlet just trying to hang on here, wait for this. You got 1 minute and 2 seconds before the zone starts to move. 78 left alive, the final match of Heat 2 here at TwitchCon, the finale of the Fall Skirmish.
Turkey Lips is going for it again, using that glider redeploy. These are how the games have changed. He would have had to use mats. He would have had to have done all sorts of stuff to get out like that. Instead now, just sneaking away. 5 weapons, just an awkward inventory. You can just tell how scrappy these loots have been because players aren't landing like in normal games, you know, winning their main areas, like when you go and land retail. Oh, we cleared everyone out of retail, let's loot the whole thing, and now we get to leave. No, here it's like you get your one limb, maybe, and you get your couple huts, and it's like, okay, I guess this is my loadout.
We've seen players make it relatively far with less, too. It wouldn't surprise me if you see some very good gameplay from players. You could sit on essentially an SMG and maybe a pump action shotgun and still make some plays. Cheetah's going to try and push for that rift to go. He might make it out. He does indeed, and he's going to float in out of Tilted, trying to make it as far east as possible. They don't realize it though, but Dusty was occupied by multiple teams for quite a while there. They're going to be floating. You can see there the structure built up on the right, little warehouse there. It's Wish You Luck and Crispy earlier, a replay. You see Elam on static after the knockdown. Chug Jug dropped inside.
Oh, and that trap was just on the other side of that wall.
Just the next structure.
You could tell they just couldn't. They had to make sure they got that limb before they walked out in there. Once you get on one of these hills, you go ahead and just start building on up. That's exactly what they will wind up doing. Interesting inventory. 2 launch pads and a rift to go. Mobility forever, and they're in the middle of the zone. Horrify and Vanitize will not move from here for the next 10 minutes, at least.
No reason to.
Yep.
The only problem is that from what we saw, I think we were watching Horrify for a second there, it has no eliminations to his name right now. So if they're going for points, kind of playing that safe, maybe not the best call. It depends. You want to wait to the last second. Like I said, they're right smack dab in the middle. They don't have to do much. Hopefully a third-party opportunity shows up, and they just get a couple taps on somebody and pick up a couple eliminations. Poach and Vivid. We want to have our eyes on them as much as we can. They're hanging out here in Wailing Woods, still farming up as much material as they possibly can. Going to not have to knock that wall out to build up that last side. Going to bunker up on top of this log cabin. Trees are awful close. I was going to say, it wouldn't surprise me if he knocks those down just for visibility's sake, or even shoots them out. He doesn't really have the ammunition for that, though, so probably not going to happen. In case of an evasion, too, on the box, he does have one trap. 150 damage to somebody that drops in. If that's the case, with the glider redeploy, it's potentially likely. Crispy and Wish replacing this building inside retail.
Here we go. It's making it rain time. Again, every time it happens.
The final Make It Rain event of day 1.
71 players left, a third
Crispy
elim there.
and Wish go down.
Will those count right away? Again, just like the other times.
The timing, it's so
close. Is that
close.
timing in their favor? Vape Jesus just gliding on through the trees. That's so majestic looking. Look at that. He's going to make it on into Wailing. Now, look at this, Ben. The bunker was just in play. I'm wondering if anyone's still down low. They're going for it. They're diving right down in.
KB5 and Crunch. The south edge of containers. Seeing what they can do here.
Marowak and Hey I'm Hart still in this one, 68 players left. They're at the point now where everyone is just built on up in their little protective areas. A grappler still in the hands of Marowak. When will that come into play? Not a ton of materials. You get to a point where when you start running low on these resources, you kind of just have to make a play happen. You kind of just have to say, I need to get on a limb right now. And this might be their chance. Rizar pushing up to the high ground. Tomo's there as well. They're right on the edge of the zone, so everyone's going to be pushing right in towards them. Rizar's been swapping weapons. He's got the legendary silenced assault rifle, the epic rocket launcher, some great utility in his inventory. KP5 and crew just play this low ground still.
Keeping their eyes on any movement that they can. Splitting ammo there. I'm going to be honest with you, splitting 60 rounds or 60, 90 rounds, however many it was there, that's not a whole lot of shots left, Jack.
And man, this is just tough right now because look, you've obviously got the people on the certain high grounds around. Look at how scary that build is from Horrify and Vanitize. Remember when I said they were going to set up camp there?
Oh, absolutely.
You know a team is setting up for the long haul when they build their entire base like that with metal. When they use hundreds of materials of metal to build up their structure. Typically you see all these little huts as wood because they think, oh no, we're only going to be here for this little bit of time. It's temporary. When you build that much metal and it finishes, that's nearly indestructible.
They look
right
like
now.
they're going into hibernation atop that.
That's nearly indestructible, and that's why no one is getting near them.
Well, no one's going to waste the ammunition at that point to try and spray that down. It would be ridiculous because one surface can just get immediately replaced, and you have so many layers to shoot through. You see the V caliber looks like secures an Elim on Top Gun. Way outside the zone, he's trying to pop that medkit to stay alive. Lassius moving in. Turkey Lips you see on the north side. Caliber's teammate Nolan's still alive as well. Lassius, the zone, 5 damage, 8 HP left, and he's just trying to build himself into a box any layer he can, and Tomo from above catches him off guard.
Tomo now down and immediately hands to the eyes like, no.
Yep.
That was our moment there where we needed points in this game. Not going to happen now. Choppa down, still hanging out. As he's just staying hidden.
Number of teams hiding around in the trees there and wailing. There's a lot of structures in the way, a lot of natural cover for players to move through. The problem is as soon as you start to build up, if you're underneath one of those trees, if you're in an attempt to build against an opponent, the trees kind of stop you from placing some things or even moving up through them. The branches get in the way, so you get caught underneath, and that could spell trouble for some teams.
Enigma and Fuzzy. Just to the edge of this. Oh, they had someone right in front, and he saw the same thing that I saw. It was like a brief moment where they had the drop, but instant reactions. How quick those walls went up. The shot doesn't connect, and now they'll have to just go back into hibernation and wait and see when their next opportunity to push on out is.
That's funny. He puts down the heavy sniper, even though we've seen it as a very powerful utility from other teams because he had no ammunition left for it. At that point, he's just taking up a slot in the inventory. Now, because of the proximity of some of the players relative to each other at this point, maybe putting down the AR and just maintaining a pump action and an SMG with a heavy snipe that doesn't have any ammo right now, because you might find some even just through the drops from other players getting eliminated that maybe you didn't even interact with them, but if you can find some ammunition, that thing's going to go a long way. Sharing of traps there just in case of invasion, res ruin.
And I love these traps on the high ground. Right now with the glider redeploy, I think this is a great way. How many times have we seen players just float onto someone else's build?
Oh, yeah.
And begin to try to take the high ground from there, placing a trap down. If someone tries to land or catch them off guard, unless they react near instantly, that's a free 150 damage or a knock. They've got the high ground right now to shoot down onto anybody. You see Hayam Hart, Tomo, Rizar, all in the same area. Make It Rain about to expire here. I do want to make sure we keep watch of Poach and Vivid exactly where they are as well if they're still in play, because remember, they are the wild card team coming into this game.
Oh, yeah.
They are on the verge of not making it to Sunday. Two of the winningest players in Fortnite prize money history could be out. And here they are again, Poach still with 0 limbs, man. This has been them every game, Lupo.
It's surprising me to see these two guys playing like this.
Oh, no.
Shots from behind, Poach caught off guard just a little bit. A single mini is all he's got to his name in terms of healing. He's got to try and back away, and these explodes are knocking down everything he's putting up. Maybe a distraction happened just long enough. Poach gets that 1 mini off. Vivid's still sitting pretty, 181 total HP. He's trying to layer up, just like we've seen tons of players do. That skill is very important. The stink grenade there near Vivid. Kind of a check to see if anybody's hiding in that box. But he's got enough space. He can just kind of wiggle around on the bottom. Freaks in the feet taking up Cub Smiles. Ball finalizing that elimination.
Inching closer and closer.
Here's your list. 2 teams sit on 5 elims total this game. Tom and Rizar.
And Vinny and Zexro.
They are, every time.
Those guys,
see them
those
on
guys
Sunday
for me, I think,
sure.
are my favorite players of today.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that they are always high up on the elims tally. And this is a big game right now for the Sentinel duo. They're actually still alive. Remember, 2 of the games so far,
they went out.
They were out instantly.
Top 100, top 90 people.
So they're having to, like, everyone else had 4 games to get their points. With how their games went, they basically have had 2.
Exactly.
So they need to, we're going to keep an eye on them as well to see if they can bounce into the top 12. Because I don't think they're in it right now.
Those guys, little edits looking for window peaks. Surprising a little bit to me that he's keeping the window open that long because somebody might have an angle potentially if they're, yeah, there we go. That shot. White damage, no shield on target. He's looking for just the last push as the storm moves. Gently closer, there it is. Trying to go for the shots as that rotation happens. Gonna take another one there. Gets the knockdown on Vinny, which means Zexro is probably not far behind. We'll see if Vivid can secure.
They need this so bad, man. They need this so bad. Oh, gosh. That was a sniper bullet that also flew by right there. Their first elim of the game. They just got an awesome next zone as well. If you see, it's right behind him. Poach realizing that right away. Poach, one of the best at these kind of crawl builds, utilizing all these 1x1s, getting ready to move on out. Poach, about 900 total materials. Vivid, right next to him. Wait, are they going to try to bounce with this crater? Did you just see what was right on the other side of that wall? I believe they have a crater right there. Can they hit it? I'm wondering if they just wait for the zone and then just bounce right off that. Oh, what? Look, okay, it did hit him, but it's not what he wanted to have happen, I'll tell you that.
Oh, looks like he covered it up just to prevent any kind of unpredictable movement out of that.
And this is the beauty. They're going back through their tunnels. They've already had all of this claimed. Look, still, they haven't had to spend a single material. Now they'll begin to go. Freezy down. Colton down. Players dropping left and right.
Landjock picking up an elim in the feet as well. Tom and Rizar.
Again, they're having to use so many mats for these moves. Now it looks like he's confident enough to stop for a second, maybe look for a quick peek. His teammate does go down. Poach just got knocked out and killed by a trap. Poach just got eliminated by a trap.
It's like just Razor's trap, but Vivid picks up the elim on
oh,
Raz as
no.
well.
Poach is gone. Vivid now, the last hope. What can he do? He's got 2 elims. He needs to get another. He's done. He's done. This is how it ends. I don't think Vivid and Poach are making it to Sunday.
I don't think that they are. Now we have Animal and Gross still here from Sentinel, trying to move their way in the safe zone. 28 left and 44 seconds on the circle move. Just kind of biding their time and structures they built up. Not a whole ton of materials left, 250, so 25 builds left for Animal and counting as he builds his way out. This little sky base here, this tunnel. 14 builds left, and shots are coming from the east side. An adjacent team right there and pushing up right in front, blocks him off with the wall, but his teammate closes him off behind.
Does his teammate have extra materials for him?
At this point, either they don't have the time or there's just no mats left. Shots as a pair drop in directly on top of him. Does have the trap, but he doesn't put it down.
Oh, gosh, this is some panic right here. I can promise you that. Animal now trying to move forward. You see Bald gets Eliminated there, Poach. This is how he went down. No. Oh, no. The player dropped right on him.
Razru fell directly into the box. A very quick trap placement. Blood's still alive here, 9 HP. 3 traps. He's got a grapple, which we've seen late game is very important. 33 seconds on this circle move. We've got 12 players left. The final match of Heat 2. No medkits. A pair of
This is like the Tfue game where he had 19 health in these final zones. Like, he just needs to be a ghost and try to get top 3. No, animals. No. Will he make it in?
1 HP and gets caught.
I thought he actually made it until Salt shoots him in the back. 8 players now remaining. Chudas trying to break through these metal walls, trying to just continue to navigate. It's so tough when he doesn't own any of this. Bog is popping a medkit in the zone. You've got Vape Jesus and Pain. Oh, if Vape Jesus and Pain lose this, I'd be shocked. They're on the high ground. They are just chilling out right now.
No materials left.
Yep.
In Pain's inventory. That's why they're going to have to drop down in here. And
he's going
hopefully
for
can
it.
catch this
He's
player off
landing
guard.
right on
Doesn't
one.
see it. Doesn't hear the glider apparently. The shot to the face.
A quick crack right there on the drop. Yet again, he's playing the low ground. Vape Jesus playing the high ground. They've got everything they needed. Another elimination comes on in. More players dropping on down. The rockets from above. It's all collapsing on the enemies now. They've got the med kit too. Pain and Vape Jesus. Can they do it right now? Vape Jesus gets knocked by a fall. Pain on the low ground. Could it all go spiraling? And there it is. The shot from Pain. As it's another point for the Elims as well. Talk about clutch right there. And they're gone. They're going to the interview.
Gotta go.
And they're going to the interview.
Gotta go.
There you go. See, guys, look. And they're gone. They're going to the interview. Wow. In the final moments. That was Blood. Remember how weak he was. Vape Jesus.
Vape on the way down is taking shots to try and get the Elim and Blood. Look at the HP left there. I don't blame him, just trying to secure 1 hit there, and Pain gets that jump shot with a shotgun on Blood right inside the circle.
Let's see it again from Pain's perspective. Look, 2 Elims at this point. Not only does a victory royale earn them 1, but Pain now realizing the nerves that comes in and the shot.
The reaction there, absolutely perfect.
Brilliantly done, and that is a perfect example. No matter how quiet your games are, 1 clutch could make all the difference. As there's a look at all of our participants there live, waiting to see who makes it on through, who does not. All I know is Heat 2, while it was a little bit slow at the start of the games, they definitely did escalate.
Oh, absolutely.
Pretty well.
And we're going to see, it's surprisingly, like you mentioned, an upset. The gentleman from Team Liquid, most likely, based on what we've seen on the scoreboard in the past, probably not progressing to the finals on Sunday. Yep. We have to wait to see who ends up in 13th place from Heat 2.
We can't say, obviously, quite yet, but you've got to think if they get 0 points, someone's passing them for that wild card spot.
You never know. You never know.
I mean, even them, if Pain and Vape Jesus, they weren't, that's enough to bump them right there.
Exactly.
Rough stuff. Cannot believe it again. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage of the TwitchCon event so far. Here, the Fall Skirmish Finals. So happy to be here again. Thank you to our sponsors for help putting this on and having a blast up here. The crowd has been amazing all day.
Oh, absolutely.
2 heats down. We're going to soon know 24 of our 50 teams.
25.
Well, once we get the wild card.
The wild card's chosen from one of the 2 from each day.
Will it be revealed live on stream, though?
I guess we'll find out.
We'll have to find out from production. Or maybe that'll be something that people have to keep an eye out online. The crowd there going to go continue enjoying TwitchCon as there's so much going on here this weekend. A sold-out crowd, a sold-out event. Absolutely brilliant stuff. My takeaways from today, you need to press the agenda early. You need to go for kills. You need to go for kills early on. You need to go for limbs early.
The more you wait, the worse kind of position you end up putting yourself in, especially in a situation where a lot of players are going to be playing more strategically. We saw the first few games of Heat 2, maybe all of Heat 2, was very oriented on establishing your own location and owning it. Heat 1 was far more elimination focused. We have players going out of their way to try and take each other out. And tomorrow we have 2 more heats. 2 more heats, Jack.
And with that, it's like we talked about so much, but people were watching these. These guys were studying. They were learning. They were figuring out exactly what will be some of the best things they can wind up doing. I know we have highlights to take a look at from these games, but what an ending to day 1. And this was
play there takes Jage without.
The beautiful strafes around the wall with the burst.
Excellent accuracy from these players. Wish you luck. Crispy here. Gets the knockdown and elimination on Static. Looks for the teammate who does drop in the same box. That SMG spray. Sorry, AR spray at that point. If Jesus is in pain.
They had some great flicks with the pump shotguns.
Oh, absolutely.
Even down to Payne's last limb. And this is Vivid and Poach. This was one of Vivid's 2 limbs he had this game.
Just timing the shots as Vinny's rotating in perfectly.
And again, I mean, what, Chap in 72 hours will be tomorrow.
Exactly.
So that, I mean, Liquid still have representation, but
this jump flick right there, boom.
And
42 damage
that's
from Payne.
That's the best right there, the excitement. I love this. Boom, the pop off there. And I love it immediately. Look, watch how fast they get ushered to go to the interview. Look, go, interview. Look,
we gotta go,
like,
we gotta go, we gotta go.
What, you think they're upset that they then found out that now they have to go talk to Zeke?
Yeah, that's life sometimes, man.
Yeah.
We all.
At that point, they're thinking, oh, should we lose?
Do we really want to do this? I'm
No,
just kidding. Zeke's great.
No, honestly, he's like saved us 48 times today, which has been
absolutely.
Great. But yeah, great ending to day number 1. Zeke has both Payne and Vape Jesus for the interview. My friend, take it away.
Testing. Hello? Guys?
Hi,
Hello?
Zeke. We hear you. Hey,
First
bud.
of all, that's very rude of you guys for being jerks. At least I still have my voice, Courage. Take that. Now, guys, that was the cleanest victory royale ever. You guys came into this last game with 1 point, and you clutched it up. You got so excited you ran over here. Talk through that game. What was going through your guys' head?
So essentially we had 1 point, and our goal was literally just come in and frag out. But then we ended up getting zoned, so we kind of just played it conservative and just farmed up till 3K mats, and we kind of just, end game just went all out.
And then you guys used the rotation by wailing, right? Is that what you did?
Yeah. So we went through wailing and we just rotated out with the rift. And once we came in, we had so many mats that every time high ground came along, we could just claim it up. And that's what we did. Every time we claimed high ground, we got separated a couple times, but we just kept going back together, just like trying to keep the team together alive. So it honestly worked out perfect. Like that last game couldn't have gone better.
And that was really cool. So we went from like 7 players to 3. And in that moment, I'm like, wait, Vape and Payne, they could do this. And we see you go down. What's going through your mind in that moment?
Don't die. So essentially he went down, and I recognized that I'm still not used to the new zones and they keep moving. So I was like, okay, cool, I'm gonna play heal game. And I was like, wait, they keep going. So I couldn't heal. So I instantly just came around the corner and just jumped and just prayed.
That was one of the cleanest headshots. You literally got him at the very edge for that 42. I mean, we gotta assume we qualify. So what does this mean for you guys, qualifying here for grand finals?
Honestly, I'm just upset I don't have my costume on, but it was, I think we're just gonna go celebrate for a bit, take the day off tomorrow and enjoy TwitchCon, but like, we couldn't be more excited. Like, you can tell in our faces that it's just like extreme emotion right now. So I don't know, thank you guys so much, is what I wanted to say.
Want to say anything?
Epic's insane.
Yeah.
You guys are great, like honestly.
Best company.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to say anything to the fans that are behind us? You can probably hear them roaring, so anything you want to say to them?
I did it, Mom.
I want to thank everybody. Like, I'm really bad at communicating with my fans on Twitter and stuff like that, and I haven't been streaming recently, so I want to thank everybody that supported me and like, just, I don't know. Thank you for being there, because otherwise I wouldn't be here.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys. Best of luck in grand finals. Courage, back to you.
That's what it's all about. It's great to hear, you know, the raw emotion there, how much it means to these guys. So much on the line. We keep talking about the prize money, but also the recognition.
Oh, absolutely.
These guys are not only fighting for this, but I know that they're fighting, you know, these guys want to get on organizations. They want to be part of these major esports teams. They want to be part of the future of esports. And times like this, when you show up and make clutch plays like that, it's how you earn those spots.
People will have their eyes on players that put on performances like that. It's a no-brainer.
Yep. We have a look at just some of the replays throughout the day as we go through our, you know, our final thoughts. A lot of fun. Vinny and Zexro for me. My favorite 2 players from today.
These guys put on a good show. They're not the only ones, but they're definitely a pair that stood out here trying to, they were putting up excellent elimination numbers, some really solid plays, some shots like this one. Just midair. Boop Triz on the way.
And they just know one thing, and that's W. They hold
just
W
hold the
and
key
just
down.
go,
Courage.
and that's how I love to play.
I'm gonna
so that's why
revise
I'm
my
a fan of
gameplay
them.
when I get back too.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna unbind everything except for the W key and left click, and we'll see what happens.
Good luck. That was like it's like when Charlie was playing the other day.
Exactly. Exactly.
As Now Vinny and Zexro still looking at their highlights. I thought it was going to be highlights of everyone. No, it's just theirs, and that shows how many fights they got in.
Exactly.
Like, this is just their highlights.
You almost could take this as highlights of the entire heat, Jack, based on
if you took away the names
of
and the camera, you'd think this was all sorts of people.
Exactly. Slowing down the Doolies there. 41 gets the Eliminasta as well. Absolutely incredible.
Crowd here are waiting to see who winds up being our top 12 today. What is the fate of Poach and Vivid? Where do they stack up? Ah, man. I don't know. I don't know. It was a good day, though.
Oh,
really
absolutely.
good first day. I need to go rest my voice. That's one thing for sure.
It's all right. You'll have your time. Don't you worry. All right, don't you worry.
I need some tea.
Somebody get this man some tea.
And then I'll be fine. You're going to a whole different thing now.
I think I'm making the roast run late, in fact.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's
They're waiting for you.
Oh, something. I have no idea. I'm going to show up and just start ripping it at Tim. Is my plan.
You're just going to walk up there and grab the mic, and you'll be good to go. Again, all sorts of events here at TwitchCon. Can't believe how packed this is. An awesome first time being here and the experience so far. I believe we'll be heading over to Zeke here in a few moments, but we've got some more replays to take a look at as we just look back on a great first day of 2 heats. Any other standout players for you? Any standout moments that you can remember?
Typhoon Cloak put on an excellent show over the course of the day. This clutch from Mig, the double, was impressive. And we saw a number of players, Nibs in Korea won their game. I was literally about to say, Jaganza, who the 1 HP attempt with a grappler right there and then ends up winning the next game. This was a redemption story and then some. I can't wait to see these guys on Sunday in the grand
And
finals.
it was a valiant attempt at the 1 HP, too.
Oh,
He went for it. He knew he had to. He couldn't win a heal battle. This was from early on in Heat 2. Poach's.
This quick edit there is opponent underneath not realizing. Grip didn't know that's Poach's surface there, so he had ownership. The quick edit and attack shots. Windwalker the snipes. We had a number of snipes over at Motel, too. The back-to-back there with a heavy snipe came in very big.
This was that early Greasy fight. We mentioned Demand and Zed Beast. They had, it was like hit or miss for them at Greasy.
There you go. This back-to-back snipe was incredible. What an angle there.
And then he had another one. This was Nikiski's 4 elimination sequence. This was the end of it there, the last one.
Vinny and Zexro.
Yeah. Now Leo and Typhic. So their shots from early on, just no more mats to show and cover. Then Harryons and Zill, who had that awkward, fight towards the southern-east most part of the map. You can tell that player, Tomo, had no builds. He knew he had a rocket and really couldn't do anything.
At that point, just going for any shot that he could. Flying up there and Gross and Animal securing a pair of eliminations here, even with the trade. No big deal.
More nades coming out. Look at the shot.
Angle on that snipe from Zill. Turkey Lips, one of our favorites. We had an interview with him earlier today. His teammate Outlet.
And this was the final game. This is what really helped Vape, Jesus, and Pain move towards that victory royale, move towards those points. They at least got 4 for that one. You got to think they probably had 1 more. Here's that last shot again. Dang. Clean.
The reaction every single time you have someone win a game like this. Pain, you can feel it.
Oh,
you
yeah.
can feel the energy when they stand up.
You hear the emotion. Everyone else
absolutely.
Just smiling, looking on from the back, because everyone knows how much it means to everyone. Everyone there wants that same feeling. So it's awesome to see. Final thoughts for you?
Heat 1 and 2 are out of the way. Heat 3 and 4 tomorrow. Yep. We won't be casting them, but you better believe I'm going to be checking in.
We'll be back.
And we have the Stream Invitational on Sunday. This is the first third of Fortnite is done, man.
The next time we get up here to cast, we might hate each other.
We might.
Based off what happens.
We'll literally be fighting.
Or we get first and second, and we're the happiest people alive.
Let's do that.
I'm down to do that. No, day 1 was great. I'm expecting the same for tomorrow, but that's it for Lupo and I until Sunday. Absolute blast. Thanks for the love and support. Zeke, take it away. You're going to take us through the reveal in the end of the show.
Gentlemen, you guys killed it. Thank you guys so much for casting. And for everyone at home tuning in and here at TwitchCon, thank you guys so much for attending, being part of this with us. We've had a great time, and we hope you have as well. We've got the reveal coming up here any moment. Now, things to remember, like Kirch talked about, we're back tomorrow. Me and Monster D-Face will be casting those games. Then we have on Sunday, Stream Invitational, and then the Grand Finals on Sunday. So definitely want to stay tuned with that. We're now going to start revealing to these players who our top 12 are. Now here's the thing. For you guys at home, don't forget to utilize that hashtag, Fall Skirmish. Let us know what your thoughts are, how you're enjoying the event. Were your predictions right? Were they wrong? You got to let us know. Like Courage talked about, this is a conversation. We love hearing from you guys, the community. We want to know what you want to see and things you want to not see, and things you like to see, you know, improved upon and all that good stuff. But here we go. It's almost time. These players will now start to see who has qualified. Again, top 12, move on. And then 13th spot is a wild card. Here we go. The lights going nuts. Now, if you guys are here at TwitchCon in the venue, and the person that you wants to qualify does, you guys better lose your freaking minds. I need you guys to go nuts. Can you feel the tension? Can you feel it? These players can. That player is exactly doing what I'm doing right now, pacing. I'm waiting to find out just like you guys are. I'm stressing, okay? All right, guys, I'm gonna be vulnerable with you, okay? I'm sweating, all right? I'm being real vulnerable, okay? Don't judge, this is a judge-free zone. I'm gonna need a slurp juice after this to cool down, okay? Whew. Okay. I'm waiting to find out. All right, we're gonna find out who the Make It Rain winner was here in the last game of Heat number 2. So we're gonna look for the 10K to flash on their screen. Now, who's it gonna be? Wait. Is it Crispy? Cameraman, stop teasing me! Who will take home the 10K from the Make It Rain challenge? Keep in mind the Make It Rain, if you're just tuning in, special during phase 3 and 4, the duo with the most eliminations gets 10K. Now, if no one claims that, it rolls over into the next game, and by the end of that heat, if none of the money is claimed, that money goes into a final prize pool at the grand finals. That's gonna be nuts. Guys, are you sweating? Again, I've told you, I'm being vulnerable. Sweating. Just a little bit. It's not weird. No, it's not. Stop. Look, no, stop. Just stop. Just stop. No, but in all seriousness, we're gearing up, guys. We're gonna find out who the 10K winner is, and then our top 12 moving on. Players patiently waiting. Take a look at this. Heat 2 standings. These are the finalists going into the grand finals. With that performance, Pain and Vape Jesus steal the first place spot. Unbelievable. These are your top 12 heading into grand finals. People in the venue, you're not yelling loud enough. No, that's not loud enough. That's closer. I'll take that. It's been a long day. I'll take that. You guys have been, you've been yelling a lot. These are the Heat 1 finalists. So these are earlier on in the day. These are the 12 moving on to the grand finals, where Dr. Lupo and Courage will be casting that game on Sunday. We see Cloaksy and Tifu right there at the top, 15 points. Just setting the bar. Guys, We hope you have enjoyed all of the action here on day 1. Again, we have 2 more days of action heading your way. We've got Heat 3 and 4 tomorrow. Again, me and Monster D-Face will be casting those games. Then on Friday, we've got Stream Invitational coming in the morning. And then, obviously, the Grand Finals where Courage and Lupo are back for the Grand Finals on the day. Again, please, hashtag Fall Skirmish. Let us know your thoughts. We cannot wait to see you guys tomorrow. Until then, though, we'll see you guys on the battle bus, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Baby, let's go.
Got him. Nice. Good win.